And I think we're live. It's hard for me to see on this screen. Just still using my Chromebook. Nice thing about it is I dropped it multiple times and it's sturdy as heck. Hope everybody's doing well. Man, last week, as you folks probably who've been around here probably know, kind of start off streaming by myself, and people tend to join the panel as time goes on. And man, we had a lot of panelists on last week. A lot of like old school type people that some of them like Stu I hadn't seen on stream in ages. Stu, aka Soy Rage. I don't know if they confirm that they're the same person. And it very well could be a conspiracy theory. So, but I did, we did see Soy Rage on the show, and it was a lot of fun. Hey, Apex Comics, welcome.
How you doing? Hey, everybody.
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, right. Hello. Got me? You good? Yeah.
Trying to figure out if it's my volume settings or.
I hear you great.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I. Huh.
Can you hear me?
What is going on? It looks like you're. Yeah, it looks like you're. Let's see.
I can hear you.
Oh, you're up at 100%.
I am? Okay, good. That means it's good.
I'm gonna.
I don't know.
A little bit.
It's up to the mighty chat. Bitey, Dave, Asinovich, Scarlet Fever. Hell.
So, what time are you streaming? You've got a celebration stream, right?
Yeah, got a 700 subscriber stream so far.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, I thought I'd celebrate. It's gonna be. I'm not gonna go on more than an hour. So about 8 to 9 Central, within an hour from now. So I thought I'd pop in and say hello.
Okay, you're on the Central time.
I'm Central. I'm in Texas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, he's not in the. Obviously, he's not in the stream with us right now, but Daniel from the Tech Corner.
Oh, cool.
And Muse Comics, I guess, is what his other name is currently. But right. He's from somewhere in Texas. He's on Central Time as well.
Very large state. Thousands and thousands of towns. Some I've never even heard of.
Yeah, I used to live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Arlington. Oh, yeah. But that was only part of a year, so I mean, it wasn't
right
very long.
But when was this? Like 20 years ago, or?
It was way back in the 80s. So
oh yeah,
really cool. Dating myself with that.
Yeah, Dallas in the 80s is really cool.
Huh?
80s. Dallas in the 80s were really cool. Lots of concerts. It was happening.
Yeah, we were like in Arlington, so I don't remember if we got to Dallas a lot. I remember going by the ranch that the exterior of the show Dallas.
Oh yeah,
itself was filmed. Yeah, that's fun to see it. I don't know, side of the highway or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where it was. I've never seen it. I mean, I saw Dallas, the TV show, but I never actually been to where they actually filmed it. It's on a huge acre ranch. I mean, I think it's like over 42 acres. I'm thinking.
I seem to just remember this gigantic house.
Yeah.
And I think it was surrounded by a ton of land, but
yeah.
But it's like it's I don't think we could really slow. It's like I don't think Dad could slow down or whatever, so we could
Slow
take a
down.
look
It's the
at
house
it.
of Dallas, Dad.
Like, yeah, like if it was like on the highway or something, and there were other cars going by,
Yeah.
I don't know if it was like, well, on your left hand side, that's and then we drive
There it
past.
is.
That's what it was like when I went to Negril in Jamaica. Was like, oh, to the left of you or the right of you, that's the Hedonism Two Hotel, and it's like, and that was the one where it's clothing optional. Not that
Yeah. Oh,
not
close.
that I really
Really?
saw anything as we were going past it, but it's
This
this
is a
really
nice
nice,
scene.
fancy,
Yeah.
swanky place, and then we get to the hotel I stayed at, and it had a ceiling fan, which was nice. Um, but
Yeah.
it was. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Dave was saying, I've been to where they filmed Dallas. It was a normal size pool, but they use a fisheye lens to make it look bigger. I bet they did.
So I reckon
LP
that
Raw.
that that they film the outside of it. That's one location. Then they
Yeah.
have like a sound stage or
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, if
But
you
there's,
see anything in the chat that you find noteworthy, feel free
yeah,
to respond like you just did, because I'm having a hard time seeing the chat. Like I'm having a hard time seeing you. I went
there's
and
like,
zoomed in, and I'm
there's
gonna
like
have
a,
to reload my StreamYard, I think.
there's, yeah, there's a large number of Texas pools larger than the Ewing pool in Dallas. I mean, there's like, gigantic amount. Some of these residences are just insane.
Oh, is somebody coming in the pool?
No, no, I'm saying,
Oh,
no, no, I'm talking about the pool size. They could probably use a larger pool to film that, but they had what they had.
wait,
Use
are,
it.
are you talking about the swimming pool, or is this a different usage of
No,
the term?
no, no, no. It's, talk about the actual pool, actual swimming pool. I'm not, no innuendo.
Oh, I
No,
just I don't remember much about the show. It was like I
yeah,
just remember that your spoiler alert, somebody killed JR.
yeah. Bing Crosby's daughter. Forgot her name, but yeah, she was
Oh,
the secretary. JR's secretary shot him.
oh yeah, yeah. And it was like a big mystery who shot
Yeah, who
JR,
shot JR?
and that was like a major television event back
It
when like
was. I remember
television
that.
actually was.
Yeah, everyone's
If
talking
you
about it.
Yeah, it was. I remember. Okay,
Yeah,
we'd have PBS, which I could barely. It was like kind of a fuzzy picture, and then we had the three major commercial networks. I don't even remember Fox till like later on, maybe late '80s.
yeah. It's '87 when Fox came on. I remember. Remember
Oh,
the show
okay. So
Werewolf? Remember the show Werewolf with Chuck Connors?
no, I don't.
Yeah, Chuck Connors played a villain, but there's like a younger guy who turned into a werewolf, and Chuck Connors' character was like an old werewolf that bit him earlier back, and then the young man wanted revenge. Yeah, gets if he kills off the older werewolf, ends up curing him. And so it only lasted a season, around 87, 88. It was pretty good. I haven't seen all of the show, but it was really good.
I'm gonna
I see
have
it.
to switch to my phone because I
Yeah,
ended up for a second because I ended up enlarging the screen so much that I can't see if anybody's backstage or
there's two
not.
of you. Wow, nice.
Oh,
The double mint twins.
let's see.
Two Lorenzos, and one.
And of course I
Just-
so
okay, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I think he just kicked the wrong one out. You can hear
I keep
Lorenzo. Can you hear me?
I keep thinking that turning down the phone all the way is actually going to just mute the phone, but for
Yeah.
some reason the volume controller it doesn't like when just use the volume on the side of the phone, it won't turn it down completely. It'll
Uh,
look like it is. Oh, hey, a video of James and Zed,
Seriously, sex better than one.
beautiful New Zealand, from the Southern Island, which
Hey, video James.
heard that's like
The
the
Rifleman. You're right, Dave. I love The Rifleman. That was a great show. And
what
then
was it?
The Rifleman with Chuck Connors. I want to count how many shots of the rifle Chuck Connors shoots out at the introduction of the show. Just discount the number of shots. What if you can guess each number of shots? What do you win? Nothing. I just want to know how many shots that he pulls off at the beginning of The Rifleman.
Oh, so James, are you coming on the panel today? I didn't. And I don't know if the two Lorenzos might
Oh,
be.
Dave has the answer. 13 by sound, 12 visually. Okay. So it's 13 shots. Yeah, Dave's on top of that, man. Probably had
And
to
as I said before, if people are watching, they're wondering what's going on. Typically, it takes a while for more panelists to show up. But we got Apex Comics. He is celebrating 700.
That's a feat. It's hard to get 1,000 subs. Some people could do it easily, and some people it takes me like 5. I've been on. How long have I been on YouTube? Oh, since 2019, almost 5 years, as of May. But yeah, 700 subscribers in 5 years. That's a long time. I'm like, wow. Some people just struggle to get subs. I appreciate every subscriber. Really do.
I'd start. I can't remember when I started streaming, but I took plenty of breaks, so that probably didn't help things.
Yeah.
But I got to meet new people, and so maybe it did help things because
it did.
In a way, it's just some of the people who subscribed at first probably aren't maybe they're into different stuff nowadays.
Highlight Dave's comment on 13 by sound, 12, and then one below that. Dave's, I'm in a Rifleman Facebook group. It's a topic often discussed. I bet it is. You had the answer right there. Oh, that's cool. Have you guys ever seen the show Branded? That was a show after The Rifleman. Chuck Connors. That was a good one too.
Do you say Grant?
Branded, 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 about a Confederate soldier who gets dishonored by the, I think it was a captain or a general. It's at every beginning of the show. He takes off the stripes off his uniform, takes all the lapels off, and breaks the sword in two, like throws it out. It's like, that's another good show, but I like The Rifleman a little bit better.
Oh, welcome to the panel.
Hey.
Hello.
James and Zed.
Hello, James. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad. How are you guys?
Well, good.
It's good.
Just talking about The Rifleman. I was talking, actually, before that, we're talking about the Fox Network, and the first show that came on was Werewolf back in 1987. Had Chuck Connors playing a villain in that show. And then The Rifleman came on topic.
Well, that's where In Living Color and
Living Color,
Simpsons
right.
and all.
Yeah.
So The Simpsons had started on that Tracy Ullman
That's
show?
Right. That's
was
right. Yeah, Tracy Ullman, around 87.
Okay,
yeah.
and it was like real simple animation, very, very basic when it was on the. But I kind of like that, really.
I too.
The really rough look to the original Simpsons.
Right.
Yeah, they're awesome.
That's good.
And then it just kind of it became more polished. Mm-hmm. But they had some great writing when when it moved from the Tracy Ullman show to being its own show. I mean, they had a great team of writers. I'm not dissing what it was the Tracy Ullman show. I think you can tell looking at the old stuff. There's a beginning of something like really, really good, and
Right.
I actually think that some of that stuff on her show, it,
She's funny. Funny
no,
lady.
huh?
She's a funny lady, that Tracy Ullman. She's all right.
Yeah, and I think those like very short Simpsons segments are still quite entertaining.
That's the longest running Fox show that they have right now is The Simpsons. Been on for like what, over 35 years? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's for me personally. I would have rather it
Wow.
ended after the first several seasons. Like,
Yeah.
I don't remember if I was around season 9 or season 10 or when it was when I just kind of, I don't know.
I think they're on
They,
this year will be their 37th season, I think.
Oh, that's
36 and
not.
37. Isn't that?
some people refer to the Simpsons as zombie Simpsons, where because it became like some people would argue that it became the exact opposite of what it was originally. Like they used to make fun of celebrities, and it
Right.
turned into like all these guests on, which I think was cool at first, but
Yeah.
I actually think Futurama did a better job.
Yeah.
Like
Pretty funny.
they
I
they
bet.
didn't they didn't incorporate all. They had the talking heads,
Right.
not the band, but like
Hey, Suzanne.
actual like cyber was it cyber
You bets.
when you like for I should know the word, but when you like freeze somebody's body or
Cryogenics. Yeah.
yeah, cryogenic frozen heads
Oh, yeah.
for the
Uh,
people who like didn't get their whole body frozen because that costs
oh,
extra.
Dave mentioned when the movie came out, that's when Simpsons should have ended on TV and just did a movie every few years. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good point.
Welcome Anubis and hello in the chat to Bitey and Suzanne,
Hey.
Dave. Let's see.
I can't believe you had me
Crestfall,
chime in on this.
LP Brawl, welcome. Scarlet
I gotta
Fever.
explain something. Yeah, Simpsons was lacking, but the last couple seasons been pretty good.
Really? I haven't
Yeah,
watched Simpsons in like a few years.
Oh, hey, Shadowhawk. Yeah,
it's been actually pretty good. And
Yeah,
I
good.
haven't watched it in a few years, but the last
Yeah,
couple of seasons were good. The last
excellent.
Treehouse of Horror wasn't as good, but the one before that was excellent.
Oh,
Oh,
that's good.
really? So
How many
maybe
houses of horror did they have on The Simpsons? The Treehouse of Horror. Do you know how many?
35.
35? Wow.
so. By now they've got so many people have like grown up watching the show.
Yeah.
Maybe
Shut up.
they've gone back to getting maybe they got like writers who just really understand the show because it seems it's
Well,
still
that's what I mean. Like the latest few seasons went back to what made it good. Like
yeah.
Homer is not a big jerk. He's actually a good father. He's actually cuddly and it's funny. But he's still Homer.
Nice.
Does he
That's
still
Like
live
cool.
his number?
like there was an episode where Bart was lashing out because of his teacher and he was just doing all this crazy stuff and Homer went to talk to the teacher and he went straight to his son. He went, I know why you've been an unlikable jerk. You got a crush on your teacher. And he's like, and he was just telling him, but it was brilliant. Like, little stuff like when Bart talked about how he's like, I saw her husband, and then I hulked out and he said, oh, jealousy could be a crazy thing. Somebody opened the door for Marge and I keyed his car. But then I realized that he did that for everybody, except for me after that day.
So, hi, welcome, Mama.
Wow.
Sorry. And just
But like I said, he was still foolish Homer, but he was also insightful.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, good to hear.
Because they made him like too stupid for a while.
Yeah.
But that's because
Yeah.
everybody was ripping it off though. I mean, The Simpsons walked so that all these other shows could run. There wouldn't have been a Family Guy without The Simpsons. There wouldn't have been no dinosaurs without The Simpsons. There wouldn't have been any of these ineffectual idiot fat fathers without it.
That's right.
Well, they had since like say
Well, the Flintstones,
Fred like
Fred was kind of fat.
Yeah, the Flintstones did it, but like Fred was still more the chauvinist, and he was smart, just dumb. Whereas Homer was.
Family Ties had the dad was kind of goofy,
and it only matters to the times that they're in.
He wasn't like stupid or like,
Right.
like that. And
Fred was greedy.
And you're right that Homer didn't necessarily start out stupid. He was short-tempered and went straight to Bart, but it just seemed like he was a dad who was trying to provide for his family.
Oh yeah.
But then it was like it seemed like he was really stressed out from work and stuff. And then and then of course Bart being you know.
Remember this?
Would press all his
that's the OG baby boomer parents.
That's right. Yeah.
Like people throw around the word boomer a lot on the internet, but I'm like, no, a boomer is defined by somebody who was born in the 40s after World Wars I and II. Mm-hmm. And Marge and Homer were born, you know, they're the children of boomers. So they have to raise their kids into the new society. So they didn't really have nowhere to go with that. I'm not defending or going against the Simpsons. I'm just saying like it's hard to do proper writing for that. I just feel like nowadays they finally found a good groove.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting because I had heard there was a controversy over Pooh and all that stuff, and so I thought if the show maybe became really super politically correct.
No, it didn't. But what's funny about that is I'm like, so Pooh was a stereotype. So you're saying that Indians are hardworking and polite?
Yeah, that's the deal. Is everybody on that show was pretty much everybody was a stereotype. Groundskeeper Willie.
Oh yeah, and then you got the,
but like I said,
story guy.
Think about a Pooh. I'm like hardworking, polite business owner.
Yeah.
That's a negative stereotype about Indians.
Yeah, he was
a comic book guy.
Yeah, comic book guy. That's a proper incel stereotype.
It is. Yeah. It's the best one.
Just a fantastic character to the point where like he I think what was it he like got his like jury duty thing in the letter in the mail and he celebrates because he's an American citizen and can serve in jury duty, and then he house in the trash.
Now, one of my favorites out of the new season was they did like a bunch of anthologies. They had one that was made like Fargo, but it was based around Ned Flanders. It showed how bad Homer was as a friend. But Ned Flanders had to cover up. Ned Flanders was dealing with people trying to murder him and all this other stuff. It was hilarious. But another one that I loved, it was like, you know, just fictional anthology series. They basically showed that, like, you know, Lenny and Carl, it like they made it seem like Carl was a figment of Lenny's imagination. Like Carl was what he wanted to be, this perfect, cool guy that didn't really get into stuff. And the other one they did on that was that you find out that Martin Prince, the kid in Bart's class, the smart boy, turns out he's a 35-year-old man who's an undercover cop. He's got a wife and kids.
The principal Skinner.
Like I said, him getting off the bus, and as soon as he gets in, he takes off his shirt. He's wearing a tank top, and his wife hands him a duck. And he's like, "I'm the only one that looks like I'm 10. That's why they put me on the case."
Did they have something like that with Principal Skinner? And turned out he was like this FBI guy who killed JFK or something. It's kind of like man.
The last couple of seasons, they've been going back to form. Like they actually got like there was one with Homer and Marge stuck in the woods. Really good episode. Like it was good because it started off with it basically was showing that Lisa wasn't as smart as she thought she was. Because she idealized movies about romance and she thought that Homer and Marge were in a rut because they were comfortable with what they were doing. So she sends them on this trip and they're still handling business together and everything. And it just shows they're happy the way they are. And it wasn't nothing silly or dumb. It was just like crazy situations. But Homer was a G on that episode and so was Marge.
That's cool.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like the fact that it showed that Lisa's the smart one, but she's still 8 years old.
Yeah, that's good.
So she doesn't understand life. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like when I was growing up, remember when we was growing up, kids would do all kinds of stuff behind their parents' back, and the parents would be like, yeah, we already knew you were doing it.
Yeah, did that when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah. They'd be like, we knew you were. Well, how did you know? Because I told you not to. That's how.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember my grandma saying, "I got eyes in the back of my head," because they'd be like, "How do you see that?"
It's like, I already did it. It was like, I've been there, done that.
Yeah. So it's cool that they're actually. That sounds like they're really taking the Simpsons back to It sounds like it's the best.
They actually had a good cancel culture episode where Homer had got canceled for abusing Santa's little helper, but it's because all these people with their cameras missed everything that happened. Like he went to go get his dog some ice cream. He rolled down both windows. He turned on the air conditioner. He went inside to get that dog's favorite type, but then the dog pressed the windows up, cut off everything, and threw the keys out and dropped the keys on the floor. So it just shows Homer. Like, what are you talking about?
That's really cool. I thought
it shows how much he loves his dog, but everybody just saw the dog inside of the hot car on the hottest day, and they saw Homer coming out of the ice cream shop. They didn't see that he went to go get it for his dog with the air conditioner and the windows rolled down. Because the windows got rolled, and he was just like, he was just saying, he's like, oh, y'all just decided to catch the worst part is y'all didn't see how it led up here.
Well, I'm surprised because I thought they were going along with the cancel culture with the whole thing.
Thank goodness they did.
They do some things, but it's like appropriately criticized.
Right.
Because there's no way to say that anybody's wrong. There are some things that are wrong, but it's like at the same time he's sitting up here like, y'all didn't see how it got here. Because he loved his dog. Like he's sitting up there, like I said, the dog was in the front seat. He was like, I gotta go get some ice cream. Like, let me go get your favorite. He rolls down the windows for him. He cracks them both, turns on the air conditioner, and all they see is because the dog is running around, the windows get rolled up, the keys get pushed out of the ignition, and the air conditioner gets turned off.
Oh, jeez.
And I say Karen, and it could be a guy, male character or whatever,
Yeah.
So everybody around him is with their cell phone saying, he's like, are you kidding? I love this dog. Because the dog got him out of having to be in the dog park with a bunch of other weirdos.
Yeah.
That's really cool that they dealt with that sort of, because that's such a big problem in our society, and a lot of people just go along with the cancel culture. And
sometimes it's appropriate, but most of the time it's bull.
All right.
Because for everybody that really needs it, so many people get through the cracks that don't. Like so many people that get through the cracks that really deserve to have that crap done on them, they don't. And that's why, like I always said, I don't care what a person say. I care what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
You can tell me all day that you love animals, but if you're running an illegal puppy mill, I'm going to have to question you.
Yeah. And that's actually, there's been famous people who've they've been involved in maybe they were I can't remember. There was I think it was a famous athlete who was involved with some sort of dog fighting and stuff. Which
Yeah, I gotta get going, guys.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Take care.
And check out Apex Comics channel. Feel free to drop the
Yeah,
link.
8 o'clock. So
It turned out he had nothing to do with it. That's what happens when you're famous and you got friends.
Oh, really? Did it turn out that the guy?
But now he's got to you know how the deal goes. If you're famous and you got people doing stuff around you, you're the person they're going to look at. I'm not saying he did or didn't do it. I'm just saying that's how that works.
Oh, please like and share the stream. Get the word out that we're live. Please. So James, Is there any particular cartoons you were influenced by with your animation?
Yeah, I love the classic Simpsons, like the really old school looking ones. You know, where they look kind of awkward.
Well, yeah, like. You want to see any of the stuff from the Tracy Ullman show, or are you talking about like the
Yeah,
early
that's what he's
seasons?
talking about, the Tracy Ullman classics.
Yeah, that's the ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because your artwork does kind of remind me of that. It's not identical, and I mean they're not like all the characters aren't all yellow or but I guess it's
yeah,
blue and yellow, but
it's definitely heavy influence there. A little bit of sort of John Kay as well, like a little bit of Ren and Stimpy style. Um, yeah, like inspiration. But yeah, I like the old awkward sort of Simpsons and like yeah, the earlier stuff's really good.
yeah, I takes care of his family. Oh, are we talking? Oh, we're talking. Yeah, Homer. If we're talking about Homer, that is the thing is no, he messes up a lot, but at the end of the day, it's like Al Bundy. Al Bundy, it's just like the way he handled dealing with customers and everything at the shoe store. It's little wonder like he didn't have any like career advancement as far as I remember there. But like at Al Bundy, he'd go home and at the end of the day, he was trying to take care of his family.
Yeah, he
I
was
mean,
like a
Homer's quite a bit different than Al Bundy. I don't think Homer's as chauvinistic as
no,
as
like he was a goof, but he always meant well. Like he would always like he cared about his family, and that was the difference between the classic seasons and the newer ones. Is like he's deliberately just being a selfish jerk in the newer ones, whereas you know that classic episode where he will do it for her, like for Marge and stuff. That's the real Homer to me, you know.
welcome, Mama.
Hi.
Hey,
You've got your own YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, I do.
Um, what's that? What's your channel about? I know we've talked about it before, but on
It's it's been a while since I put any videos on my YouTube channel because I don't have a working computer. I don't have a working PC to make any videos on it.
you say you got science fiction stuff.
I make like
Oh,
video
really?
games on videos.
that's cool.
Okay, I'm gonna. I know I subscribe to your channel, but I'd like to watch more of your videos. So are they pre-made videos or are they live streams?
Family videos.
Okay, I'm sure I've asked you about this several times, but my memory isn't very good. I can't remember stuff very well. I mean, I can remember some things, but a lot of things I forget.
Yeah.
Oh, Biley, was it biting? Was it biting? I was saying who takes care of his family. Oh, yeah. I like. Yeah, that's one thing about Proof from The Simpsons, and I don't know if they still have the character, but he's got a new voice actor or not. But yeah, but he, it, I, and as I said, I think the character got jury duty, and he's all like celebrating, and then he like throws it in the trash, which of course you can't just do that. You got to show up for you can't just not show up for jury duty. But I just like how they went and kind of show it was kind of like even though Pooh was he's an immigrant. Like his feeling towards jury duty was like he was happy to be a citizen and finally be able to. And the jury duty was kind of a sign of that. But then, he's like, I don't want to serve on jury duty. And I think a lot of Americans have mixed feelings about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Colin Chicken reunion broadcast. I'll check that out, folks.
Yeah.
Go
What's
ahead.
in my head podcast? Oh yeah, what's in my head podcast? I thought I'd just shout him out. Like his work's pretty good. He just he does like interviews with voice actors and creators of your old classic '90s cartoons and stuff. And I just feel like his channel, like he's got a shit ton of subs, but no one's really watching and liking and sharing his content, and it's real sad. So
Yeah.
I thought I'd just shout him out. So Cow and Chicken
I can shout out
reunion
to Cow and Chicken. Shout out to him.
Yeah. So yeah, he's basically got all the people that worked on the show all together, including Charlie Adler, the voice actor of like Cow, Chicken, and the Red Guy. They're all on there, and yeah, it's really cool. He does like other interviews of like people that made King of the Hill and stuff like that. So yeah, check him out.
Yes, go subscribe to him. Go subscribe to him, everybody.
Yeah, please subscribe. And I'll check and see.
And like.
I'm gonna be gosh, this might echo, but let's see. Oh, I'm gonna mute the. I'm entering the. Might be two of me.
Aww. I miss her.
Good. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
I can, yeah. You're a bit clearer now than you were because you were quite echoey and gargly earlier.
Oh, I wish I'd known that. Yeah, that can happen when I'm on the phone. I sometimes have to restart it. Like if I've been watching a YouTube video or had any sort of some sort of app with audio, and then I go into StreamYard, it can mess up the audio.
Oh, well, that sounds much better. My ears thank you.
Well, sorry about that, folks. I didn't realize that was going on. I'm going to open the YouTube chat and here.
Yeah.
Is there sounds like something's going on in the background?
Not on my end.
No. Whoa. That was a little sensitive to high-pitched sounds hurt my ears. We used to have this thing called the emergency broadcasting system, and now we've got the emergency alert system. But the old one it was like if there was some sort of I don't even know what it was for. Like if we had like World War III or something, I guess they tell us something on television, like duck and cover under your desks. I'm just joking.
Oh, so it's a way for the government to harass you.
Huh?
Yeah.
Also, it's a way for the government to harass you over your phone.
Well, it was back in the day. It'd be on television or the radio, and they'd do a test, and it would be this high pitch. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be considered harassment. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's like a tornado or something. They might use that, and that makes sense to have like emergency alerts.
Yeah.
But so before it was this shrieking loud thing, and then when I was at the college radio station, they had to we had to replace the equipment, and I think somebody made a bunch of money off of that, and then it just turned into just like some sort of pulse type sound, like that maybe didn't really get people's attention. So I mean, before it was just like too obnoxiously high pitched, and then it turned into something that it seemed to me, at least on my end, because I would have to occasionally run a test, or maybe, yeah, I think I did have to run tests on that.
I turned off the emergency alerts on my phone because during the lockdown period, the government kept like messaging us about stuff, and it was getting really fucking annoying. So I'll deal with it when it happens. If I wake up under rubble after there's been an earthquake or something, I'll deal with it then.
Well, I think there's different things on the with the phone. I think you can like have a choice. At least here in the U.S., I think you can decide whether or not to have the Amber Alerts on, which is if some kid gets kidnapped, or have the like message from the governor, which I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly which things you can or can't turn off, but I think it is more customizable than. But like,
the creepy thing though was during the lockdown period, I couldn't turn off the emergency alerts. Like my phone just wouldn't let me do it. That's creepy as shit.
Yeah.
But as soon as all that was all under the bridge, I can now turn it off, and I've kept it off. So,
it's. I want to be careful and say this is not like a science show or a health show, advisory show, but I think the deal was I think people already knew. Okay, there's this situation going on, and be careful and whatnot, and. I don't know. I mean, it sounded like they were constantly. It sounded like New Zealand, especially, had lots and lots of alerts, and lots of like. Seemed like they'd have a lockdown every couple months or so.
It was just there's propaganda everywhere. Like you go to the mall and it was just like communist China. It was fucking awful.
That's too bad. I mean, it's just unfortunate because I'm somebody who is I do have problems with my immune system, and there were people that they were catching something and dying. That's because I know a couple people die, but the thing is that it sounded like there were some really, really strict regulations in your country. Things were really weird here in Michigan where there would be aisles of the store that would be blocked off, like the aisle with the American flags. You couldn't buy an American flag in certain stores because that was considered a non-essential item, or home repair items. You couldn't buy those in Michigan. I think you could go to a specialty store, like maybe a hardware store, and get those things, but you couldn't get it in an aisle at a bigger store.
If we go back a bit there to like people that have passed away, just out of curiosity, did they add anything new to their bloodstream in the recent times while they were alive?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just know that there were some people who passed away, and it's I think it came out that there were some interesting things that came out with Fauci and some of the research that he was allegedly funding, and I'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it there. We'll change the subject, shall we?
Yeah, because
this feels like
because it was interesting because I think it was Rand Paul who. You can check out Rand Paul and Fauci, do a YouTube search or whatever, and you'll find a video with the exchange between I think it was Rand Paul and Fauci.
Oh yeah, everything's out there. It's just
Yeah,
people have to get off
and
their ass to find it. Yeah.
it had to do with I think it was Rand Paul asking Fauci about a certain country that is ruled by Winnie the Pooh. I'll say. I'll just say that and leave it at that.
Why couldn't it have been Tigger? You know, it would have been more fun.
Well, hey, Master Gias, welcome. Have you been here a long time?
About 20, 25 minutes.
Oh no!
Oh,
I'm
hello.
sorry. I just figured I was on my phone before and on the computer, and sometimes I just figured that it was because I had my browser open. I thought, oh, do you have to take off, Mahmoud?
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought you said bye.
Yeah, say hi.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But yeah, folks, check out Mahmoud's channel. So is it the same name as on the screen? Is it just your full name or what's the name of your channel?
My channel?
Yeah, Mahmoud.
It's Mahmoud CD.
CD?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that should be real easy. Yeah, that's might be easier to remember.
Yeah. It's really easy to find on YouTube.
Do you remember compact discs? Are you old enough to remember CDs?
I am.
Oh yeah. Mate, I had a tape deck when I was.
Yeah. So did I.
Actually, still have a bunch of CDs.
I think James and I are tape deck brothers or something. I think that's some sort of special designation.
Do you remember Walkmans?
Yeah. I'll go one further than I remember my folks had, and this was even old at the time, but they had this stereo from like before I was hatched, I'll say, and it had an 8-track player. And those had some advantages over cassette tapes, in that you could press a different track and get to a certain part of the album. It wasn't like with a CD you could actually choose the precise song. I think 8-tracks you just had like eight different choices from what I recall.
Yeah.
Anyone use one of those?
No,
one of those old 8-tracks?
If you had a double cassette tape recorder, you were
the shit. My brother had one of those. Did it have high-speed dubbing?
High-speed dubbing?
Yeah. There was like, if you were like being really lazy and wanted to like just, or you didn't have much time and like you were like, let's say somebody was like hypothetically legally copying. Let's say somebody had a mixtape of themselves rapping, and then they went, and then they made a copy of it. But if you wanted to make it so it didn't like take the full length, you didn't have to play through the whole album at regular speed.
Yeah.
There was high speed dubbing. No, I heard the sound quality wasn't really as good though if you did that.
Yeah.
Because it's all recorded at a higher, at this high speed, and where I think everything sounds like the Chipmunks or whatever.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, and so
I remember doing that.
I don't think it was like the most. I don't think you got the best copy of a cassette tape that way, but
yeah.
But then like when say with MP3s and like people like burning compact discs, they acted like it was the end of the world. Like, but like all of a sudden they acted like compact discs really were better than like say a record or a cassette tape. And I don't think that's necessarily true. Like the vinyl. Oh, go ahead.
later on they made it like piracy. It's piracy to
Yeah,
copy music.
yeah.
And it's like, dude, I could record it straight from the radio, like, and no one gave a shit. Like, what is
Oh,
going
with the
on?
radio in the United States, the radio stations actually have to pay royalties to play the music, and so maybe that's how. Because I think it was legal here in the U.S. Again,
Yeah.
this is an entertainment show. I'm not a lawyer. I think it was legal to copy off the radio in the U.S., but that's because the radio stations had to pay all these royalties to like 2 or 3 different companies.
But they got the royalties, not you. So like you have the song at like you own it on your own tape. So that's what's weird. Is like as soon as the technology changes, then all these laws change, and it's just like okay, that's weird because before it was like okay, now it's not.
Yeah, why isn't it that when somebody goes and they subscribe to an internet service provider that they get when they pay all that money, like $100 a month or whatever?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
why doesn't some of that just go to these royalty companies for like so the people get royalties if somebody downloads, so people can like why don't they have an option so people can like just pay a certain amount of money per month and then they get to download a TV, whatever TV shows or music or whatever without I don't understand why they can't. Well, I guess greed.
yeah.
I mean, I
If they
don't know.
gave you if they gave you something more like physically and like something more individual, like signing something is cool to have, like a signed album or something like that is cool. But like more people would be inclined to wanting to buy the product. But now it's
Yeah.
just like because everything's so digital and it's literally you don't know whether you're listening to a pirated song or a freaking legitimately bought one. So you may as well just I don't know, everything's for free really.
Oh yeah, because it started off like you go back to like some of the old Beatles albums or whatever. And you open up the vinyl, and you got like I think like Sergeant Pepper's. I don't know if Sergeant Pepper's you could like own. Maybe that's a bad example, but some of them you could like.
Yeah.
It seemed like maybe there were some that were like double albums, and you could like open it up, and there was this giant picture that was a gazillion feet long.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
that's
talking about? Like
yeah,
they used
that's
to have like really cool like album art, and then there would be like stuff that came with the album. Like you could like maybe there. It just seemed like it was kind of like if you got like a really fancy like Blu-ray box set or something. They did that with if they did that with like compact discs or something. Those would come back into those could come back into fashion if that's what you're talking about. Like they like have a really nice box set or.
yeah,
But
hell
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know if they. I don't know. I don't know what the. And I guess that's all they really do have to offer is sometimes there'll be a nice box set. But if you get like a regular compact disc, you're typically not going to get much that goes along with it compared to what you used to
Yeah.
get with certain vinyl albums.
Sort of like a what is it called? Limited run games, but like for music or something like that would be cool. Like, but because these days they cheap out on a lot of stuff. But if you look at say this, I'll share my screen if I can. Share screen. Okay. Yeah, hopefully.
My apologies to the chat. I'm going to open up. I'm going to first turn down the volume on my phone because it's not turned down all the way, and then I'm going to look up. Look on YouTube.
Something like this, like the Rugrats, right? They're bringing out a new game, a Rugrats game, and they've actually made a NES cartridge because the game's coded for the Nintendo Entertainment System. They've actually made a Nintendo Entertainment System cartridge that goes along with this limited run game, so you can actually buy this, slap it in your Nintendo Entertainment System, and play it. Like that is
Wow.
badass.
And what else does it? So what? So there's the cartridge and what? Wow, it looks like a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Oh damn, it's too
Looks like
damn
there's
small.
a toy that comes with it.
Yeah, it's like a vinyl figure of Reptar. You've got the sleeve for the cartridge. You've got the manual. You got the game like box. You got like a certificate of authenticity. You got the music from the game on a CD, and you got like a double-sided poster here. So that's pretty badass. Like that's
I think
awesome.
that's awesome.
But like that's just like the like collector's edition one. You can just get the cart on its own, and it's just a grey cart. But I mean, it's awesome that they've even included just that. So if you don't want to get the whole thing, you can just get this. I think it comes with the posters still, by the look of it. Yeah. So that's freaking cool, and it's a new game coming out for like modern consoles as well, and you can switch between like the hand drawn graphics to like the Nintendo Entertainment System graphics. So that's actually really awesome. It looks like a game that literally would have come out in the late 80s, 90s for a Rugrats game. It looks really good.
So is that a PlayStation game as well, or
Yeah, it's coming out for modern consoles. For modern consoles, you can switch between the hand drawn artwork and hand drawn graphics and the pixel art.
PlayStation.
what system did you say it was from? I'm sorry.
It's
See a bunch
for
of people.
all modern consoles.
So
So
I can get that for the Switch.
yeah, PS5, Switch. I'm guessing Xbox as well.
Oh wow!
But
PS4. I
Yeah.
might get that. Oh, by the way, I'd like to say hi to Carrie, DJ Ronnie G, Filippo Soka. I hope I pronounced your name right. Did they say hi to Carrie? Welcome, Carrie. DJ Ronnie G. I think I'd repeat myself. Jean Luc, always great to see you. And hello again to Bitey. I know you've been. I think you've been in the chat for all along, but greetings again because I haven't been reading the chat in a while. But that's really cool. And thanks everybody for showing up. John Luke was wondering what he missed. We were talking about The Simpsons earlier. Nubis was on here. He's somewhat of a regular on the channel. And now we're talking about like physical copy. How people might, if they want to, if companies want to avoid, like, say, software piracy, they can do things like this and have like a very this is like a collector's edition of get all sorts of like really cool stuff with this Rugrats game. And even if somebody doesn't like Rugrats, just even, which I thought it was a pretty fun cartoon.
Yeah, I was a fan of that as a kid.
Yeah, I watched it. It wasn't my favorite, but this is, I got to tell you that I'm really digging the look of the music on that was, I believe, wasn't it one of the guys from, was it one of the guys from Devo who did the music? Or was it, that opening song is a classic. And one of the really catchy, and I think it was just I don't think it had any lyrics either. The opening song to Rugrats.
No, it sounded really cool, and the actual animation in the intro was fantastic as well.
It was Mark Mothersbaugh. I have a hard time pronouncing his name. Yeah, and it's just like, it had Nancy Cartwright on there. I think that's Angela Cartwright's sister. And Angela Cartwright, I believe, was on Lost in Space. I believe that's her sister. Oh, it was
Oh, really?
immediately after Doug. Yeah, I used to watch Doug on Nickelodeon. This was on Nicktoons. So the Doug would air, the original Doug before it was like on.
And
Like
speaking new Doug,
yeah, with which was Disney produced. I didn't like that as well. I still
Um,
liked it, but not as well. And then immediately before Ren and Stimpy, so that was a really good time slot. Doug,
oh,
Rugrats, then Ren and Stimpy. I mean, like three completely classic with 1990s cartoons.
this is the actual gameplay footage of it. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you
pretty
might be
cool.
able. Yeah, yeah, as long as you keep it muted. Wow.
It looks pretty neat.
Oh yeah.
That's just like modern graphics,
That
and then
kind
you
of
can
reminds
switch
me
to like,
of
oh
like
damn it,
it's more contemporary, but it kind of reminds me of like say how Cuphead had a real cartoon look to it. Obviously, this is a
yeah,
'90s cartoon, not a. But they really capture they do a really good job capturing the whole look and feel of that show.
that's right. You can flick
I
it
mean,
to
from what
pixel art.
it's been a long time. It's been years since since I mean I think I've seen some clips from Rugrats. It's probably been decades since I've seen an entire episode.
Yeah, it's oh man, I keep getting ads, but yeah, it's they still hold up, man. Like they're actually really well written. I've been getting into the series again just recently, just like checking it out for animation purposes and that, just seeing how they did things, and it's actually really well written. It's entertaining for adults. Like there's adults jokes in there that if you really pay attention, you never picked up
Yeah,
on as a kid. It's pretty
didn't they
good.
have a like didn't they had like a principal like a school principal or something that? But wait a second, they were in kindergarten, weren't they?
Yeah, the
They
little
had a
baby.
character whose name was like Lipschitz or
Oh yeah,
something
he
like
was
oh
that.
like
yeah,
It was. It sounded like
the
that.
psychiatrist guy.
yeah,
Oh, like was he a child psychiatrist or
Yeah,
what?
he basically
Okay.
wrote books on how to raise babies that the mother would basically swear by, but
yeah. It
he
was so
That's
well
typically
done.
didn't seem to know what he was talking about.
oh,
But
that's such a perfect name, and I know it wasn't. I think it sounded like that, but wasn't spelled that way. It was
Yeah,
just like
it was
yeah,
like that on
thanks.
purpose,
Yes,
I believe. Yeah,
it's just it's so.
and Dee Dee worshipped him like a god, and it's just like he's just some clueless old prick that's got no idea what the hell he's talking about, but he speaks a lot of big words, and therefore you should take him seriously.
It sounds like it was more of a show for adults. Like I probably would get a lot more out of it now than whenever I watched it. I can't remember if it came out when I was like a teenager or when. I probably I might have been in high school or something when it came out. And
Yeah, you
while
definitely
I
will.
picked up on some of the jokes, I probably didn't pick up on all of them. You know,
Yeah, oh,
with
you
all with the
definitely,
more life experience, I probably will pick up on more stuff.
you definitely will. I highly recommend it.
That's what was so great about it was like a new golden age of cartoons where they had they went back to kind of how things were back when cartoons were matinees where the like if you look at the really old Betty Boop cartoons or the really old Mickey Mouse stuff like that had multiple layers of like there were some like really adult jokes thrown in there that and they did it with Nickelodeon too. They threw in adult jokes, but that the kids wouldn't get, and so it wasn't like they were like corrupting kids or anything because it just went over their head.
Yeah, that's right.
And
They
it
don't know
wasn't,
what
and
they're doing.
it sounds like there was stuff in there that it wasn't necessarily a bunch of sexual innuendos or anything. Who knows? There could have been that in there. I think there was in Rocco's Modern Life. They had the doggy style bull ride. They're buying a dog bull for I can't remember the dog's name. And it's like time for the doggy style bull ride. Everybody on their hands and knees, or something like that. That might not be an exact quote. And what it was like this conveyor belt thing that Rocco had to get on to, like, to look at all these different choices of bulls. He just wants to buy a bowl for his dog to eat or drink out of or whatever, and then the whole show was like had all this, like, even though they're in this massive like Nickelodeon network, they were mocking the hell out of corporations, like, and how, and like consumerism, like didn't they have like they had like they had this like gigantic store that like Rocco would go shopping at, like just like so big that it was intimidating from what I recall.
If I recall correctly, like the parking garage went above the atmosphere. And there was a mother and son who had spent years trying to find their car.
Yeah, there was a small, when I lived in Arlington, Texas, that like my mom and I would get lost in the place. Well, thanks for showing us that, James. I definitely want to check that out. How much does that cost? Well, I guess it would be, I'm asking well, you're in New Zealand, so it might be a different.
No, it shows up as US dollars, so I had to translate it to New Zealand dollars. It's $119.99. So yeah, it's pretty up there for the NES one. That's just for the NES collectors thing. Depending on what you're after, I guess.
Oh, so you don't get the toy figure with it or anything?
You do with this NES one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's actually, like, there's a lot of games that are like $90 now, and all you get is one game, and you get a digital copy. So you know what I'm saying?
Well, okay, yeah, you
Yeah.
get
So like, this seems like actually a pretty decent value these days. When you look, if you get all the stuff that you showed on the screen, that.
Well, you get the NES cartridge, but you also get a Steam code. So that's what I'm going for. You can get like just you can get the Reptar edition for the PS5 or the Switch. But you don't get the NES game, obviously. But
if you get the Switch version, you don't get the NES game with it.
No, you have to get the NES collector's edition.
No, and that's but that's the one with the Steam code.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! They should have made it so you could, like. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works, but like you can go on like Amazon and buy digital codes to things. Maybe Nintendo only works with certain, or in Walmart. Can you not get a digital code directly from a company?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm saying to myself, that's a good question.
Yeah, no, but it is. It is a good question.
I'm asking myself a good question, or asking you all. But
so I'll probably get like the PS5 version anyway, like as well as this, because I want to be able to play it on my PS5, but also have the NES cart. Even though the NES game you can't switch, obviously, between modern and classic graphics. It'd just be cool to have because it's been coded for the NES. So,
well, I've got a clone of the NES or NES. Oh gosh, I don't. I actually can hook it up to the current TV I have. But it's not an HDMI connection, but it's still for like I think it was like a $20 thing for when I got it. This Nintendo Entertainment System clone system, and I think it's some sort of hardware emulation. So there's like occasionally a game won't work, but most games that there was this place called Hocus Pocus that used to sell like magic, kind of illusionist supplies, but then that wasn't like paying for everything, so they, probably wasn't paying the bills. I don't think so. They not only sold the like Dungeons and Dragons type books and the dice and stuff, but they also were selling. The guy was also selling like these old retro game systems, and I just like went on Amazon.com and bought an NES. But he was also selling the games, and they were like maybe they were like $5 each, which now some of these things go for hundreds of dollars. So I used to be able to say, well, this didn't work on my phone system or whatever, and like I could exchange the game for something else. And what I found is that a lot of cartridges, probably most of them did work. There were just a handful that if it doesn't work on my system, I could probably just get a different. I could maybe eventually get a real Nintendo.
I also might add that the pre-orders for this close on Sunday, April 21st, 2024 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So I just wanted to add that if you're looking at getting this Rugrats stuff, because they haven't made them yet, you've got to pre-order it, and pre-orders close on that date. So the 21st of April, Sunday the 21st of April 2024 at 11:59 p.m. in Eastern Time, it closes.
Sunday at the Chrysler Civic Arena.
So go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like monster truck shows in New Zealand?
No, we got stock cars, but that's about it, really. Yeah.
I don't know if we have. Anyone know if we have these anymore? But we said we got to have monster trucks still. But those are like a really fun thing to watch back in the 80s. One of the most famous ones was called Bigfoot. I think they continue to have them throughout the 90s, and they might still have them. But they would just be these gigantic trucks, and then they would gigantic pickup trucks that would like smash like smaller vehicles, like regular size vehicles. And they would...
I used to have a remote control one of those. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you know about that, but they didn't. That would have been like. It sounds like for like the southern island of New Zealand. And like kind of the more rural areas. That seems like it would be something that would go over better, though than maybe like the northern island, which seems a little more like politically correct and stuff.
Yeah, well, they certainly are.
But I think we did have. But I think they were like in big city, like Detroit or whatever. You'd have to go down to Detroit to watch it from here, northern Michigan. So maybe drive 3 hours or whatever. Go ahead.
Problem is, all the North Islanders are moving down here, so it's changing the culture here too to this. Yeah, same kind of stupid shit. And my cousin's ex used to work doing the stock cars and that, and he actually got hit by a freaking car, and like when he was working. So, but he was okay, but like he got pretty fucked up from it, obviously.
That's horrible. Hey Trina, welcome. Hey Gep After Dark and Mr. Yanafui. The link's in the chat if you want to join. And Video James NZ's got this project called Stinky Dyke Pirates. It's about these women who are pirates and they live on a dike.
Yeah, it's kind of at a standstill at the moment because I'm waiting to get voice actors, and so far nada, no applications. So that's sad.
Oh yeah, a bunch of people joined the Discord, but none of us are voice actors.
Yeah, I appreciate the support, guys. Thanks, but yeah.
Like if you added like some section like to the Discord for other purposes? Like you
well,
might have a happening Discord after that.
I don't want to overcomplicate it because I notice a lot of people when they start a Discord channel, they turn into like mini Hitler in it, and they be like, "Oh, well, you can't write this in this section. It has to be for this designated section, this designated channel."
Oh, yeah.
But for me, I just want to keep it simple,
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now people could just type stuff in general, I guess. As long as I just didn't know if that was just to welcome people who are joining, or well, I guess it should be for general discussion. So,
well, if you look at the tech channels, there's Kiki auditions and Rhonda auditions, and those are the characters that you want to audition for. So you're like, okay, I want to audition for Kiki, so I will submit my voice. If you go into that channel, it tells you all the details you need to know. At the very top, it's like voice of reason, caring, serious, sassy, confident, and soft-natured. So that's Kiki's character.
yeah, Razy.
Okay, hold on. The guy's trying to pick his fucking spot. You guys talk about that quickly.
Yeah, we got a Video James NZ on here from the South Island, not the woke.
Yeah, I was about to say, careful. You know what, Lorenzo? You're a good boy. Most other Americans would be like, "Ah, you guys are like cousins, aren't you?" That'd be like saying fucking Canada's cousins with America.
There. I know there's some overlap in like vocabulary between Australia and New Zealand, but it's very geographically.
Hey, well, like I said to you multiple times, I am mug blood. I am a mixed breed. I am the one, the only. I am Australian and I am half Kiwi from my Mongoloid father's side. So yeah, I am half Kiwi, but for the vast majority of things, calling an Australian, a New Zealander is like calling them a fucking Canadian if you're an American.
Yeah, they're totally. And aren't they like? Is it like thousands of miles away? It's quite a ways away.
I don't know the Kiwis and the Australians. I think it's because it comes down to basically New Zealand and Bali people. Which, funny thing, we don't really have a problem with the people from Bali. Maybe it's because like we don't want to get Michelle McCorby.
So Bali, that's an
you would get that, but James might.
Bali's Indonesia, right? It's like one of the islands.
Yeah. It's basically. I don't know if Kiwis do it. With just like slang for New Zealanders. But Australians always go on holidays to fucking Bali.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's just a dumb fucking play. Which nothing against the Balinese people. Apart from, but the only thing is I grew up watching Michelle McCorby, and she was in jail for a long fucking time. And no one's Michelle McCorby in the fuck out of Rosie Lee, baby. James, do you remember Michelle McCorby?
No, I don't actually. Yeah, I'm not really that cultured.
No, it must be an Australian thing then, I guess. She went over to Bali, and well, there's a lot of things, but this is what happened. She went over to Bali. She, had her little parties, and then she tries to come back to, I think it's Australia. I can't remember if she was an Australian or a Kiwi. Either way, like I said, we get lumped into as the same things. So this bitch, she tries to go through customs, and they're like, sorry, bitch. This boogie board is filled with marijuana.
Oh.
And it's a big fucking no-no. So yeah, she spent like fucking 10, 20 years, man. She didn't get out of, she went into prison when I was a teenager, and she didn't get out until like I was an adult, if you want to call me an adult.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard that's, and there's, of course, so many different Asian countries, so I don't want to stereotype, but I've
Yeah, like I said, I got nothing against the Balinese people. I just don't know why a lot of people want to go to foreign fucking nations, and then your boogie board could.
some of the Asian nations are even stricter than say a lot of other a lot of Western nations as far
because
as
they don't want a fucking cunt fucking attitude fucking up their people.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as like marijuana or whatever, some of the countries have really, really strict laws. Like,
well, there's a lot of conspiracies that go around it. Like some people say she was set up, other people say she did it. You know, there's a lot of things. Me personally, I believe that she definitely had a part in when I've watched her, because after a few years, her friends threw her under the bus. It's like, oh yeah, I was friends with the murderer.
Wait, was she a murderer? Did she just?
No, she wasn't a murderer, but I'm just using that as a reference. You know, when everyone's like, oh yeah, they were really a quiet little person. I never knew that they were a serial killer. Yeah, you don't upset your neighbors if you're a serial killer, you dumb fucks.
Yeah. That's what they do say. They always he was always so quiet.
He doesn't want you to know what he's doing.
Yeah. That does make sense.
I mean, honestly, tell me what, all right, I guarantee you there have been noisy serial killers out there in the past, but you know what? They don't make for great fucking stories because they only get one kill.
Are you guys familiar with that John Wayne Gacy, who was a killer clown?
Yeah, I know what it is.
I'm not that. I'm sorry.
Lorenzo, the funny thing is, as much CG drama I watch and anime, I also watch a fuck ton of true crime stories. I love fucking true crime.
Yeah, this guy would we get so fucking high, and then we'd be watching these most horrific crime shows on after it used to be Court TV, and then I think it got bought up and became or rebranded as True TV, or maybe it just was we got rid of it on the channel and they came. I don't know. I could have this all wrong, but it seemed like at least our cable station or somebody replaced the Court TV with this True TV. I don't know if anybody knows the background behind that, but it would have all these horrific cases, and he would just watch hours and hours of it. It would get higher and higher, and but I'd get more and more anxious as they were talking about on TV. All these people.
Speaking of going higher, did you know Creed is doing a comeback tour?
Who is?
Creed. Can you take me higher? Yeah, I don't know if it's true, but I definitely dreamt about it.
Yeah, I never really got into them, but
really, it's probably because you're a filthy lizard person. But you know what? I still don't hate you.
Well, I was a college radio DJ, so.
The fact is you already don't like fucking Creed, so you know what? Enough with the host. What does James or Master Gas think about Creed? Are you Creed fans or are you filthy fucking Sleestaky and love babies?
I don't mind Creed. Creed's cool.
Yes, boom. All right, me and the fucking Kiwi are cool. What about you? Yes.
I'm not familiar with them.
You fucking cannot be on from this planet and not be familiar with Creed. Lorenzo's not even from this planet, asshole, and he knows what Creed is. That we will not accept that answer. Now try again.
No.
You either shit on Creed or you love them. The choice is yours. Now choose.
I think Gias is more into anime than I don't hear. Well,
So am I,
can't
but I
speak
still
for-
like Creed. Shut up. Don't talk for him. He's a big boy. He don't need you to talk for him. Hey, yes, are you a puppet? Does Lorenzo fucking stick his hand up your ass and fucking
No.
move your fucking mouth point? You can talk for yourself. Now I want a correct answer. Creed either sucks or they rule.
In that case, I guess they suck if I have to pick one.
All right, good. There we go. See?
There we
I
go.
respect that more than fucking, oh, I'm not familiar with them. That is a bitch answer. That's
Well,
like what my
you very well might
ex-girlfriend
not
said
be,
when
but-
she's like, hey, I don't know what happened to your fucking Rimuru statue. It was there last week, but now it's gone. Yeah, you know why it's gone? Because now there's a stupid fucking lamp sitting there, and Rimuru is gone.
I
That
think
time I
it
got
was.
reincarnated as a slime, or that time I got reincarnated as a shitty fucking lamp. And I'm like, bitch, get that fucking lamp out of my fucking room.
You were a lamp.
I'm making that up. I don't have, but that's just a reference.
That would be an interesting thing.
Dude, I watched a fucking anime called, at that time I got reincarnated as a vending machine.
Oh yeah, I heard about that one.
I watched the
That's
first
an
couple of
anime?
episodes.
It's pretty good. It's entertaining. I am going to finish it one day, but I'm just like, fuck, man, I'm really hitting the bottom of the barrel watching this shit.
If they made a Creed anime, I probably might watch it.
Yes, boom.
Oh, good.
Create the anime, fuck yeah! And
Good
the only
callback.
way that the fantasy world can be stopped by the demon lord bitch who wants to fucking just turn it all fucking auto tune and rappy dappy. It's like, ew, I wanna thank you. They come out of the fucking grave like the Brood from WWE. They're raising up, and then they're like, what is this? And then like the whole world hears.
I just know that because I just know about that song because I heard it on a podcast. This guy would start out each and every podcast with the song. I
Really?
don't remember hearing it on
Fucking
the radio.
do that. I can't do that. How the fuck does he get that? Because every time I try to use Creed, it gets me copyright struck.
Well, this was back in the early days of podcasts, so
Oh, so like back when like it was like it wasn't really the internet. It was like your people with a tin cup and a long bit of string.
well,
That's not the
it's still
internet. So.
you can use like it would be you just use iTunes or whatever podcast service and download the podcast. I don't even know what they have in place of iTunes now. After Steve Jobs left Apple, I kind of lost.
Yeah, that was basically when I lost contact with the people that were in charge there. Because me and Steve Jobs, we weren't really close friends. He was best friends with one of my brothers. And so he would DM him, and then my brother would, relay the information to me. And I once did say, fuck you, Steve Jobs. And, next thing you know, he has me banned off of Twitter. Piece of shit. Give me back my Twitter account, Steve.
Yeah.
That's a super serious question, though. Lorenzo, if you have your way, will you impregnate our women or will you leave our world alone to go back to your crappy, crappy world?
Well, I don't necessarily want to have a half-human child.
Me either. Now, if we make a deal with you where we feed you our ugly women and ugly men, will your kind go back to where you came from?
What? What about?
Well, all right. Hypothetically, you are a dirty, filthy Sleestakian. Hypothetically, I say that I send you our comic creators to nourish your young. You know, maybe you can use them for entertainment or subsistence. I can't say that word. But either way, two birds, one stone. Now, will you eat the comic creators or will you do the same thing that our kind made the mistake
If you're
of? which is-
wait, if you're, are you talking about like say somebody like EVS?
Well, your name's not mine. I'm not just talking about EBS. We could use EBS. We could use Tom King. We can use Mark Brooks. We can use
Yeah,
Richard C. Meyer.
because
You can
because there
use
are
whoever
like
you want.
some like Apex Comics was on here earlier, and I don't have any. Like I like the guy.
Well, see, here's the thing. Honestly, people like Apex, like normal human civilized people, will be cured from this comic bullshit. Just like James here. I think you were saying you're creating a comic, didn't you?
Yeah, animation. If you decide, Lorenzo, to live in New Zealand or Australia, we will welcome you here with arms wide open.
The fuck we will.
To quote Creed on that one.
You bastard, use Creed. No. It's not with arms wide open. The only time I do one of arms wide open is if they're a fucking filthy Saiyan. Fuck you. Because honestly, you either bend the knee to the Saiyan race or you became enslaved. Or your planet gets blown up. Either way, I don't want to fucking do any of those.
No, I denounce all those things.
Why would you denounce those? Because of your master race. See, listen to this guy. He's always trying to like make us into villains.
Yeah, what happens in the Land of Lost? I'm not telling you to do this. But if there's somebody
Oh
who's
my
a
god, that's where my wife died, and he brought it up. All right, I gotta mute and smoke a bong.
If there's a troublemaker, they get thrown in the pit to the Sleestak god. Just kind of.
Hashtag Harambe did nothing wrong. You filthy lizards.
Well, that's why my family fled the Land of the Lost. Was you don't want to get thrown in the pit.
Yeah, you just throw fucking people's children over into fucking innocent monkey cages, and next thing you know, Harambe's just trying to like save someone's baby, give it back. Next thing you know, dead fucking monkey on the news. Hope you're all happy.
Gap After Dark says the only Creed I know is Apollo Creed.
Creed, my ninja.
Yeah, Gap After Dark asks who is Creed. Bitey says he was quality control on The Office. Not quite sure about that.
Quality control. I haven't watched that much of The Office. I know it is fucking dope as shit though, from what everyone's told me and what I've seen.
Nobody paid to Mr. Yanafui for his beautiful music. He's complaining in the chat.
Oh.
Yanafui, you paid with love. That's what you get. You get love.
You need an exposure.
Love money. Yeah, exposure. Fuck, I hate that fucking term.
Yeah. It's not.
I mean, yeah, I remember the very first time I was like a part of some fucking crappy fucking comic. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just fucking say the name of the crappy comic. It's called Lone Wolf, made by Doug Garrett and a vast majority of other fucking idiots. And I brought up the fact that one of the artists needed to be fucking paid for his fucking work, where he did like fucking 11 or 17 fucking interior pages of dumb fucking work. I bring it up because I used to hang out with the artist. I'm not going to throw the artist under the bus because I respect the guy. But he also was kind of like an orphan, where he was raising his fucking younger sisters because, well, his parents were losers. And their washing machine had broken down and they couldn't do any fucking washing and shit. So I go to Doug Garrett and I say, hey, man, any chance of that guy getting his fucking money? And then he loses his fucking shit and everyone loses their shit, man. They're like, well, you can't bring that up live on air. I'm like, well, honestly, the guy doesn't talk to us much anymore because of all these late fucking things. And I want to know what the fuck's happening with this guy's money, because he needs the fucking money for his sisters and him to wash their fucking clothes. And they're like, well, you got no business fucking bringing that up. I'm like, all right, so I got no business bringing that up, and yet you have me, because like I said, this was an anthology book, and some people wouldn't talk to other people. But unfortunately for them, some people love me. So I was talking to one of the fucking artists, and they would be like, hey, man, can you get that guy to do his fucking pages? I know you talk to him on a daily basis. And I'm like, yeah, I can bring it up, but I'm not going to make him do it. And then after I was fucking a villain for bringing up fucking payment to people, and they're like, well, no, he's getting paid in exposure. I'm like, well, that's not what he was promised. And I was a part of those calls when he was promised money. So what I did was I was like, what you know what I did, because I'm a fucking asshole? The guy that also, not the one that got screwed over with the money, but the guy that they kept fucking messaging me about to fucking finish the pages. Well, he didn't want to do the fucking pages because he didn't want to get paid in exposure. He'd already figured that shit out. So what I did, I was like, hey, I'm just going to call him Ninja. Ninja, you know, like they all lost their shit at me today. So you know those pages, those last 3 pages that they're trying to get you to fucking do? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I'm sick of you bringing it up. I'm like, dude, so am I. But this is going to be the last time I bring it up. Don't do them. Stand on what you've fucking done and then tell them to figure out the rest on their own. And that's exactly what he did. Don't piss me off, motherfuckers.
I had heard about the last part, but I didn't know about the previous part, that there was a guy, another person. But it didn't sound like anybody got paid out of that whole thing.
No one got paid. But at first, no, I don't know about everyone else, but that guy that I'm telling you about, like that needed that fucking washing machine for his fucking sisters.
Yeah,
he was promised fucking money. I was a part of those fucking calls where they're like, oh, you're a drunk, da da da. I'm like, all right, that's fair enough. Maybe I do not remember the calls correctly, but the artist who didn't drink, he did remember those fucking calls, and he did remember being promised fucking money. So from the bottom of my fucking stomach and my guts, fuck you, Doug Garrett. You're a fucking unprofessional loser. Go shoot another fucking Cyberfrog comic with a fucking gun, you deadbeat.
yeah, he did complain about the drama in Comicsgate, and then he went and shot up a book, right? It was like the next day or something.
That was when I lost respect for him, man. Like, because you remember, you were a part of a lot of the. Well, I forgot you were around back then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes this guy would be sitting in here, like with us, kind of like a stream, but basically we just sit in off airs. And this guy's like, I'm so sick of hearing about Ethan and all the drama, da da da. Which I was like kind of with him. Sometimes I don't like it myself. Especially if it's the only fucking topic that we're going to bring up for like 4 fucking hours out of a day. I'm like, eh. But yeah, I'm like, I like this guy. And then next fucking day, he fucking drops his video in the little fucking anti-CG Twitter group. He's like, hey guys, check out my Cyberfrog review. And it's basically him just shooting it with a fucking gun. Which is really fucking psychotic, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know. There's if he was going to destroy a book, then he just shouldn't say, "Well, I'm done with I don't want to be involved in drama." He could have left that part out, or he could have not been involved in drama and not shot the book.
I don't know. This whole thing sounds pretty fucking gay.
It is. It is. It was really gay, man. I mean, honestly, I don't talk to any of those people anymore because the level of derangement syndrome, I call it, of EVS.
Oh, somebody's backstage.
Oh my God.
George.
Oh, it's my very good friend George. I'm just going to mute myself while I go chuck a shit.
Yeah. I just want to say before Risey goes, it takes a dump, that I like to point out that Lorenzo Sleestak is the only guy on the internet that doesn't kick me out like everybody else.
And then he leaves. Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't be fucked with drama shit.
Well, honestly, here's the thing, James. The part of the drama that matters the most, and you cannot escape this part of the drama. Are you okay with the attack that Liv Morgan did to my girl Rhea Ripley? Australian national treasure. Taken down by a filthy American. That, my friends, is drama worthy of fucking speaking of.
Is that wrestling or?
The comics thing is like, I don't know, it's just more dramatic than fucking the modeling industry, I could only assume.
Dude, you know what's funny as fuck, man? I used to be a huge comic fan. Now I hate comics because I've spoken with enough of the people that have worked on books that I used to love. Now I've gotten to the point I'm like, wait, these crappy pictures are just that. They're just crappy pictures.
Mate, support fucking independent animation. It takes more effort. If you're sitting at a screen for that long, creating frame by frame, that shit takes a lot longer than drawing windows in a freaking book.
Well, there's dedication. There's dedication to that. So, yeah, I would fucking say support it. I mean, honestly, support indie comics. Not everyone's a fucking asshole. I mean, seriously, Brian Pulido still, in my eyes, is the greatest comic creator ever. Because he did it his way, and well, he still is doing it his way, Tapwood. And he doesn't have to have a YouTube channel dedicated to drama. Hands down, Pulido, man, I love that fucking cat. Much respect. Any fucking indie creator should thrive to fucking be Pulido's level.
Cajos, hope I pronounced that right, Retro Gaming 3.0?
I think it's meant to be like Chaos Retro Gaming.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I see it, if I order a comic from someone and they deliver, then they're a good person in my book. That's pretty much it. Like I ordered a product, they came to the party and they delivered it, and that's all I give a fuck about. I don't really give a shit about any other like fucking Hollywood bullshit. It's like just drama.
Well, see, here's the part, because I myself always get myself involved in the drama, not so much with the CG creators much anymore, mostly because I'm banned off of Twitter, but that's because of me. So my thing is jilted, and this is the part that's like also bad for CG, also good, because when they're all these creators doing these countless endless streams, people do think that they're friends with these people. So when they chat, like someone from the chat, let's just call him Tom, Dick, and Harry, jumps on the fucking panel with the likes of, let's say, fucking Dale Keown. And he wants to say, like, well, man, I love you fucking Hulk shit. I don't know what Dale Keown ever worked on to make him famous, but the fan goes on there and all Dale wants to talk about is Mandy. And the fan's like, I don't understand why you're so obsessed with Mandy. And then that fan gets called a bitch and kicked from the thing. Now that fan becomes a hater and they're fucking on other streams, and they're like, oh, boom, another OTCG. And it's like, well, that's the problem where you tell a fan to go fuck themselves, you create an enemy.
Yeah, I think a lot of the, I think like half the panel and a lot of the chat don't even know much. I mean, don't know about this different Comicsgate stuff because got people here from different YouTube.
Oh yeah, well yeah, no, sorry, I'm not going to keep it all about fucking drama, Comicsgate, da 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 da.
I just Dale Kilns is a guy who apparently had worked on the Incredible Hulk and.
Yeah, well, no, I was just using him as a reference. People Google these people. Like Tom, Dick, and Harry also isn't a real person. I'm just using names as references because it's just easier to say it like that person.
Any of the CG stuff.
I think, no, honestly, I reckon your audience would know who Mandy Summers is. I'd be surprised if they knew who Dale Keown was.
I got people here from like gaming channels and like then there's like video games. Engelbert Humperdinck. Welcome. Old-timey singer.
Welcome.
I mean, it takes less effort to do absolutely nothing at all. Like if you get kicked off a stream, then
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, my friend. Well, it's actually good morning for me.
Good fucking evening.
Good afternoon.
No, good morning. How dare you?
Yeah, it's more. So it's morning where Risey is, and afternoon where James is.
Yeah.
Well,
can you hear my dryer? Can you hear my dryer?
Two different countries.
Shut up. I want to hear your dryer talking.
Is the dryer good background noise? What do you think?
I can't hear it. Can you put the phone or the headset to the dryer? I want to talk to the dryer. I want to know how you've been mistreating it.
You're now speaking to the dryer.
All right. Yes, now we hear the dryer. Does this man drop unnecessary loads into you? Type 1 for yes.
Is it Timbergaining?
Oh, no, it's not. Not at all.
It's not Timbergaining.
It is not.
It's actually a pretty fucking fucking dryer.
I am not drinking either.
This definitely isn't George. I wouldn't be able to have a conversation with him. See, this is already starting out pretty good. If this was a Canadian George, I'd have to have it by the tree or something.
Fucking Canadians. Fucking Canadians.
He's not even George adjacent.
No, I'm Engelbert Humperdinck.
I don't know who this guy is, but he's definitely fucking lit. I dig it.
Engelbert Humperdinck.
Yeah, I think my grandma had.
I just came to entertain.
Albums.
Am I getting inside the brain? Is it insane?
Name is like Humperdinck. It sounds vaguely.
Can you guys see my picture?
It's not.
Can you guys see my picture?
I can see your picture. It says welcome. Yeah.
Bro, that is the garden that I have groomed at the golf course that I'm working at. Literally.
Why did you have to say it like that? Like groomed.
Bro, I groomed that thing perfectly. If you look at the sand, it's like a Japanese sand garden. Like I raked it all seriously, like so perfectly. It was so neglected when I came to it, man. But I breathed
might as well just said you big king for that fucking shit.
So this is the thing: is most people on here know. If we go, a lot of people go on the show know nothing about Comicsgate or like the King or any of that stuff.
I know, Lorenzo. Lorenzo, you don't have to explain people what I say. Look, all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Risey Lee. I am a very toxic human fucking being. I'm going to say outlandish things. I'm going to bring up things that you're not going to fucking understand. And you're going to sit there in the bleachers and fucking like it until Lorenzo gets bored with me or I get bored with fucking hanging out on this stream.
I'm not offended. I'm just saying
There's the disclosure.
people just
Also,
don't know the
anything
context.
that comes out of my cunt mouth does not reflect Lorenzo or anyone else on this panel.
I love it. That's the best. I had to join just because you're here, Razy. I think I've joined once before when you're on the panel. I don't know, the accent and just the constant fucking cunt. That's awesome. I love it, man. I wish. Well, are you in England right now, or
No,
Britain, or whatever you want to
he's
call it?
not
Like,
from
Oh
England.
my god,
No,
you fucking cunt.
I don't know, Ireland. Where are you from?
He's an
Australia?
Aussie.
I love
He's
Lorenzo's
Australian.
like,
I don't know.
no,
Are you in? Are
close
you? No,
the
no. You're a
fucking
Kiwi.
cluster doors.
You're not even
Close the
Australian.
cluster
You're
doors.
not
You
even
said the
Australian.
wrong
You're a Kiwi. You're from New Zealand. I know it. He's pretending.
Oh, trying to piss me off. I think you did. You're fucking great, man.
I'm
That's a
going
great
Russell Crowe.
callback to we
I'm
were
going
talking.
Russell Crowe on you.
Oh, hey, Shep. Welcome to the chat.
No,
So, shit.
I just know people always say that about Russell Crowe. He's like a wannabe Aussie, something like that.
Yeah, I still don't understand. Look, Russell Crowe and Mel Gibson. Like, Mel Gibson's in Australian too. I'm like, fuck Mel Gibson. Get the fuck out of my country.
I kind of like the Mel personally. He's one of the only
I don't
actors.
hate him. I don't hate him, but I hate the idea that people think he's an Australian.
Yeah, I could understand that. They give it pride
I think
and
it's.
stuff. I could understand.
Do you guys remember when he got stopped by the cops for like? I guess he was allegedly drinking and driving, and he started ranting about the Lord's chosen people.
It's great.
I'm using a euphemism.
Is there like a video clip of that out there? I need to download that and put it as my friend.
Like, turned out that he was like actually is as unhinged as his character in the Lethal Weapon movies. And a bunch of other movies like Mad Max.
Oh, Lethal Weapon. That's where he's famous from. Yeah, I remember watching some of those films with my mum. I guess my mum had a huge crush on him. I remember watching a lot of those fucking movies.
Then there was like Mad Max. That was like one of like.
I always liked the fucking black dude. You know, the guy that was like, he's like, I'm too old for this shit.
Danny Glover.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say Danny Glover, but then I was gonna feel racist, like for saying Danny Glover,
all
because
humans
it's like,
look alike. So
no, especially other people always. Oh, shut up! I don't have that excuse, other than the fact that I'm a racist.
Too old for this shit.
But I thought it was Danny Glover, but yeah, it's one of those things where everyone's like, "Oh, that was Samuel." Like I was talking to someone a couple of days ago. And they were like, Samuel Jackson was in that movie. I'm like, the only thing that actor, I can't remember what movie it was, but they were like, yeah, that was Samuel Jackson. I'm like, no, I think it was Therese Gibson. But either way, I'm like, the only thing that these two actors have in common are their pigmentations. You fucking
I can't
racist.
tell Hollywood actors apart anymore. When I was a kid, they all looked different. Like Marlon Brando, I could recognize him, or Jack Nicholson. But
yeah,
like,
it's weird,
or,
like now that we're getting old or something, they all seem the same. You're right,
they're
dude.
all maybe they go to the same plastic surgeon or something. They get this, and they go to the same barber, and they all like.
Is it that, or is it because we're not paying attention anymore? Because like with hockey and stuff too, it's like I just don't even pay attention to the players. So I'm like, what are you even talking about? Like, I don't know if it's kind of
hockey was a great game when I was a little kid. I mean. But I don't really understand the rules or whatever. But people get in these epic fist fights. But then that went over to basketball with the Pistons, and they start beating the shit out of everybody. And so that was more interesting for me for a while.
Before we digress too far, have you guys seen Maverick?
Huh?
Sorry,
Maverick?
Yes, Mel Gibson. Oh, it's such a good movie. It's like he's a poker player. It's like a Western movie, but I'll spoil this one scene because like there's this bank robbery.
It's a Western movie. I might watch it.
It's like a comedy though. It's awesome. It's awesome. You guys will fucking love it. I promise you. It's actually legitimately probably one of my favorite movies. But fucking.
Well, you take
there's this like little bank robbery scene where like Mel Gibson is in this bank and he's like, it doesn't even matter what he's doing, and then these guys come in to rob the bank, and one of the bank robbers is Danny Glover. and then they just like look at each other, him and Mel Gibson, and they like lock eyes, and they're like, "Huh?" It's like like they're from a different what do you call it?
Yeah, I get it.
Parallel
Yeah, no,
universe
it's
kind
an
of thing.
inside joke. It's an inside joke for the people from Lethal Weapon. Which,
Exactly. Just 'cause we're talking about
it's
Oh,
cool.
okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
it's just funny.
that's pretty good. But like, that's just an
You call it
Easter egg. That's not
Yeah,
storytelling.
you
So
call it
this is like an
yeah.
older movie, like from back when they occasionally would make good movies in Hollywood.
Well,
Yeah, in
Lethal
the
Weapon
90s,
is an
movies-
older,
movies
so
had,
I mean,
James Garner. It had like all these old actors: Mel Brooks,
Oh.
James Garner, Jodie Foster,
Wow.
Mel Gibson.
you know what I like? I watched Lethal Weapon. You know what I liked more than Lethal Weapon? Like me growing up, was Shanghai Nights. I think it was called.
Oh, that was pretty good.
Owen
Yeah.
Wilson and Jackie Chan. And that film.
His cheesy, like, oh yeah,
Looks
like
like
he
you
like
lost,
felt the
James.
power. It was like
It was
sports.
well, I was a
It was like the
teenager, so
Chinese sports.
like I didn't care about someone retiring. I wasn't fucking pushing fucking 50 at 16, bro. You know, so I couldn't relate with these people. Oh, we ran off James. James, I'm sorry.
I think sometimes he has to drop out and do stuff.
Well, he didn't say bye, so I'm assuming he left because he just didn't like the Australian attention.
I'm going to look in the private chat and see if. Oh,
James, I love you. In private chat? Hold on, let me look.
Oh, Wilbert Humperdinck said something.
No, it is Timbogacci? Timbarachi? What the fuck is that? I can't even say that word.
Lamborghini. Hype. Oh, wait.
Don't you laugh at me, you fucking cunt.
I just no, I'm laughing with you. It was awesome, man.
You're laughing at me.
I'm admiring your admiring. Even though you're just entertaining, dude. This is great.
Yeah, well, see, this is why I'm entertaining, because people can laugh at me for their own retarded moments. They're like, I remember that time I stuck a fucking fork into the power socket. I'm like, yeah, I told you, like, it hurts a lot.
Yeah, I think a lot of kids have like experimented with electricity, not knowing.
Well, I actually never did anything like that, but I did do something stupid once when I was fucking 17. And I remember I was going to plug something into one of the sockets, and I'm like, I can turn this power switch off, but like, fuck it, like, it's just like I'm thinking in my head, nothing ever happens. So I unplug it, and then lightning comes out of the fucking power socket into the thing, runs up my fucking arm, shoots me back onto the fucking ground, and I'm laying there, and I'm thinking, I'm like looking up at the fucking light fucking switch at the roof, like the bulb. I mean, not the light switch. And I'm like, well, if I die, God, like, please. Don't let me shit my pants immediately.
Wow.
I lay there, man. Like, boom, I got fucking like not thrown across the room. I've heard people like they've been thrown across the room. I didn't like I was sitting on the fucking floor, and then it was like summer, like the Juggernaut had run up like from Marvel Comics and just kicked me right in the fucking head and the fucking chest, and I'm just sitting there on the fucking like on my back, and I'm like looking at my guess I should the fucking powers. Like a few things was running through my head once I realized I wasn't dying, but I couldn't get back up yet. Like my body was.
Were you at a bar? Where were you?
I was in my bedroom, my house. Like I was like 17.
Yeah, getting shocked by
What is this
electricity.
story? You got shocked by electricity. Oh, and then you're like,
Yeah,
holy
yeah.
fun, you didn't realize. Okay. I was like, I totally lost track of what you're talking about. All of a sudden, I thought somebody was like
it's
kicking you
okay.
in the head or
It would have been more interesting if I was shocked with electricity at a bar. We can make up a lie.
Well, you can make a lawsuit out of that. Yeah. Let's make some money off it. Why not?
Join the panel. Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, you Shinobi.
Oh,
All right.
Shinobi. Welcome.
All right.
Awesome.
What's up, Shinobi?
Whoops.
Fucking shit, eh?
Here we go.
How's everyone doing?
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Is that Niobe on the right?
No, that's Milo.
I'm sorry. All humans.
It's because of the pink hair. That's an easy
man. I
mistake.
can't tell.
It's easy mistake. Yeah, unfortunately, like the thing is that Niobe's not in the X-Men either.
I do have some sort of face blindness. I think, like a mild form or something.
No,
I can sort of tell people. Hey, Metal Z, welcome.
Niobe probably would be a good addition to the X-Men, though.
Oh wait, I
could definitely see. I could see Niobe in. Well, not the classic lineup of the X-Men, but she definitely would be a good member for like X Factor.
So let's see. James had said.
Plus, Larry actually, as much as I don't love and die with Larry Higgins, he could write some good X-Men comics, in my opinion. Probably. Especially about magic, because he loves fucking magic. So he wouldn't.
Yes.
What I don't like are people that work for these companies and yet they don't know anything about their fucking characters. They just read a Wikipedia page and they're like, all right, now I'm going to insert all this shit. See, with Higgins, Higgins wouldn't fucking do that. He would, because he read the fucking shit. He grew up watching it.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is kind of what happens when you're like a suit at the top and it's like, when you're like a suit at the top and you haven't been there from the very beginning.
Yeah, I get it. But see, here's the thing. I mean, all right, the way I look at it is pro wrestlers, the newer generations, every generation always admires the people that pave the way for them. Now, when it comes to comic creators, mostly Marvel and DC, they want to insert themselves into these characters that aren't theirs. And not even the people that they grew up admiring. And it's not even their creators. The creators of these characters are long fucking dead. So shut the fuck up and remember your fucking place. That's why I like pro wrestling more, because they're like, well, I want to make a bigger moment. I can take things from them, but I'm not going to write over them.
Well, aren't they new characters? I mean, in American pro wrestling, I think maybe in Mexico where they.
Well, that's the thing. Yes, that's the thing. But they're inspired by what came earlier, the generation earlier. Just like all comic artists, writers, and whatnot. But my point is with comic writers, everyone's always trying to write over someone else's character because they know that they're not original enough to actually come up with a decent enough idea.
But so people would have like the Shadow and the Phantom, and I think there were comic book characters that were inspired by that. But it used to be the people who actually create new characters. And now they're just recycling these decades old characters and just like turning them into something.
Well, something or nothing, and then you just get like a couple of pin-up pictures on a fucking Indiegogo page. Which I'm just gonna shit on Indiegogo because basically every Kickstarter I've ever backed, I fucking got those books. Now, I'm still waiting on at least 4 fucking Indiegogos from people that fucking flew that Ninja Flag CG. And you know why that I'm still waiting on those books? Because those people either, one, turned out to be child pedophiles, or they turned out to like just take the fucking funding money and buy a Japanese wife. Or 3, they just fucking completely ghost their audience like Kevin Sharp. Also, Kevin Sharp, I hope you are fucking dying. I can't remember what your update was where it was some sort of tragic fucking bullshit. But that was 11 months ago. Bullshit. Unless you're fucking dead, I don't fucking care. But either way, refund me my $65 fucking dollars, bitch.
Oh, dude, Lorenzo, I just remembered something. Remember last time I was on the fucking panel, I was actually talking about P. Diddy's white party or whatever. You remember that?
Wait, the white
Oh,
party?
God damn it, we're not going on there. We're not going there. No, we're not going there. Fuck you, dude.
Hear me out. Everyone, shh. When the white party,
No,
P. Diddy had this party
we
every
ain't
year
going
where
there. Fuck
people
you,
would go to the
motherfucker.
party
No.
and they have to wear all white clothing.
You're gonna go to the party. You're gonna go to the party. You're gonna
familiar.
It's just funny that I was talking about it though, because now like all this shit has happened. I don't know if you've seen in the news all the shit where he's being investigated for all this crazy shit. Apparently he raped like almost every fucking celebrity, man. He probably raped even Justin Bieber probably.
In Minecraft?
Yeah, in the Minecraft world. But anyways, last time I was on the panel, I was talking about just this party he has, and I remember jokingly saying, but at the same time, I was kind of serious, just because I know celebrities are all sick or whatever. And I was like, they probably just have big orgies at this party.
I like this guy. Why are we bringing this up? Why are you bringing this up?
All this shit has come out. Now all this shit has come out on the news since, where I don't know if you've seen, like he's being investigated. The FBI raided like all of his places, and P. Diddy or whatever you want to call him, Puff Daddy, whatever, Sean Combs, he flew away, running away, and they're investigating him for tons of shit, basically. And it's just funny that I just happened to talk about it. And I joked saying that they had like big orgies there just because that's what celebrity fucking sickos do. And it turns out that's what was going on. Apparently in every single room at the mansion where he had this party, he had hidden
like,
cameras
what's the appeal
in, like,
of an orgy? I don't get it. Like it seems way too gross. Too much sweat, too many different fucking semen.
He's doing Epstein shit where he's like getting people high and he's filming them basically.
I don't know, I'm a selfish lover. I only fuck one.
Blackmailing is what he was doing.
Yeah, that's the.
I say fuck you and your fucking topic you just brought up. Fuck you.
But that is.
You've made Lorenzo's neighbor fucking upset. I hope you're happy.
What? Anyways, it's just trippy.
I was going to say, actually, bringing up Lorenzo's neighbor. Before I jumped on, I was listening a little bit, Lorenzo. Your internet sounds fucking a lot more crystal clear. Did you finally fucking do what I said, like shut off your Wi-Fi settings?
I've gone in there. There's only a couple devices authorized to use the internet on here, so they're my devices. So
that didn't work. All right. Well, your internet sound you're coming in fucking crisp clear, and you're not fucking. I wouldn't really say it's. I wouldn't see when people say that, like, it's, oh, thank you, I do sound good. It's like, well, it's not really like compliment as the fact that it's like, it's the device. It's not your fault if you sound like shit. It's the fucking device.
I sound like shit when I was on my phone because the phone's the shit phone. So.
You sound like shit just for fucking knowing you, bro. I'm joking, I love you.
But,
so what's this we're drawing here? Who's showing what?
That's a good question. Whose horse is this?
You forgot the don't, Mr. Yono.
So wait, are you guys asking what's on the screen?
Yeah, what's on the screen? Who's that? Whose art is this screen showing? I'm guessing this is Shinobi's.
Something he commissioned from Daniel, probably.
Yeah, this isn't mine.
Okay. Shinobi, you fucking, if I remember correctly, because just judging from the artwork just then, what I seen, you worked on fucking, you did the backup score of Skunkle, right?
I did, yeah, I did I did that.
The manga part at the end of the book. Yeah, I was going through. Yeah, I'm moving fucking shit around, and I found my Skunk Girl fucking comics, and I'm like,
Yeah, I thought I
just
met both of you guys through Manny from Good Dog Press. Man, I miss Manny.
well, yeah,
actually.
Manny was great, man. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, I still miss Manny, but I understand why he like moved away because he didn't want this insanity on him. And like he'd always say to me, he's like, I make more money at my real life job than sitting here dealing with this shit.
The
Yeah,
same
he wanted to come up with a Skunk Girl book.
Yeah, which is still great.
He did what he wanted to do. I would have.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a
yeah.
shame.
Well, like the funny thing is, the book came out. Actually, not the funny thing is, I could push it, fucking show it, but I just got to throw on a fucking t-shirt.
Audio avatar.
Earlier, I was talking about Mel Gibson and him, and him like going on that like rant to the police, and of course, Chef mentions little hats in the chat. That's so weird. Like when Mel Gibson got pulled.
I like my camera for a second, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he wants to show us.
This is Skunk Girl.
Oh,
yes.
That's the
might take a second
cover
to
coming out, but it also had
sorry.
There
look
you
back.
go.
Look, had a fucking binder spine, which I'm always a huge fan of. Anyway,
There we
yeah.
go.
There's some of the interior art, whatnot.
That's beautiful. Flipping through there a bit fast.
Yeah.
Let me just
There's a lot of
Is that
people
a real Aussie man? Is that him? No.
And yeah, there's Shinobi's stuff. Skunk Girl.
Yeah.
Um,
It's been ages since I've looked at the comic book.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm a huge fan of like still to this day. I'm like I love Manny. I miss him. One of the only people that's an actual comic creator that I genuinely respected as a human being.
Yeah.
You got a wicked action figure collection. Looks you got
Right.
You got any Spawn back there on the shelves or?
Well, yeah, that's all anime. I don't have any Spawn on my
Turning around so fast.
Wow, dude.
No, that's just that shelf.
Wow.
Just that shelf. You got like a whole house full of action figures or what? What are we talking here?
I guess I haven't seen your shelf or haven't seen it in a long time. Gosh.
Well, everything's gonna be getting changed around in the near future because I'm switching this room. I'm going into the master room. So eventually, once that's going to be done, a lot of the work's going to be done this weekend. But it's a lot.
Wait, aren't they changing the word from master to something else? Like, because master is
the
offensive.
master race, the ginger race. Yeah, I assume that everything should be about the gingers.
Maybe they're going to call it the
Gingers
ginger.
of the masters.
bedroom.
Absolutely.
We are the soul collectors. We are here to do the devil's work.
Yes.
You know, they say
I'm
we are
a
soulless
daywalker.
bastards.
You look like a daywalker as well. You look freckleless.
Yeah, I am. I'm a daywalker. I'm a ginger. Unfortunately, I was born with my mother's ginger genes, but that did make us more powerful to the individuals that are lesser human beings. And I see them on a regular basis sitting there. And you know what? They do not have my anime collection.
Bro, I got a Donald Trump limousine that talks.
Wait,
Whoa, that's pretty
I don't have one of those. I need one. All
Hey,
right, enough
hey,
from Brycey on camera. Why am I looking at
you guys
myself?
gotta hear this.
that is pretty
Just listen to
cool.
this. Listen to this.
Yes! Yes! I'm going to need that. Send it to me. I'll love you forever.
I know I do. Look at the crowd. Is it me or is it my limousine?
Oh, that was awesome.
Whether it's work or play, you have to arrive in style, Trump style. Wheeling and dealing, that's the name of my game.
I love that one. Wheeling and dealing, that's the name of my game. You can almost take that the wrong way.
Oh boy.
Yeah, man, that's pretty awesome.
Fucking Harold Trump. I love that ninja.
And imagine if you look at the picture that I changed my background to, that's my car in real life. And the limousine is a Chrysler 300C, the exact same color, but it's a limousine. And they had it in the show The Apprentice. And I had no idea. I never watched The Apprentice before. Honestly, when I was younger, like my mom always told me like Donald Trump is an asshole and all this blah blah, and I never really looked into the guy. Honestly, I was never like I never really looked into him. But once he got political, I don't know. He's an asshole. Don't get me wrong, but that's what we need. He was awesome. I love him.
I thought I was one of those dumb jackasses at one point where I'm like, he's gonna cause World War III. Oh my god! And then when I started looking into Donald Trump, I'm like, he's just a fucking troll. I'm like, the American citizens haven't elected a fucking billionaire fucking troll as their president. I'm like, well, fuck it. Like, he ain't gonna do shit, bitch. He ain't gonna fuck with Kim Jong-un. They're probably fucking hanging out playing fucking Minecraft together, little fuck states.
Yeah, he's a psychological master. You got to give him that for sure. The troll part, I can say that for sure.
It was interesting the way that
when I realized that, like, I remember, like, when. Sorry.
Well, it was an unusual style of diplomacy because I think Trump did for a while. It seemed like he might have been getting through to Kim Jong-il, or I can't pronounce the name.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. He's the only president ever, I think.
Well, basically, like,
Kim Jong-il is the father of Kim Jong-un.
All right. Now, I have no proof of this. Now, you're gonna have to take me by my word. But I know for a fact because my brother's sister's wife was there at this meeting. That's how I know this. Now, no, that was before my time. We have to use time travel to do that story. But
we can't talk about time travel without affinity.
Well, Finley can't go back in time. Hey! Here's a fun fact. Finley can't go back in time to fucking save his channel from getting struck off the internet, can ya? Ow! Boom. Everyone's like, ow, you can't be a pro fucking striking someone up. No, I can always be pro striking someone off the internet.
This background I just put up, Jesse James made for Donald Trump. It is so sick, man.
Oh, here.
Oh, man, it's so beautiful what he made for him.
Never go full Matt Barr, says Mr. Yanafui.
Wait, I don't have this chat.
I missed.
I'm not sure what made them bring that up.
Hello, Eric.
Welcome, Eric. Always great to see you.
Never go full Matt Barr. Yeah. I like Matt Barr. Matt Barr's cool. I like Matt Barr. I know a lot of people that I talk to don't like Matt Barr, but I'm down with Matt Barr. It's cool.
Is Lorenzo running for president or mayor or?
Lorenzo's always running for
emperor.
The nice guy on the internet.
I think emperor would be cool. Emperor Lorenzo.
The fuck? I'm not fucking like bullshit. Like no, he will be usurped. No, Lorenzo will be usurped immediately, either by his friends or by me. I'll be like, yo, Lorenzo, I noticed your nice little empire here. It'd be a shame if someone fucking ruined it. He'd be like, who would do that? I'm like, I just did it.
Because that's what lizard people do.
No, it's what humans do. We're Karens. Karen for
land of the lost and run
Karen for king. Fuck your eggs and fucking I'm gonna make fucking so many fucking beef jerky
I
strips
wonder
out of
what
your
lizard eggs would taste like. Is it beef jerky or is it lizard jerky?
I don't know. Either way, we're gonna
You're
eat the
making me
fuck
sick
out
to
of
my
it.
stomach.
Yeah, but that's what you
You
get.
stay away from our eggs.
I'm gonna fucking
And the
eat your
jerky.
fucking infidels.
Tell you guys
All of
about the
them.
time that I was dating this chick, and she was saying that she couldn't go, and I was trying to get her to give me a beer out of the fridge, and she wouldn't, and she said she was sitting on an egg. Lizard, and I found out this later. Our people do not sit on eggs. We bury them under the ground, and then the dinosaur protects it. So what the fuck? So what was she doing? She said she was sitting on an egg. What was she doing all that time? Just sitting there.
I think she was just being a cunt.
Maybe.
Maybe she wanted to hatch it.
So you know what? You
I
should
gotta
have
go, guys.
slept on.
Have a nice night.
You know what? You should
Girl,
have
you're so awesome.
grabbed her, thrown her down a flight of stairs, JDA style. So, bitch, I am the leading fucking Sleestakian in comic creation. I will not sit here idly by and not be handed no beers. Boom, down the flight of stairs. Which, honestly, it wouldn't even be committed domestic abuse because Lorenzo is not a human. So, yeah, there you go. That's the part where you applause or you laugh or you just say, Razi, that was horrendous. No, we lost the funny guy.
We lost another guy.
Well, the guy that was funny left.
Hmm.
I'm with you, creators. Ugh. I can only talk to you people about things for so long.
Oh, Lorenzo must be having technical difficulties again.
Oh, damn it. And I was just giving him hype about his thing. That fucking bitch, the neighbor, was listening to his stream. I swear she knows. She knows. Yo, Lorenzo's neighbor, you fucking change your tampon and stop using his fucking Wi-Fi to watch his streams, you bitch. Horrendously bad. Clicking buttons, doing things. What are we doing? All right, who's got the next topic?
Come
on, you got to shadow blast these motherfuckers. Who's Gat? Gat Hanzo. Gat Hanzo was a member of the War Campaign. He would also go by Little Hayseed. What's the name? Yeah, his rap sucked. But his book actually surprisingly didn't suck. I didn't read issue 2, but I do own it. It's called Vestige or Vestry. I don't know. I can't remember what it is. There's another person that was in this community that did not a similar book, but like a similar title, and everyone told him like, you got to change that fucking title. Everyone's gonna think it's fucking War Campaign. But he's like, yeah, I like the name, da da da. And you know, the guy's a great artist. And you know, one thing that I always, after a few months, like meet new people, you artists, is don't try to give you people advice because you're not gonna fucking listen. Even if it's good advice. That's why I just give bad advice at these points and then just watch people, you know, fly into the sun.
I like giving bad advice to humans in general.
Oh, there you are.
There he is. We missed you, Lorenzo. Did you kick off my good friend, the other person that was entertaining? Where'd the other guy go? I forget what his name was. He had a long.
Yeah, Video James NZ.
Not fucking James. James was cool too, but the other guy was here.
I think it was one something or other.
Well, he was
Oh,
into
Tim
10.
Bergini,
Where
did
did he
he
go?
leave?
Yeah, we lost him.
I
Like when we
don't know
lost
where
you.
Tim Bergini left. He went somewhere.
Good because of the fat attitude.
He must have left. Did he leave when I was gone, or did he leave before I left?
I
Sure.
have no idea. He was gone, and then you were gone,
And then everyone was stuck with
Yeah.
Brazzy. I hope you're happy.
yes.
It's on you, Lorenzo. It's on you. You left your precious little people stuck alone with the bad guy.
I think it's cool that like the last couple of weeks we've had a lot of like kind of old school people on here that I've known a long time. Well, even Gias is. Yeah, I mean, I know Gias came. You came on here. You were like somebody who had been on the show. Like you joined the show. I think a while after it had been streaming, but you've been on here a long time too now. But I know Gias from over at Daniel's got this Picardo channel. You can show all sorts of artwork on Picardo that you can't show on here because Picardo has a lot less censorship. I don't think you can like have like XXX stuff or whatever, but you can have. Maybe you can. I don't know. You can have like nude art and stuff. Daniel draws like a lot of like nude statues and like nude robots and what else, like stuff like that.
Did you ever see the John Dillard commission that General John Wallace got?
No. I heard that it was like a chick with dick or what's
Like, it was pretty nice shit. It's fucked up.
I don't know, like,
and I just remember thinking,
term, but
at the time, even me, I probably gave John shit for fucking drawing that shit. But at the time, John was a struggling artist. Like, which he should always. Like I said, from day fucking one, John Dillard is the greatest fucking artist in this fucking community. Hands down, don't fucking care what anyone else fucking says.
I have a couple of his pieces.
Oh, I've still got a Cyclops commission piece, and honestly, when fucking he's rich and famous, that is going to be the only thing from this crappy fucking CG fucking community that is actually going to be worth any fucking cunt money. But I always said, like, John Dillard's like hands down the fucking greatest artist, but he also did that fucking dumb fucking piece. But at first, like, I gave him shit for it. And then I remember when he told me, he's like, Rozzy, money's fucking money, and I got fucking kids. And I'm like, you know what? That's a fair fucking assessment. Because, yeah, I mean, he did have a fucking newborn at the time. So, motherfucker needs fucking formula, baby. I don't know what the fuck babies need. I just know they're a fucking headache.
Yeah, they need all sorts of stuff, is my understanding. So
the fact that, like, yeah, he did do a fucking, like, it was, you know what really annoyed the fuck out of me is the fact, like, how good he actually, like, it's not like he fucking half-assed did it. He put work into it. It was actually a good drawing. I'm looking at it and I'm just thinking, like, when John Wallace sent it to me, I'm sitting there on a Google Hangout and I'm like, fuck you, man. He's like, what the fuck? Well, this is the shit that I like. And I'm like, all right, we're going to get into John Wallace in a second. But what I said is like, you just fucking like, basically you raped a poor person because they needed money and you knew that they needed money and you knew that they were a good route and then you just fucking used it. Now, also, John Wallace is a man that used to always work at a gas station, which is, you know, real people's work. Nothing against him for doing that. But the one part that I am going to shit on John the General, which he never served in the fucking military either, General John Wallace, he fucking didn't even own that money that he sent to Dillard. He cried to another one of my online friends saying that he was about to be kicked out of his fucking home, and that person sent him $500 fucking dollars.
And he used for commission?
Some of that fucking, he used some of that money to go and commission Dillard. Wow. And I'm like, motherfucker. And like, because he was angry because I remember, like, I didn't know about this, but the next day I'm like, hey, man, did you hear about this fucking shit that fucking John Wallace got fucking Dillard to draw? He's like, wait, what? He's like, I just gave fucking, he's like, how long ago was this? I was like, it's literally just today or yesterday. And he's like, I just sent him fucking money.
Yeah, I don't
I'm like, why did you do that? I'm like, I need throwaway money. Send me money, bitch.
If that's what he did, the using money.
No, that's not. There is no. That's what he did. This is factual, bro. He literally stole fucking money from one of my friends. And because he lied about, and that's why I say stole, because he lied about the fact that, like, oh, I'm going to be homeless. And the guy sent him money. He's like, oh, this can just get a motel room and da-da-da. We'll see what we can do to, like, help you, da-da-da.
Yeah, because.
And I remember talking to him. I'm like, why did you fall for that? And he's like, he's kind of like you. He was like you, Lorenzo. I haven't spoken to him in a few years. But the guy was like you. Like, he believes people. He believes everyone's got a kind-hearted nature deep down, da-da-da. See, me, I'm the opposite. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you, you're a fucking villain. You need to die. You need to die, not only homelessly, but, like, in the middle of fucking ongoing traffic. And someone needs to live stream so
by die,
I can
you mean like one dice? One dice is a die? Or dye your hair? You need to dye their hair.
I'm talking about like dead. But like I said earlier, everything that comes out of my mouth, Risey Lee's mouth, reflects me, not anyone else on the panel or Lorenzo. Now, the only reason Lorenzo will not kick me is because he's got a kind-hearted little fucking nature.
Oh, I'm just finding this conversation to be quite interesting. All the different things we talked about. I'm trying to get things as close to, like, say, a Discord chat or whatever as I can without getting booted off of YouTube. If I get booted, I'm on kick.com. Look up Lorenzo Sleestak on kick.com. Because I got like maybe 3 subscribers there, but we stream there.
Kick.com, you say?
Yeah. Twitch used to be, and then we do stream to Facebook, but we used to stream to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and then Twitch was like, send me some email. Oh, there's something on your stream that was too naughty or whatever, and I'm like, okay, well, once I could switch, once I figured out how to get Kick working, I got rid of Twitch because we weren't getting any viewers from over there anyway. I don't know if we're getting viewers from Kick because Kick doesn't really work too well with StreamYard, but so like if somebody's typing in the chat, I can't read it. I apologize, but
for not being able to read your Kick chats, but at least we'll have a backup
Well, that's
copy.
because of StreamYard, bro. Like, StreamYard doesn't have a partnership with Kick. That's why they don't really want to use Kick.
That works.
Like anything, you know, like you notice when you go live, like they got the Facebook icon, they got the fucking Twitch, Twitter, they got all those fucking icons. Like, boom, do you want to stream here? But when it comes to something like Kick, they're like, oh no, you can't do that.
Kick's getting so popular though with these people leaving Twitch for Kick that I wonder if they will at one point have a contract with them.
Oh, they will, but by the time they have a contract, Kick will suck.
Yeah, Kick. Eventually, they're going to be probably like Rumble, where I've heard Rumble has sold out and thrown people under the bus in Minecraft. Allegedly.
Oh my God!
I mean, because I've heard that they're starting.
I knew that was going to see. Here's the thing.
I heard that they started censoring people over there. That
everyone censors everyone, my friend, and honestly, some people should be fucking censored. Which I agree with censorship to a degree. But the problem is with this is that like no one will like find any entertainment because it's just going to be glorified fucking yes man. Like yes, Rainbow Sisters are great. Boom, boom, boom. And the next thing you know, your child is like asking for like they don't want a Spider-Man toy for a fucking birthday gift. No, they want hormone transitional drugs for their birthday gift. And that's what YouTube, honestly, I'm sorry for fucking saying this, but this is what YouTube and the vast majority of people want for the next generation because they've been overrun by the fucking, air quotation, sorry, Lorenzo, but lizard people. And everything's fucked. So honestly, like to you breeders out there that like have kids, I feel bad for your kids, not for you because you're a selfish piece of shit, but for the fact that like you're bringing a fucking child into this fucking cunt world that's already on the cusp of fucking despair, and now you're bringing them into the post-apocalyptic world. Fuck you, you selfish fuck.
Wait, so you do want more lizard people and less humans?
I don't want any fucking lizard people. I just don't believe that people should like create babies if they're just gonna like sit down and like love fucking P. Diddy and Justin Bieber.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of either P. Diddy or Justin Bieber.
Neither am I. But people are conditioned to do so.
We need to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just said obviously.
Yeah, the thing about P. Diddy I think I liked some of the music, maybe like some of the guys who were on his record label or something, but then he'd show up in the middle of the video and then just ruin the song.
I think the only song I like from P. Diddy is that Godzilla song.
Godzilla song?
Yeah, it was on the album.
Was this from one of those Godzilla movies that kind of flopped? But it's
well, yeah. Well, I don't know. It had fucking what's his name in it? That shitty fucking actor. Which still to this day, I don't understand why people make Godzilla movies and then add fucking actors into them. I'm like, we don't need actors. Like, if you're going to add an actor into a movie, I want to see that actor get eaten by Godzilla. I don't care. I don't care.
Speaking of actors, does Godzilla get paid? I've always wondered this. Does he?
No, he doesn't get paid. Why the fuck? No, you don't.
Is he enslaved?
All right. Do you think fucking Old Yeller got fucking paid? No, Old Yeller didn't get paid. He's a fucking animal. You don't pay fucking
And there's
inferior
multiple
species.
Godzillas,
The fact
too.
that actors get paid fucking infuriates me. I look at actors as nothing but glorified fucking porn stars. Do your fucking job, accept the money we give you, and shut your fucking cunt fucking mouth. You're not fucking something special. You're not curing cancer. Shut up.
I don't know what the deal is with the entertainment business where there's all this like go on Twitter and it's just constantly giving opinions on stuff that they have that they don't know anything about.
Well, we let Eric July get away with it.
Yeah.
Well, Eric July's not really a celebrity. He's just a fucking niche little bitch in a very, very niche community. I mean, yes, he is successful. You cannot deny that fact. But at the end of the day, I could go and talk to one of my brothers and ask him, hey, what did you think about the latest Eric July video clip? And he'd be like, who the fuck is Eric July? And why does he have a fucking last name that is late to the current month?
So, do they know who EVS is?
Well, that's the thing. Like they're erotic.
Oh, they'll know who EVS is because, I've been in this community for 8 years. They'll know who he is because of the amount of times they've heard me fucking.
But not for his past DC work or.
Yeah, but no, Eric July. They won't know who Eric July is. No one's going to know Eric July. No normal human, unless you're a fucking George Floyd fucking person. You do not know who Eric July is. Okay. And that, my friends, is the cold, hard, fucking fact truth by Razi, which does not represent anyone else on this panel. I'm just saying, Eric July's audience is only there because of the BLM movement. Once that dries up, so will Eric July.
Isn't he anti-BLM?
I don't know. He can be whatever he wants, but the fact is, everyone wants to say that they backed the black man's book.
The weird thing is, there is a segment that anybody who criticizes.
No, let me put it this way.
Oh, you just don't want to see black succeed.
Hold on, Lorenzo. And again, this represents me, no one else. But if you back Eric July's book and you've used the N-word countless times, like me, backing his book does not fucking get rid of your sins of saying that word. You are still the person that said that fucking word. Get over it, own it, deal with it, fuck it, and make Eric July fall in love with it. Okay? Don't be dumbass bitches and oh, he's a black man. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care about people's pigmentations. It means nothing to me unless you're Asian, and then I want to have sex with you.
So that's the weird thing is that's.
Yeah. Does anybody else find it ironic that Eric likes to whine about token characters while he's become a token character himself?
Yeah, that's so weird. It's.
Well, dude, he reminds me of Token, the South Park character. Okay, which is named after the Lord of the Rings books, not because he's a piece of shit. I love when South Park did that. But yeah, he's just there to be the black guy, and that's it. That's it. It's we're not racist because there's a successful black guy. Oh wait, he doesn't want to be a part of our racist movement. Fuck Eric July.
Yeah, what I like is how when EVS praised the book, and then suddenly Eric July doesn't want to hang out with him.
Yeah, now he's doing his review streams again where he's absolutely shitting on it. I'm watching those, which some of it was funny, But I'm also thinking, I'm like, you just sound like my fucking ex-girlfriend where I wouldn't ring her back. And so she went and had sex with my best friend instead.
Yeah,
Okay, good for you.
that's
You're
what
a
it feels
fucking,
like.
you were still thinking of me while he had his dick inside you, you stupid, dumb cunt.
That's what it feels like. Because at first I thought the trash cast, oh, this is entertaining. Ethan's back to being funny again. And then it's like, wait, this is just going to be the same thing over and over again, isn't it? Just every week we're going to talk about Eric July.
No, Ethan stopped being funny the moment he started farming super chats.
Ugh. Yep, he should have just stuck to doing he should have just stuck to doing Green Lantern comics.
I'd say a lot of things that Ethan probably should have stuck to. Maybe like a noose and a fucking long rope. But I don't want to say too much.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I do not care for Ethan Van Sciver, and I don't care for Eric July. I don't care for any of these people. Honestly, the one person that I disrespect the most is fucking Mike S. Miller. Because Mike S. Miller he's the type of fucking cunt that, like, he will say something, like, really fucking awesome, and then he'll be like, oh, no, this is what I actually meant. It's like, Mike, why are you shifting the fucking thing here? Why do that? You were cool, now you look like a bitch. Fuck you. So, fuck Mike. Like, honestly, the two biggest fucking from the earliest days, Doug TenNapel. I never liked Doug TenNapel, though, to be fair. And Mike are just, like, gutless little cunts.
I like Doug's artwork when he used to draw comics, but
I will never forgive fucking Doug TenNapel for killing fucking Crypto Comics' great fucking comic idea, where it actually was a good idea after a while. And then Doug TenNapel, well, all right.
Or I forgot about it, at least.
Actually, no, I probably shouldn't bring a lot of this shit up on air. But anyway, Doug TenNapel fucked up a really good fucking book idea because he said that it wasn't kid-friendly enough. And I said, I wasn't in the conversation. I found out the book idea was dead fucking like 5 hours later. And I got the DM and it's like, hey, we're all in a fucking hangout talking to Doug TenNapel. You could join. I'm like, I looked at the message and I'm like, fuck Doug TenNapel. Why the fuck am I going to fucking get up at 5 in the fucking morning to talk to fucking Doug fucking TenNapel? Fuck that. I looked at my phone, put it back down, and fucking rolled back over to bed. Fuck that shit. But anyway, I really should have joined that fucking call because he killed fucking the good fucking story. It was not good. It's not kid friendly enough. Blah blah. And I said to Crypto once I started talking to him, like they all had told me that, like, no, Rosie, you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. I'm like, wait, what don't I understand? I am a consumer. I am telling you what I want to fucking buy. He's a creator. His opinion does not fucking matter. Fuck Doug TenNapel. It's what the fucking consumer wants. It's not what a fucking Hollywood fucking, I've probably fucking visited Epstein Island fucking cunt has to fucking say. Fuck him. I'm talking about fucking the consumer. Me, you, and everyone else. Now, and then they came up with Megawatt, a pro wrestler that versus fucking vampires that stops immigration. Too fucking convoluted bullshit, fucking shit. The book was meant to fail from the beginning, and then it failed fucking tremendously. Because I said to Crypto, I was like, dude, everyone in this community already fucking hates you, bro. So you got to fucking make something that's actually fucking good. Megawatt versus the fucking Vampires of the Sun or whatever the fuck it was called. Fucking stupid. Stupid. There you go. And did Doug TenNapel ever fucking promote it? No. He killed a very good fucking book that might have been successful. But no, he didn't never promote the crappy idea that he's like, oh yeah, that's better. I'd be surprised if Doug TenNapel even knows who the fucking WWE Universal Champion is. Fuck Doug TenNapel.
I am not. I used to like.
I wanted that fucking book, Lorenzo, and that's why it makes me angry.
Yeah, I don't, I don't think I heard that story, but I just.
I think it was a little bit before you. I think it was a little bit before we met up.
The thing of it is,
because there was a lot like that was still like John Wallace was still around back then, and he was on the tail ends of shit when you joined.
I wasn't really on a lot of the late night chats with crypto, so that's probably what. Or if I was on there, I probably just have forgotten it all because it was so long.
Well, no, it was like I said, it was before you joined.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. But the thing with Doug TenNapel,
it wasn't too long before.
He used to create comic books, and I think he used to complain about.
Well, no, the thing is he created Earthworm Jim, and every Gen Xer fucking boomer is like, oh, I know Earthworm Jim, blah blah blah. It's like, who cares, man? I know Earthworm Jim. I remember growing up thinking Earthworm Jim sucked. My initial fucking thoughts of Earthworm Jim sucked. And they're like, oh, he's doing Bigfoot Bill. I'm like, yeah, that's basically just a shittier version of Earthworm Jim.
I think that was the stand-in for Earthworm Jim because he didn't have the rights to Earthworm Jim.
It was because then he got the rights back and then he started doing Earthworm Jim.
I thought
he thought that was going to make him relevant. Like, let's not just forget. Like, we're also like glossing over the fact like Doug TenNapel is such a fucking dumb fucking retard. He's been cancelled off of YouTube not once, not twice, but thrice. And the third time, he got his fucking son's fucking channel fucking deleted because he started his political bullshit on there, which it did get a lot of views, but they weren't comic views.
That's when I lost like a lot of respect for him. Was that he just kept doing that stupid political stuff that was just. So
no one cares, man. I don't care about I don't care about someone's political views to begin with. But I sure as shit do not care about someone's political views that do not wash their own fucking hands.
But some of this,
like Doug TenNapel doesn't wash his own hands. He's a piece of shit.
Well, that's great.
Literally, the guy goes and fucking wipes his ass. He thinks he's God's gift to the fucking world, and he sniffs his own shit when he fucking wipes his face. Fuck Doug TenNapel. Literally, I mean, I've not met many good fucking comic creators.
Well, for me, I think
actually, no. Tell a lie. I've met some people that are good comic creators, but they're not successful.
But what I keep trying to say about Doug TenNapel is, it just seemed like he went from the NFT graft to the politics graft to now he's making this bad Steamboat Willie, like really low effort, like not, it's like just like every day it's like about Mickey Mouse being gay.
I've not even seen that, bro. So that's
like
even funny.
And because they post it to Twitter and you're not on there, and so even if you were on there, you might not even see it. If
it wasn't,
it's not even really relevant. But he stopped being relevant a long time ago. I mean, he was kind of relevant with the Earthworm Jim and Bigfoot Bill and stuff, but then he just
no. He was only relevant because of Ethan's club in this community. To tell you the truth, no one in this community would basically know who Doug TenNapel is. I didn't know who created Earthworm Jim. until this fucking dumb, ugly
Yeah, I didn't
trash
know it,
turned on his
but
camera and said, "I created Earthworm Jim," and I'm like,
But
"All right, well, good."
the thing is,
Some
for
ugly
me,
motherfucker had to create a shitty. I mean, and honestly, I still to this day do not understand why everyone thinks that Earthworm Jim was great. I've gone back and rewatched those fucking shows, and well, not the shows, but the episodes.
the original video game, not the remake, but the original one.
I don't care. I don't care about the video game. I didn't play it, and I'm not going to spend $100-something fucking dollars to buy a fucking vintage fucking game for a shitty fucking just to do a shitty fucking review. My name isn't Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. I don't have that fuck you money. But if someone wants to send me that money, I guarantee you one of two things: I will not buy that game. And number two, I will spend that money on alcohol and probably anime dolls or Chatterbait. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Not going to spend it on a fucking crappy fucking Earthworm Jim game. Fuck Earthworm Jim.
So the thing is, for me, me not knowing much about EVS other than I watched his channel, but I'd never read any of his books. And then all of a sudden he starts surrounding himself with people who, well, this is a guy who worked on Earthworm Jim. And then Mike S. Miller, he worked on,
Injustice.
That thing that became a video game.
Injustice. Injustice.
Yeah. And it's like, I got Injustice 2 or whatever on my Xbox. And it's like, and here these people are Christians and all this. And I think he did this to lend, because Ethan was already known for, to some people for the Green Lantern Rebirth stuff, but then he added all these other people on, and it's like, I think it kind of lent kind of some respectability as far as I was concerned, because it's like, look at all these people who were kind of famous and they're joining CG and they're here on Ethan's show. And
let me put it this way, and then I'm going to smack my bone. I used to respect these people like you still kind of do respect some people, which I think is kind of ignorant because everyone's always going to let you down. But I did respect people like Ethan and Mike. Never respected Doug TenNapel though, because like I said, he was just there. Like he to me, Doug TenNapel was like Cecil. It doesn't matter, he had the same credentials as Cecil in my opinion, which was nothing in my eyes. But what made me angry was when these people used my respect for them against me. And once you use my respect and my animosity, admiration for you against me, and then you're like, oh, you're just a jilted fan. I'm like, no, I wanted to have a genuine conversation with you. But now that you've called me a fucking Nazi, well, congratulations. War is on.
And so many of these people do that to their customers.
Not some of them, all of them do that. All of them, all the elites, like Ethan, Mike.
They think their customers are disposable.
Doug TenNapel fucking, like, he wouldn't fucking send to his international buyers. And yet he had international shipping. He took the fucking shipping prices, but he wouldn't fucking ship in. Oh, well, yeah, Doug did fix that eventually, Razi. No, bitch. You don't get to just fucking do that sort of shit and then change your fucking cunt mind.
I didn't
you
know
fucking
that
shit on everyone else. Keep it made in America and then offer digital. I've been saying fucking basically since day fucking one, offer international tiers as digital. Save you a lot of fucking money. Yeah. Now, I understand if people want a physical copy, then you talk to those people. But for the vast majority of these tiny people that they're like, oh, this is our international fucking tier, da da da. You sound like a fucking retard.
The thing is that a lot of these CG creators won't offer digital tier because they seem to think that nobody's going to ever scan their books. Like, oh, if we have a digital tier, somebody could pirate it, as if somebody couldn't.
All right, let me use this as a reference. Let me use this as a reference.
Let me finish. But my point is that people will they can just use a scanner, scan it in there, and then people get a copy.
Yeah.
And that's
exactly. Yeah, it's pirates of blah, blah, blah.
Apparently, that's what I've heard.
Dude, well, Eric July's book. Well, that's how I read Ism. Was on Read Comics free online.
Yeah.
If you want to read Ism, go check it out there. It's honestly, it's a page turner. It's a page turner because the fact is, you want it to end. You just don't want to read it. But no, seriously, I did try to read that shit because I wanted to. This was back when I had my computer working, and I was actually thinking of like screen sharing and taking things, and I was going to do an actual review of Ism. And I couldn't fucking finish it. I went through every fucking page, and I'm like, so much dialogue of absolutely fucking nothing. That's my honest review of Eric July's fucking comic book of Ism.
Just like his videos, just like his political commentary videos.
That's why I understand why like Ethan only watched clips of him. Again, I'm not an Ethan fan, but like I understand Ethan's grift and the bit that he rides into. It's just a shame that he doesn't want to like use his God-given talent to actually create things. He just wants to sit there and like be a fuckhead.
I enjoyed his early streams when he still played the keyboard and sang. Not that he was the greatest at it. It's just he was.
The thing is, at that point, he didn't have fucking like over 100 people watching him. He had like 20, 50 people. He was a loser. And now that like he's getting that fucking super chat share, like he only cares about people that send him super chats. And then he's like, like the other day I was watching.
I think some of the time he was working at DC, and he was like playing the keyboard and like because there's even really old videos from like I don't know. Like
a lot of the good ones are gone. It's funny that look. You want to know? All right, hold on.
Wolverine is Gay is an old song by
that was good. All right, you know what made like I was watching Ethan before he did this live stream, but what made Ethan fucking fantastic in my fucking eyes, and I wish I downloaded this fucking stream. He'd watched the fucking the sequel to The Force Awakens, and he did this huge tirade, like going absolute like batshit crazy. I think it was like 45 fucking minutes or some shit like that. You told me about
this, the one I never saw.
And then I remember, I think I DM'd him or left in a comment section. I'm like, hey man, what happened to that review? I always like watching it. He's like, oh, the SJWs hacked my YouTube account and they deleted it. And I'm like, and then I thought, like as a rational human being, I was like, well, why wouldn't they delete all your fucking content?
Yeah, why
would they delete the one video that actually like is a deeming video of you? And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, how much of a retard does he think I am? And I'm like, and then I realized, oh, he thinks I'm a fucking Mark. I'm like, no, my name's Ryan. My name's not Mark. Fuck you. Which is a wrestling term.
It's just so. That's such a silly excuse. And then, didn't you say after that is when he claimed he had a crush on Rose Tico? That was it.
Yeah. Well, it was literally after that live stream got deleted was when he started doing the Rose Tico crush shit. Literally, fucking the exact same fucking day. And I'm sitting there watching. And I'm like, all right, well, I understand it. I didn't hate him for it, but it was my first huge red flag when it came to Ethan, because I was like, you just lied blatantly, bro. My brother.
Yeah, that's such an unlikely scenario. Yeah, they could just delete his entire YouTube channel. They wouldn't have to go through one by one and delete the videos, would they? Couldn't they just isn't there a way just to delete one's account? I think there's a way somebody could just delete their own account. Or somebody could hack in and delete an account. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that sounds kind of like a suspicious story. So what are you coloring, Gias? What character is this?
I'm cool.
Oh, yeah, you were working on that before.
Good job.
Last few times, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of a complicated project.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to put my mic back.
Oh, okay. Now we can hear you. No, you explained it before, but... What type of animal?
A wolf.
Okay. And the wolf transforms?
That's really added a lot to the conversation. Well, what's the wolf do? Like, why are you drawing it? Like, what's the point of the wolf? Do they add anything to the story? You're just drawing it because it looks like, to me, it looks like there's a woman that's trying to like have sex with it.
No, I don't think that's it.
I don't want to call that fucking person Katie D, but like, it's definitely fucking giving me Katie D vibes.
So Gias isn't going to know who Katie D is.
It doesn't matter. It's a joke for myself. I don't care.
Nobody knows who any of these people are.
Exactly. I don't care. Like I said, like inside jokes are for literally myself, and you get it. So that makes sense to you. So boom.
Two people.
One person gets it. No one else gets it. I don't care. The fact that I don't understand this drawing.
Okay. For one thing, there's only one vehicle in the picture. Has the ability to transform into a humanoid mode or a wolf mode. So this is just the same character in two different poses. It's not even a character, it's a vehicle. Like there's a cockpit inside of it. It serves as transportation for one of my characters. And is basically how she gets around to find her targets. The pie was put a bit farther ahead than I had liked. It's hard to explain it to the artist.
So is it like a robot or like a?
Yes, it's a mech.
Well, it's sentient or?
No, it's not it's a mech. It's a vehicle.
Okay.
It has basic AI which is more of a decision tree than anything else. But it's not sentient. It can't talk.
This is part of a particular story you have?
Yes.
Over is that on DeviantArt?
Yeah, although I haven't used the character or anything yet.
Okay. Because my understanding, you're the writer and colorist, and then you commission people, including
Yeah.
a lot of times you commission tech. Daniel.
Yes. This is Prima Ariger. She's a bounty hunter and the pilot of the mech.
So she
Is that
pilots the
like a
dog.
scythe? What are those things called?
Scythe.
A scythe?
Scythe. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's one of her weapons.
Huh. Makes sense.
It's an enchanted
The
scythe.
Grim Reaper.
Yeah, that's kind of a joke on her name.
Ah.
Prima Riga. Rearrange the letters in her name and you get Grim Reaper.
Oh, okay.
A second.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Picardo is I've checked out different. They haven't, other than Daniel's channel, I haven't like spent a ton of time checking out channels, but it seems like it's just Picardo's this streaming service, but it's not. It doesn't seem like the algorithm is based upon drama or whatever for clicks. It's based around art, and I kind of like it. Like you can have more than one per streamer that can share streams, so you could be watching two streams on your screen, like two separate windows. Well, I mean, it's within your web browser, but they're like, I think they might even have their own volume control for both of them. I don't know. But it's kind of it's pretty. Know how to describe it. It's different from like StreamYard, where I can only like it's different, and that it allows the viewer to. I think maybe the viewer can enlarge one of the streams when there's two or maybe more streams being shared together. Do you know what I'm talking about, Gas?
Well, they can kind of merge streams so they can share images.
Yeah.
Like they can show 2 or 3 or even 4 different streams going on at once.
And but I think they're somewhat autonomous in that it's not with like StreamYard where the host of one show has to like focus on. Well, now I'm going to focus on your thing, or focus on Shinobi's drawing.
No, it's basically this. They all share the screen at once, and the viewers can select a certain screen to enlarge if they like.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thanks, you described it better than I did. But yeah, I think it's I think it's a neat platform. I think you need like OBS and Discord to get the thing to. If you want to have multiple people in the chat, and my laptop isn't quite powerful enough for that. I don't have enough RAM, but I think it would be. But I do think it's a cool platform. Because how art-centered it is. But I think that's why it's called Pic Arto. What I'm guessing is. Guessing it has to do with like the word picture and art, but I could be wrong.
probably is picture and art.
Yeah, I've seen just, and I don't think I've gone through that many times. It might have only been a couple occasions I was just going through random channels, and I was really impressed by the different artists and just the whole feel of Picardo. Compared to YouTube, I mean, I love YouTube. I watch it every day. It's just, it is neat that there's a different platform that's not trying to be an alternative to YouTube, like maybe like Rumble is trying to be or whatever, but just is its own thing. I've had a lot of fun. I know I haven't done this lately, but when I've gone on Daniel's streams, I like that there's like less censorship over there. Seems like one can show more stuff on there and not get one's channel struck and play a variety of music if people want to. I'm not saying go out and play a bunch of copyrighted music, but seems like if somebody wanted to, they are. That's not. It doesn't seem like people's channels are as likely to get like struck over there. That sort of thing. Here on YouTube, there's been musicians who the musician writes a song, somebody else covers the song, pays the royalties to cover the song, but they cover in a different record label. Then that record label that did the cover song, released the cover song, has actually gone after the actual songwriter for a song that they like licensed. I don't quite. They paid the royalties or whatever to use on an album. And I've heard about a musician getting struck over that, over putting his own song on the internet by a label where because some musician covered the song.
I have no idea what that is. But have any of you cats seen that Transformers 1 trailer yet? My brother was just telling me about it and I went and watched it.
Yeah, I saw it this morning.
It's pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. I can understand why some people are going to be angry with it. But like me as a stoner, I'm like, fuck, I'm going to binge watch the shit out of that. And I'm just going to sit there and laugh my ass off and be angry at certain parts. But I don't know. I like it.
Well, so far I haven't had any issues with it. It's not anything shown in the trailer. I mean, it's an origin story movie.
It's a stupid origin story, but like it's a good origin story. Like, just looking from it, it's like before he was Optimus Prime, he was Orion. Before he was Megatron, he was E16.
Yeah, admittedly, I don't I didn't really know too much about what. Like, I remember him taking the name Megatronus at one point, but that again was something that I think was later in his life anyway.
Oh, hey, Hargrave.
Like, it's part of the
What's up,
lore that
Hunter?
they used a few times that Optimus Prime used to be known as Orion Pax. I mean, that was established in G1.
Yeah, the only thing though that like after I watched the trailer, I was thinking, I'm like, oh, man, are they gonna try to make out like that Megatron isn't technically the bad guy? Like he was born into slavery and he's just misunderstood, and now he's got a bunch of Antifa soldiers running around for him.
Well, the lure of Megatron in a number of continuities is that he had taken things too far with, disrupting the status quo and everything.
Well, from what I remember, that before the Autobots and the Decepticons, they served together like brothers, which basically, but there was no class difference. Now, with this trailer, it's kind of like, well, to pick apart a fucking trailer, which is why I hate watching trailers, because you can't really pick apart a show before you actually watch the show. But it looks like Optimus is going to be like some sort of prince, like royal blood, or at least of lineages. I can't say the word. And Megatron is his glorified fucking squire.
Wait, what? How did you get that impression? Like, it looks like they're both bottom rung.
I got that impression because he's called Orion and Megatron's called D16, which means you're a fucking tool. You don't name a fucking tool. So if Megatron's there, it's because fuck Bumblebee. Bumblebee's there because of the fucking Michael Bay movies. Fuck Bumblebee.
Yeah, but he's also got a similar name to that, like, B.
Don't care. Bumblebee's not there. He really should not take up any airtime.
So here's Shinobi's channel. Check it out, folks. Apparently, Shinobi had to get going. Hargrave says they figured out who's after. Figured out who's after Darkif exclusive footage.
I thought it was that Pete guy. Oh no, wait, was it Pete or Phil? It started with a P.
I think it's CG Pete. There's a guy named CG Pete, and he ended up kicking Dark. He ended up taking away Darkif's wrench, or just he removed him.
Moderation. It was moderation in a group or something. That's what I've gathered in my drunken journalism.
And then Darkif's thinking of. He said he was considering leaving Comicsgate, and then he just said, then he told Vicky, I just meant Comicsgate group, not but
see, at this point, like, you can't leave Comicsgate. No, people like DG cannot leave Comicsgate. Like, even when, like, I say I'm not Comicsgate, I'm still Comicsgate because, like, it's...
Good to see
you. The fact is, you can't leave fucking Comicsgate. You're always going to be a fucking character in the Comicsgate lore. See, the only thing that changes with Comicsgate is these cunt stains come in and they fuck everything up, but everything was fucked from the beginning. The only difference is that now, I do feel bad for DG, but like if he'd listened to me like 3 years ago saying that these cocksuckers were going to throw him under the bus eventually, he would have been prepped for this. Yeah, ultimately, I am here to sell my CG survival fucking prep gear. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on Indiegogo right now. It's $18 US. And I will send you all the prep gear you need for when CG kicks or fucks you in the ass. And spoiler alert, though, It's basically a big fuck you finger, and I'm like, you fuck dumb retards back to an 18 fucking campaign thing, thinking that I was going to protect you. Nah, dumbass.
Anyway, it's possible D6 or whatever he was called hasn't picked a proper name for himself yet. Like B said he was working on a nickname once when he introduced himself. It's possible Orion has simply chosen a name for himself, but D hasn't gotten around to it yet. Hasn't found a name he likes yet.
Oh, we're back on Transformers. All right, yeah,
Yes.
fuck. I was like, I thought we were talking about your fucking drawing
Yeah.
here.
But yeah, we
No,
don't really know how he got his name.
He is a mere slave, and I feel like I'm gonna be like the character from Django, my good friend actor. I forget his name, but he's like, I would like to buy this droid. Now, what do you choose as your name? He's like Megatron, because I got a small little Megatron penis, so it's badass.
I like how
he might call himself
I do like
Megatronus
that
by the end of
part.
the
What was that thing in the trailer? I swear, like one of the characters was like, "My name is Badassatron" or something.
That was B coming up with a nickname for himself, and D just
Oh,
decided,
that was Bumblebee. Oh, I didn't even notice that was him. Fuck, I hate Bumblebee.
Bumblebee can suck a fat tailpipe, says in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Hail, metal. Hail, brother.
Yeah.
Fuck fucking Bumblebee. No, man, I got nothing against, but I don't hate Bumblebee. But dude, what pisses me off is like Bumblebee is now a vet, where like he's either a vet or he's a fucking newcomer. They keep fucking shifting it, and basically we already had the newcomers and vets. Ironhide, where's my boy Ironhide? Huh? Fuck you. Fuck all you motherfuckers. Fucking Ironhide and Prowl, man. Fuck off. Lick a dick. Fucking Bumblebee. Fuck Bumblebee. Fucking, there is a reason why an Ironhide and fucking Prowl were entrusted in that fucking god. I can't even remember. I gotta watch the movie again. Why were they even fucking like going back to Earth?
You mean to pick up Energon?
Yes, that would exactly. That's why Ironhide and Prowl were entrusted with that, because they're these two most badass fucking soldiers. But he didn't know Megatron was on kill mode that day. He's like, nah, fuck you. Today, a fucking jilted bitch on her period is doing our riding, so everyone dies.
No, you would have liked at least some of the Decepticons to fall while taking the ship. Like if they had taken casualties as well.
The reason that all those Autobots died was because of a fucking female that wrote it. A female. This is why you never, ever, ever let women into a male fucking sphere. They can sit there and they can cheerlead all they fucking want, but do not give them creative control, because they're stupid and they're vindictive.
That what was her name? Fontaine did a really good job with Star Trek. Oh, you don't like Star Trek?
I don't watch Star Trek. I'd rather fucking shoot myself into a fucking blue moon than watch another episode of Star Trek.
And then Gene Roddenberry, the creator of the show, would actually fuck up.
Dude, anyone can write Star Trek episodes. I could write Star Trek episodes. It doesn't take a genius to write a fucking shitty fucking show about fucking shitty space politics where nothing fucking happens. You don't have to fucking choreograph a fucking action sequence, because the action sequence is two people crying about like how they're not fucking friends on the starship anymore. Fuck that noise. Okay? That is glorified women writing Star Trek.
All I'm getting is Vic Fontaine, the most famous hologram. He's this lounge singer. He's a holographic lounge singer.
I thought the woman's name was Fontaine. I can't think of her name, but
Why is Hargrave writing "hey" in the chat like
I
multiple
don't
times?
know.
Killy Cho just showed up. Hey, everybody, good
DC
morning from Hong Kong.
DC Fontana. Who showed
What's
up?
going on? Well, we're talking about like how Star Trek
Thank you,
sucks.
Chow. Yeah, DC Fontana. So I'm thinking, yeah, she wrote Encounter at Farpoint. She wrote the pilot episode of The Next Generation, and then Gene Roddenberry fucked it all up.
I think that everyone. I think everything was fucked the moment that they like started airing.
Started what?
So, Sparky. I said airing, like on air.
Oh, airing. Okay, airing the show.
Like, it's basically, you know what I would like? You know what I'd like? Maybe something that would be entertaining? A mixture between two shitty fucking franchises, Star Trek and fucking Harry Potter. I want to see crappy fucking useless idiots with magic on a useless fucking intergalactical fucking starship. And there's my brother's cat. Fuck you. Stop.
Maybe they could have some parallel universe where there's where magic. Oh well, they could say the magic.
I don't care about that parallel universe. You just make it fact. At this point, Star Trek sucks, just like Harry Potter. I say make it canon.
It's all they're already kind of in a different universe than.
Yeah, exactly. Boom. You know, they just didn't hit the right sector yet. Yeah, they just go to a sector where it's like it's a bunch of fucking British cunts and then dumb fucking accents, and now they're like playing around with fucking magic wands. Beyond. It's basically what fucking Trekkies do with their little tasers. Why are these cats doing this? They fight when
Oh, are you talking about the Star Trek conventions?
I'm talking about anyone that's a fucking Trekkie.
Because I think
I would like to apologize to any of you Trekkie fans, but here's the thing: I don't like you or respect you.
I've never owned any Star Trek toy or anything like that.
Oh, you will. You will. I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna buy one off eBay and send it to you.
I mean, I've watched like some of the Star Trek shows up to, including Enterprise, and then I stopped watching afterwards. And I think I've watched.
You know, the most fucked up part about Star Trek is I've watched almost every season of Star Trek, the ones that matter, like they're meant to make you a Trekkie fan. And the only character I ever fucking felt like was like me was the fucking android Data.
Yeah.
And it was the only one that mattered. And I'm like, everyone else, you just bitches. And then I looked on eBay and like they want like $60 for his figure, and I'm like, fuck you. I don't like you that much, Data.
Well.
No, I don't like any of them. Spock's an arrogant little fucking cunt that needs to know his fucking place. I'd kick the shit out of Spock if I was on that starship. Well, actually, no, he'd beat me up, but I'll kick the shit out of him.
He's a Vulcan neck pension.
Here's the thing. Well, I'm just going to I changed my story. I changed my story. I'm going to shoot him with a fucking dart that knocks him out, and then I'm going to kick the shit out of him.
That very well could. Yeah, that will probably work.
My mom met someone who thought the Vulcan nerve pinch was real.
Some
Like
people believe that.
yeah, like he asked if she knew it, and he thought you have to register it with the police if you know how to do it. And
I think
mom,
Walter's nerve punch. Yeah, actually, it would only work if it was on the vajayjay.
It was something where I think he was supposed to just like punch someone or knock them out, and it's like no. And
I think that it was written by a bunch of fucking nerds that had never been in a real life fight in their entirety of their life. So they didn't know how to write a fucking fight sequence. So they came up with like,
this is
if I
the
could
OG
just touch
Star
this
Trek,
person.
so
The
it was
actor
probably a budget
himself-
thing.
Well, yeah, they're all nerds and they're dumb.
I'm just
Dumb
saying that-
fucking. I mean, they're probably fucking selling CG books right now.
So the actor
Anyway.
himself, I think, suggested that this would be more
Mandy, Mandy, come on my stream.
Anyway,
That's what
if
they're
such a
saying.
thing were real, they would teach it to therapists so they wouldn't do it by accident.
Yeah, it's not. It's just something he came up with. That I think it was Leonard Nimoy. He said, "My character wouldn't do that. Wouldn't punch someone. He'd do this because it's more elegant or whatever." And
I think it's because he was a poo pusher.
I don't think.
Like I said earlier, all my things that I say, ladies and gentlemen, represent me and my beliefs and my statements. They do not represent anyone else, except for me and Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift does endorse everything that I'm saying. She's my
Remember
wife.
when Taylor Swift wouldn't talk about politics, and then people forced her to, and now she talks about it nonstop.
Well, I'm kind of glad she did start talking about politics because she didn't want to like come out and say that we'd always been a couple since Love Story, which was actually written about me. And a lot of people still to this day deny it, but like all her stories have been written about me. And they always been like, there's your ex-boyfriends. I'm like, yeah, I did get cucked a lot of times before, like her boyfriends, but that was American things in politics. And so now that she doesn't care, we can be happily married couple where we can talk about like our Swift race, our babies. That's what I'm going to call our babies, the Swift race. And we're gonna like save the world.
So Kiwi Chow
Swifty
somehow
style.
integrated Testify and Star Trek. And did Testify even like Star Trek?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Did he like any of the Did he like comic books?
The only
or any
thing
of
that I
stuff?
remember that Testify actually liked that I liked was pro wrestling. I don't remember Testify actually liking a lot of things. I remember him telling me countless times, he's like, I don't even read comics. I hate comics.
Yeah, I like the artwork.
I like stories. I'm a sucker for stories. I love stories. I feel like stories is basically what the human race is here for. You know, we tell stories and it continues other people to like be creative, and that makes people happy and enjoy life. Because ultimately, the moment that you're born to die. Once I realized that, once I was 9 years old, I remember when my teacher said, "Well, one day you're gonna die," and I'm like, "No, I'm not." And they're like, "Well, yeah, you're old," because I said something about the cunt being old. She's like, "You'll get old and you'll die too." No. And then I'm like,
hey, TG Ronnie G.
Went back home.
You're welcome on
What's
the panel.
TG Ronnie G? Yeah, or he's probably riding his bicycle somewhere. Nobody touched Riley's magic wand, please.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if you touch my magic wand, I'm gonna.
Shep.
It's gonna be. Well, you won't like the fucking magic juice. To tell the truth, someone did touch my magic wand once, and then like something came out of my penis, and it turned out to be a comic creator called Narwhal.
Do you remember that book that Narwhal and Richard C. Meyer worked on, and then Richard C. Meyer used the what do they call that? Queer coloring or what? Like, I mean, I'm serious that there is some sort of like.
No, I believe
actually
you.
call
Serious.
something
I
with
mean,
the word
honestly, I
queer in
don't
there.
know.
I'm
'Cause
not
I
using
don't
that
follow
as a
a lot of
slur or
shit.
anything.
I just shit in Narwhal because people call him a fucking artist, which he isn't. He's a glorified idiot. Got good, like, actually, he's a good streamer. I've seen him stream. He's a lot better than other people. I was thinking, like, when I first, like, seen his art, like, this guy's got to be, like, dumb. But, you know, he's got a pretty decent head on his shoulders. But yeah, when it comes to
It's been a
Richard,
long time
Richard,
since I've seen
like
him on a stream,
Like
but
Richard is a fucking idiot, man. Richard is just an
Richard C.
idea
Meyer,
guy.
yeah, boy, Zach, yeah.
Yeah, he's an idea guy. Richard C. Meyer is an idea guy. He's got great ideas. He can't write them though. Great ideas. Hey, and a story, but it's the G.I. Joe, but with the X-Men powers. Great idea. Now, how do we execute it? They're fighting King Kong. Like,
what I
what the
like is
fuck,
he
bro?
worked on a book with Sylvester Stallone, and then it was like extremely late.
Oh, I don't give a shit
do a
about
sequel,
that.
though?
No, to be fair, I actually do know someone that is friends with fucking Stallone. It's fucking weird how you fucking know people, eh? I hate that I know people that know people.
It's just so weird once
the
Stallone
thing is
something
that,
that
like,
shouldn't have. If he could at all,
Stallone's
if he was at all
Stallone's
behind and being late, that was
he's
stupid.
basically, he's not forgotten about the thing. He's just he's got all this other shit going on. Like, these people are actors, and the only things that are late on the Expendables, I think, are these sketches or the signatures. Can't remember what's late, but for the vast point, the Expendables has been fulfilled. It's just the shit that, like, people paid on dumb fucking pig tears. And which, honestly, that's what you get, you dumb fucking whales. Take a dick. Did I talk too much or piss off Lorenzo? Lorenzo, I can't ask your other panelists for a conversation. They don't talk.
Anyway, I finished the
Oh, he does
wolf
talk.
mode. Well, you were talking
Boom.
about stuff I had no knowledge about, so I was quiet.
Well, I do know that this is Katie D's favorite fucking picture.
Anyway, here's the pilot for Scale.
No, I'm stuck here with you. Fuck.
Anyway, I was only
But
planning
anyway,
to finish
all right,
the wolf
that's in comparison on like how tall they are.
Yes. Yeah, that's
All right. It's pretty dope. Sorry to fucking throw you off your thing, man.
I'm probably going to expand the canvas size so I can have her off on the side later.
Why, that's a chick. I'm on my phone. I can't really see. Oh wait, yeah. Oh wait, it is a chick. Oh, she's got some strong ass fucking arms on her then for carrying that fucking scythe.
Yeah, she works out a lot, and
Her
she's
arms look like
experienced.
twigs. Her arms look like mine. I don't think that she carry that. I'm fucking with you too, by the way. What's the say on the scythe there?
that's
Virtues.
that's my username. It's basically just a signature.
Oh, so I couldn't even copyright this and like print it off. I'd have to look at your fucking shitty fucking name forever.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fucking with you. I can't help it, man. It's in my nature. It's my default setting. Whether I'm drinking or I'm not. Lorenzo's back. Lorenzo, go knock on your neighbor's door and kick the shit out of that
Nobody's
bitch.
stealing my cable.
No, she's stealing your internet. No, honestly, go knock on her door, put that lizard dick inside her, and fucking impregnate her with a bunch of fucking eggs.
So
Don't know how that's gonna work, but it'll work out. See, she stole your internet again.
whoever thought this video, so that's the Star Trek thing that a lot of Star Trek fans who are on the spectrum.
Oh God, we're still back to Star Trek. I want to kill myself.
Hello, RJ William.
The only thing I liked about Star Trek was that fucking room that they had. I think it was Next Generation. I don't know if they had it on the original one.
Were you talking about the holodeck or something? What room were you talking about?
Yeah, well, it's the one where it was like boom, boom. You could go in there. You basically could fucking have sex with
holodeck.
Basically anyone. Yeah. All right. Yeah, boom.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I liked about Star Trek. That's the only thing I liked about Star Trek, and but I'd also be like, Data, do not tell the other people what I do on the holodeck. You'd be like, well, Ratchy, why would I bring that up? Now that you bring it up, now I'm going to bring it up. Like, Dad, I swear to God, I will erase your fucking memory, bro.
Yeah, it was actually used for sex in the Orville. Orville had a similar thing, and Borders kept using it for porn.
Yeah, that was a really bizarre episode.
Orville, I think I've seen that.
Yeah, it was like this, he was having these gay orgies, I believe. Well, it wasn't necessarily gay because his entire
Wait. Anything, you'd have anything. I mean, you could fuck Angemon, for fuck's sake, from Digimon. I mean, who hasn't wanted to have sex with Angemon? I want a fucking angel. I want a fucking angel.
Well, his partners was his own species.
Yeah. Why would you want to breed with your own fucking... Then go get a fucking life, you fucking loser.
Well, he's married, but he's having issues with his husband.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember why I stopped watching that shit. Yeah, then they had that fucking baby, and then it was like... Yeah, I remember this shit. Yeah.
Well, the baby was very early on into the series.
No, but you know what's funny as fuck though is because that show contradicted itself, which obviously the writer. Another thing where I'm talking about like people that work on other people's fucking shows or characters, like they don't read the lore and they're like, well, this is how I felt about it. Blah, blah. It's not how you feel, you fucking dumb cunt. Take yourself out of the situation and be creative. Write for the character, not for yourself.
Are you talking about the later seasons where they revisit?
I'm talking about that in anything, in general. Write for the character, not for yourself. That is something that a lot of fucking writers need to fucking take to heart.
Oh, yeah.
Don't write for your ego, because you don't want your first fucking thing to be about your fucking ego, because no one's going to get it. No one's going to care. Like you were saying earlier with like the inside jokes of me saying these names and stuff. No one's going to get it except for me. But I'm not here selling anything. people that are trying to sell things when they're trying to write for their inside jokes and their egos, and like, you will get this or you won't, blah, blah, blah. It's a great story. Yeah, it's a great story for 15 people. That's it, man. You're in a niche community of a niche community. Why ostracize yourself out even further?
So do you think there was some sort of contradiction in how some of those characters were treated in the Orville?
Oh, definitely, because the fact is, like, how they were, like, the entire fucking whole race thing. And then the next thing is like, oh, well, I identify as this or that. I can't remember. Like I said, I forgot the whole name of the show. But I remember watching that episode and I'm thinking, well, that just defeats like fucking 6 episodes of the other fucking show that you fucking dragged out and made me fucking watch, hoping that there was going to be a funny punchline. But turns out the only funny punchline is that SJW writers cannot fucking write because they don't read their own fucking lore.
You still haven't said what they contradicted themselves on.
Yeah,
they contradict themselves. I mean, honestly, this is why they beat themselves constantly.
What did they contradict themselves on? You haven't. You just said they did, but you didn't say what they.
It's possible
on the sex. The fact that like it was like arguing about like the sex, like it identified as something, which it contradicts it because the fact is that they didn't have a sex. They were basically asexual. Unless there was like a female. No, shut up. You wanted to hear me. Now you got to listen to me talk. And the fact is that they're like, oh, now she's a female. It's the first one to be born in like 1 billion fucking years or some fucking ninja shit like that.
In like 40 years.
And then next thing you know, how long? It doesn't matter how long. The fact is that now it identifies as a dude and it doesn't want to do that. And that's what I said. Like, this show has just gone fucking woke as fuck. Because now it's like, oh, no, I don't care about this. I want to do this with my life. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what's wrong with this generation and people in general. The human race in general. Everyone wants to be an Instagram fucking model. Everyone wants to be a TikTok fucking sensation, but none of you got any fucking talent.
Well,
you all look fucking basic, and your 13 fucking second jokes don't fucking matter in the fucking long scale of jeopardy of things. George Peter Gatzis.
There was an operation on the girl when she was a baby without any and couldn't consent, making her male. And then later on in the 3rd season, spoiler alert, she older.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like, why more episodes of this shit? It's meant to be a comedy. It's not meant to be about like some re-educational fucking camp. This is like what I imagine Nazi SJWs would like put like straight people into a fucking camp to watch.
They actually
like,
said that
like it and laugh. They're not so different from us.
Risey, they said that they don't usually allow children to transition. That's actually a right-wing position.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you think that they pushed that narrative so fucking hard? That's my point. I mean, that's when I realized that this isn't. That's when I realized this isn't a comedy show. This is a re-educational show. Like they're trying to re-educate us to make sure that like we're okay with these sick, demented Viking fucking people. They're all fucked. And honestly, yes. Do I say that the fucking the Looney Tunes are like fucking the P words? Yes, I 100% believe that once you go Trooney, you go fucking Looney.
You're not listening.
I said Looney Tunes.
The show was consistently against young people transitioning who aren't 18. I mean,
that's how they see.
they
That's the
forced the
thing.
doctor to
No, they're
perform
not
the
trying. They're not trying to get. They're not trying to get the kids. They're trying to get the parents to be okay with the kids to get
The
good.
thing is that the policy of not Starfleet, whatever the organization is, was that you have to be an adult in
I
order
don't know,
to
man.
do
Honestly,
the
from the bottom of my
transition.
heart, I think that all of you are a bunch of fucking filthy trackies, and I don't want to be on your starships. And honestly, if I was gonna not wipe out the Klingons, I would align myself with them just to wipe out all you filthy fucking Terrans.
I think they really took a very controversial stance by saying that young people aren't able to make that decision on their, that they have to wait till they're 18 to decide, or whatever the age
It's
of
surprising to the fact that the
majority.
schools and other government agencies push us like, no, we want them as young as possible.
Oh shit! No, wait, we don't go there.
So I don't know. I think it was very controversial. It's kind of a controversial thing to be discussing, but
You're
I just say,
controversial. I'm
they
controversial. Look
were
my dick.
saying that somebody should be a grown adult to make that decision.
Did you
They,
know you
well,
got
once
a
you cross the
fucking?
left,
You know you
it
got a
is a controversial
celebrity in your
decision.
chat right now, though. Illy X Choir is in the chat.
I see Grim Adam.
Oh, Grim Adam's here too.
LCX,
What's up,
welcome.
Grim Adam? But you're not Illy X Choir.
Grim Adam, RJ William. I think I graded you, but to say hi again if I had.
No, say what's up, RJ?
Does everybody have a wrench?
Giving people wrenches.
Yeah.
Risey's got to stop giving people wrenches. DJ Ronnie says it's true. I'm subscribed to them. What the fuck are you subscribed to? Fuck you, Ronnie. I said that with love.
Yeah. Netflix version of Good Times, which is apparently a sequel to the original, it's garbage.
Well, I could have told you that without watching it.
Yeah,
What is
well,
it?
I was in a watch
I
party
think I watched
with a
Good
guy who did
Times.
watch it. Watched the Good Times TV show. And, well,
What's
he
the sequel?
was
Wait,
really
what's the
pissed off
sequel?
about it.
What's the sequel to?
Okay, we know how the TV show Good Times with Janet Jackson.
Oh, the fucking one. Wait, maybe it's got a different
Good
thing in
times.
America.
We are from Good Times. Leave you
Janet
kills
Jackson,
Oh
you
yeah, no,
involved with that?
fuck that. No, I got it. I got you confused. I was thinking about The Good Place.
Yeah.
And what's the Good
Okay,
Times?
so all the families
It
spin
wasn't
off
born in the fucking
Maud.
60s.
Maud spin off Good Times. And then they decide to make this monstrosity, this animated monstrosity. And apparently it pissed off everyone who played on Good Times. Okay, so the woman knew how. Okay, so the baby is a drug dealer. There's a drug dealing gang of babies as well. And the father actually threw out the
Dude, that
baby
sounds
from
good,
their
but I got
home
about
because
to 1
he
second
was a
air
drug
switch
dealer.
phones.
And the
Hey,
mother knew
LCX,
that the
I think I
baby was
said hi
coming
to you,
back
but
because she was lactating.
Anyway, I'm done for the night. I finished. Got to the stopping point I was looking for.
well, thanks for coming on, GS.
Okay.
So,
Good night.
DJ Ronnie G, are you going on the panel? LCX. Anyway, if people want to join, the links in the description. I don't know how long I'll be streaming.
Here's my
It's
DeviantArt link.
midnight.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. So yeah, I didn't really check out that. I didn't even bother checking it out. I don't understand what the point is in watching something if it's bad, or are you talking about some article, Dragon? Can people actually hear me? Am I connected to the internet? I don't even know anymore. So if you can hear me,
I can. You not hear me?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you for a while.
Yeah,
So,
like I said, it's terrible. Like I said, the baby's a drug dealer. The son is pretty much Chris Griffin. The daughter.
yeah, it sounds like
I mean,
Family Guy when he said the baby drug dealer. Well, that sounds kind of racist. It's a black baby dealing drugs.
Yeah, and then like all then like you have the rival gang, and it's like it's like pretty much they all look like rappers because you know how some rappers like Babyface and whatever.
So
they took that and
LCX
made
was
it
wondering
into
what
a
we're
joke.
talking about right now. We're talking about the reboot of or this cartoon version of the show Good Times, which was popular back in the 1970s, I think. But
yes,
is rerunning or
to 79.
Was it 70s and 80s?
No,
I
it
might have
ended at
watched it in
79.
reruns.
Yeah, it's the spinoff of Mod, which is a spinoff of All in the Family.
Which actually was a good show.
Which
All in
one?
the Family.
Yeah,
I don't know what
there
I
was
think of Mod these days, but I only watched it. I don't know. I don't think I watched all the episodes of Mod. Maybe not
There
all
was,
of
like,
All in the Family, but I watched a
3
lot of that.
failed spinoffs in the All in the Family universe. The one with the daughter, the one where it's a black
Gloria?
family that moved in after after all the family moves out, and a spinoff out of
Was the second one
Saffron
the
Son, I
Archie
think it
Bunker's
was.
place?
Yeah, but
Okay.
they finally, after that ended, they brought in a black family to live in the same place, and that failed. Along with the one with the daughter, and I think it was like
Wait, are you talking about Jeffersons, the black family, or are you talking about a different?
no, it's a different family.
Oh, I know
The
Lionel.
Jeffersons had their own spinoff that also failed. Like 704 Houses? No, wait, no, that was
Oh, was that part of that?
yeah. Okay. I have to look it up. There's there's so many spinoffs of
I don't remember
related.
that as failing, but so that was short lived.
Well, consider the fact that one of them only lasted 4 episodes.
Oh. 704
Yeah, because
Hauser,
that would be
one
the
season with 6 episodes, 1 unaired. Wow.
okay. So that was
I thought it did better than that, but it was so
okay.
long
Yeah,
ago.
Gloria was the longest of the 3 failed ones, since it actually got 21 episodes.
What about Checking In?
And
Which
then
one was that? Checking In.
that it's a spinoff of Jefferson.
It had
that was the one.
episodes. Wow.
That was the biggest flop of the 3.
Well, it sounds like 704 Hauser had like maybe 6. Oh yeah, it had 6 episodes, but 1 didn't air. So so like 5 episodes, where it sounds like the other one had 4. So I guess it did slightly better. It's.
No, I guess so. I mean, it did 2 episodes longer.
I'd say that they pretty much that's pretty equal as far as failing. If you only get to like 4 or 5 episodes. But yeah, I was trying to tell Risey earlier, I guess, with the Orville, I got the impression that that the writers of the show thought that somebody should. They even said on there that they usually only allow adults to have like transition surgery, and they only allowed this individual to choose their gender because their gender was changed at birth, and they changed it back to what the person's birth gender was. So to me, I thought it came across as maybe not anti-transitioning, but against minors transitioning. Except in this one exception, because the minor had been transitioned without when they were a baby and wanted to be what the birth would be, sex or gender in this case. I'm not sure. I don't know if you watched the Orville. You still there? I can't hear you at all, so can anybody hear anything here? I can't tell what's going on. I've been having internet connection issues all night. He always, and hey, rebellious pastry. So can anybody hear me at all? Yeah, so, huh.
Hello.
Hey, welcome, pastry.
Hello, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
I was talking about some controversial episodes of the Orville.
I just hopped on like a few seconds ago actually. I was talking to another friend of mine. Not on air.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm just really tired.
Yeah, I'm getting tired too.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't remember the last time I've been on one of these panels, and that's kind of one of the reasons of why I wanted to hop on this one.
I appreciate you joining. I think it was when Sci-Fi Nation was on. Not the last time Sci-Fi Nation was on. He was talking about a certain individual whose channel got struck.
Yeah, I remember.
But the time before that.
Oh man, I wish I could have been there for that. But I was doing like IRL stuff, so I couldn't.
Well, that's understandable.
And I don't have the attention span to watch the entirety of that stream.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, I would just recommend people. I think it was just the beginning of but anyway, it was a few weeks ago.
But yeah. All I have to say about him is ding dong, the witch is dead.
Yeah,
that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I don't. Well, I don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't. I mean, I don't like channels, but that's up to sci-fi. especially if he didn't believe. So he didn't believe that it was a transformative. They were transformative streams, and so or fell under fair use. I think in like everyday life, typically there's like a lawyer who sends a cease and desist order and all that sort of stuff. But this is YouTube, so it just kind of works differently. Where people, it's like 3 strikes are out, like baseball. I don't necessarily agree with the system. It's just, in fact, I'm not particularly a fan of that, but.
Yeah.
But I'm not sad that the guy's gone, from YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie and say I'm sad about it.
I agree with you there. Let's see. Yeah, he kind of like I'm going to drop my channel link, I'm dropping like the most recent, which is back in January, because of just I've been extremely busy, but I'm actually done with a video right now that I'll post tomorrow, but yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, he who shall not be named ended up just bullying the living out of me, and in multiple streams.
I wondered if that could have been the case, but I didn't. I didn't know for absolute certain.
But yeah,
I just wondered if that happened.
It happened on yours too. But yeah.
Was he in the chat or something?
He was in the chat. He was basically picking a fight with me because I have my pronouns up.
Oh.
So he said things against me in sci-fi's chats and as well. Just he knows not to mess with me around sci-fi in most cases, but yeah. I just wanted to go ahead and get my 2 cents in on the guy, just because I missed that stream. But yeah.
That makes sense.
But yeah. What were you guys talking about before? Oh wait, you guys were talking about controversial topics and what?
Oh, the Orville had the Orville has this race where the people are all male, but they're like turned male. But if they're born female, they're forcefully turned male at birth. And so they had a couple episodes about that. 2 or 3, I can't remember.
But that's interesting. So are they so they were born as female or male?
Every once in a while there's someone born female, and then they have an operation that, I don't know, at a genetic level or whatever, makes them.
So is it female to male or male to female?
A female to male.
That reminds me of someone I know. Probably. I'm still not quite sure. But we're questioning that again. Yeah.
It's happened, but I know it's happened before where people have, it's kind of ambiguous as far, they have ambiguous genitalia, and so some doctor decides to perform surgery without even
Yeah, wait, that's with
research.
that's with intersex people, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because like intersex people have like both sets somehow. And like these days they pretty much just let intersex people keep both sets of parts.
Yeah,
But
I think that's a good idea.
But back in the past, they either had the parents decide, or they just decided based off of what was more prevalent.
I heard it's easier to make a hole than make a pole. That's actually what one doctor said. I don't know.
I think that is also in reference to like bottom surgery.
Yes, that was going on. It was easier, so they would just And I think the deal on the Orville was that, and somebody was, and so the previous panelist was saying that it was some sort of social justice thing or whatever with the Orville, and it's like, actually the policy is that they typically require people to be an adult before they transition. So that's actually a pretty conservative stance.
So as far as
I don't know.
as far as the real life goes, with transitioning, you have to be at least 16, or I'm not sure about puberty blockers, but for the for like hormones, you have to be at least either 16 with parent permission or 18 without parent permission to get testosterone or estrogen, depending on which way you're going. I think that, and then you have to be at least one, or at least in Colorado you have to be on testosterone, or not like, most surgeons tend to go ahead and not let people get surgery until they have had like at least 1 year on the desired like hormones. Like, if, for example, if I wanted to get top surgery, most surgeons would require me to be at least a year on testosterone to get that top surgery.
I know in the past people had to like live as a certain gender. I don't know if I'm even phrasing things right.
Fair enough.
Before they could have like a surgery, like they had to. Nowadays, I think things could be different as far as how people dress. Any number of ways. Like,
yeah,
somebody might be.
And pastry is pastry, but in real life, I tend to pass more like a guy. I try my best. In real life, I try my best to go ahead and pass as a guy as much as possible. With the channel, I'm just too attached to pastries design to really change them for now. So they're just how they are. I'm playing around with the idea of like having as like I'm playing around with multiple different ideas with my character design, but I like my current one too much to go ahead and like change it.
Well, there's a signature look that people can. Oh, this is pastry.
This is pastry. But yeah,
just by looking at
I might like in the future have like a separate character that's like more like me now. I just wish they'd stop talking about our tomboys.
Oh, let's see. I should. It's hard for me to see the chat on my screen. I'll look in the phone. So is that somebody in the chat?
And that is always DTF.
What is DTF?
Always DTF.
Oh, the person's name. Oh, I see.
Yep.
Well, I
don't
think
know.
the concern that some people have is that tomboys might be pressured into transitioning, because I think there's some books out now, and I've heard of like people like talking to kindergartners about like school teachers supposedly talking to kindergartners or elementary school kids about trans issues, like to raise awareness. But then some people are like, what if this causes somebody to become confused?
But yeah, I would say.
Oh, hey, Nikki, sorry to interrupt.
I would say if like I feel like that if you're going to go ahead and mention about boys and girls dating at that age, then you should mention more of that stuff. But I honestly think at the kindergarten level, I think it shouldn't be mentioned unless if the teacher is trans, then it should just be like a very like this is who I just basically like just explaining how like if I were to become a teacher, I probably would be like, I do not want to be called Mr. or Miss. I would rather just go by teacher and my last name.
Yeah, I see. It's not like when you were a little kid, you were like suddenly taught about.
I wasn't taught about it, but
about that. Oh, here's these people who feel they were born in another body, and it's not like a teacher read a book to you. That's because this is what I think the thinking is of.
But yeah, trust me. Even back then I felt like something was off about me. But that's beside the point here.
Yeah.
Like
that's yeah, and you've told me that before too. So yeah. And then I didn't think somebody read a book to you. I could see the concern though that it maybe could confuse some people. I don't know. But that's not what happened in your situation.
I always felt a little confused about my gender, even when
it had nothing to do with anybody else.
Nope.
Yeah, because this is the only reason, and is I didn't think it had to do with anyone else, but this is what people might think is like, oh, somebody planted this idea in your head as a little kid and kept telling you this, which
if anything, it was the opposite. It was the opposite way.
Yeah, I would
yeah, if anything,
I think things are quite different now, where people are a lot more open about this stuff, and I guess that's controversial.
But yeah, back in my middle and high school days, it was still very like heteronormative. Like, hey, who is your girlfriend? Hey, who is your boyfriend? There's no way you could. There's no way you could. You'll be a woman one day.
I'm gonna go in the other room, but I'm gonna listen on my phone. Be right back.
Alrighty. I guess I'll just go on a rant, but like basically like back when I was in so I'm gonna start with how back in elementary school, this story isn't even told on my channel yet in full, but like I've mentioned it, but like I was back in elementary school. I kind of wished I could have like had like guys dress clothes instead of girls dress clothes, and I wish I would have had like yeah I just felt kind of off how like, and whenever I tried to go ahead and tell my mom about how I was feeling off about something, she was like, one day you'll like makeup, one day you'll go ahead and feel more like a woman, and guess what, I'm not, I swear. um I so which I ended up during my pastries, during my design of my character, I was still like female identifying at that point, and then I ended up just, as I figured out that I was more like non-binary, I ended up like just making the character fit the mold that I have as far as my personality goes.
So
And
what
now
is
it
not?
and
Sorry to interrupt.
and now I'm thinking again, just due to like what's been going on with like my online best friend, is I'm re-questioning if I'm a dude.
So
And
yeah, what is this? So non-binary means that you don't feel particularly male or female, at least at the time.
non-binary means, I use non-binary as an umbrella term, but non-binary means you feel a mixture of male and female,
Mixture,
and
okay.
or like a gender that isn't male or female. What I used to identify with, which I might end up going back to depending on how I feel on like the hormones and stuff, but like agender means I'm genderless. And now I'm kind of in this like they he trying to still figure things out stage.
Because a lot of people, as you, I'm sure you're painfully aware, there's a lot of people are like, "Oh, this is just some made up thing," because nobody can like, not nobody, but like the scientific, like say my mom's psychology books from like the 90s or whatever. Whenever she went to college, she went to college after when I was a teenager. Like they never mentioned non-binary that I know of in the older psychology books. So this is like a very brand new idea for a lot of people. Probably have only heard about non-binary in the past maybe 5 or 10 years.
And there's absolutely people who are fully, or who end up non-binary. But like in I'm just re-questioning things. Like I'm still trying to figure out myself. Like I thought I figured it out, but then again, like no one have really treated me much like a guy, like fully a guy. So like yeah, so that's what's going on.
Yeah, the thing, yeah, the thing is that this non-binary is such a new concept to people that the people are like, this is just think it's just some sort of made up thing because they've never heard of it until like recent years, and they don't realize that this is actually, isn't that actually like considered, I hope this isn't offensive, but is it considered gender dysphoria? Is that
It
an
is
offensive
it is
term?
still it is still considered gender dysphoria. Because it's like because with non-binary people, I'm going to start by explaining with binary trans people, which is male to female, female to male. They tend to fully feel discomfort with the stuff they were given. With non-binary people, it tends to go ahead and be like partially, like let's say let's say that okay, let's say that I was non-binary, and let's say for the sake of this, I'm non-binary, and I end up like taking testosterone, not fully to the male extent, but enough to go ahead and like delete like the side curves and stuff like that. And I decide, and not like too much testosterone to where I fully pass as a dude. And then let's say I want to go ahead and get top surgery but not bottom surgery. People who are I'm not saying like all trans guys want to get like bottom surgery, or all trans girls want to get bottom surgery, but like in general, if someone feels trans, like a trans man or a trans woman, they tend to want to go all the way with transitioning, when people who are non-binary tend to want to be more neutralized.
Yeah, I've heard like one trans friend of mine mentioned like feeling like just you know, it's just like, I'm gonna say she because that's how the person identifies.
So
definitely should have definitely believes that she should have certain body parts that she doesn't, or at least haven't talked to her in a while, but didn't, at the time didn't have, like, and was very, very extremely distressed about it.
I am too.
And so I don't think people really think about, it's not like somebody wakes up and they're like, well, I just kind of feel a little bit male or a little bit female, or I don't, it's not like just some, like, they wake up, it's like, I'm gonna have like drink some tea today, or so, you know what I'm saying? I think it's way more powerful of a feeling.
It's totally degrading sometimes.
And so I don't, but this has not been like, this whole non-binary thing hasn't been talked about much until it seems like recent years we've been hearing about it like more in the mainstream.
It's because it's because people are realizing that gender is more of a spectrum and less of like a binary. So like people could go ahead and feel like people can feel more male, people can feel more female, people could feel more in the middle, or people could just not feel gender at all.
Chris is saying gender dysphoria is no longer required by the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual to transition. Is that true with the latest version?
That's kind of odd. But yeah, gender dysphoria is honestly is an extremely degrading feeling to feel. It like I feel like I'd be like the opposite of your friend in some ways, because like I said this in private chat, but she is male to female, correct?
Yeah, yeah. If using the old-fashioned terminology, I don't. Can we just probably end up getting canceled for using that? I don't know. I don't know if is that. But yeah,
you're just trying to learn. So,
as far as like
am
as
I?
far
So
as
basically, I want to go ahead and ask you: is she the opposite of me?
I'd say so. If
Because
you're
I'm.
considering yourself a he now,
Yep. So
then she's the opposite. Where
I'm still questioning if I'm a dude or not, but for let's just say for this for the sake
yeah,
of this example,
if you were considering yourself a dude, she'd be the opposite because
she started
outwardly
out as a
appears
guy.
male and wants to would like to, but feels female.
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
know,
So her and I would be opposite. Which I
yeah,
I've noticed.
I am
Like
tiptoeing
you're
on
good.
this, but
You're good, man. And I don't think like unless like the trans people are being like very toxic, I don't think Lorenzo would need to be wouldn't need to be extremely concerned about being canceled because like as we both see as everyone sees here, he is just trying to learn things rather than like just.
I could probably just get more canceled for being like kind of a troll than anything else, you know. Like
Fair enough.
I never know what people are going to get upset with. Like there's lots of things that people probably should be upset with me that they don't get upset with me about. So it's not like I think, oh, I'm just this innocent angel. It's like it's typically the stuff that I don't think people will get pissed off about that they do. And then there's like all this like crazy stuff where going around like, you know.
Because if anyone ever gets mad at you for like missaying something when it comes to like trans stuff, I would go ahead and try to back you up as much as possible just because like you're still learning this stuff. Like you're not you're not like intentionally being like, hey, da 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 da.
Well, I like to have as frank of conversations as we can have on YouTube, which I have no idea what, you know, like, and so like my guests have all. I mean, the guests on here have all sorts of different opinions, and like my people.
We even have had we've even had like he's not around anymore, but we've literally had like your masculine version of feminists. Do you remember him?
Oh, I think that's Vincent. We've
Vincent,
wondering
yeah.
what happened to the guy because he's disappeared from the internet. I actually he had talked about visiting the Philippines and he had visited the Philippines before. Maybe he's visiting there again. I don't know. Maybe.
But yeah, wait, did you kick him off the show? I forgot.
I don't think I did. I think he just stopped coming on the show.
I think he got kind of annoyed at me.
Yeah. And so I just yeah, he's not like banned from he's not banned in StreamYard or anything that you know that I recall. I just think it was something where like
yeah, I honestly
he would just kept saying like some really like he'd go and he'd just say some stuff that he had said some stuff that was like I don't think it was intentional on his point. I don't think he really thinks before he says things, but but you might feel it's intentional. I'm not trying to discount your feelings on the matter because I'm not mind reader, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, but like when he said like what he had said about you is like, okay, yeah, I could see why that was not. Yeah, I don't even.
Yeah,
I don't want to say it again because it shouldn't
yeah.
have been said in the first place.
Yeah, I'm yeah, sorry. I just remembered him. Like I didn't remember if I met him from your stream or if I met him from Nation's stream.
Yeah, I think I might have taught the guy like he was having audio issues and stuff when he first came on here. I might have somehow like taught him how to use StreamYard. So,
Oh yeah, I think you did.
but he went off and did his own streams, and
And
then he stopped streaming. So I mean,
then he
the thing is,
yeah. I ended up like suggesting him to do like a gender neutral version of his video, and he did not like that. He did not like the fact that I was trying to be like, hey, why don't you go ahead and approach everybody in the same video? And
yeah, it seems like he was kind of like I think I don't know if he was with the MGTOW, like men going their own way. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah, I learned that
you know,
because of him.
or a traditional conservative like TradCon or what exactly he identifies as. But he was very old fashioned in his outlook, and for me, I like talk to people like all over like all sorts of different belief systems, but it didn't seem very healthy for you to interact with the guy.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Well, that's depressing. But
is?
yeah, I haven't seen him around. Someone was just mentioning the other day they hadn't seen him.
Yeah. Holy cow. I'm just thinking about how many different things I've been on your show for. Oh man, it was a lot.
Yeah, you've been on here multiple occasions. It's
I forgot why, but there was another reason of oh man, I don't know. For one thing, I've definitely been here for multiple different things. Like both positive and negative. Wait, also, why is it that Crossy haven't been why is it that Crossy haven't really been on here lately?
I don't know. So he went off to I think maybe live in British Columbia, Canada. He went into a different province of Canada, and I think his mom passed away.
I heard about that.
And then he ended up moving with a friend, and then he ended up moving to like a different part of Canada, like up like Canada's already up north from where I'm at. Like I mean, Ontario is, and he went even further north. I think with British Columbia. I think that's further north. I know like the first few seasons of the X-Files was filmed there, and it was like looked like it was like they have just a massive like forest there. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know much about Canada either, man.
It looks like the scenery is very beautiful there, and at least in certain regions, but I don't know if it's very like a really rural province or how it is. But yeah, but yeah, he seems to. I don't know. He's gone on other shows that are on it.
Like wait, I know
maybe he streams maybe he streams.
Oh yeah, I've seen him
Thursdays?
on. Hold
I
on,
don't know.
sorry. But yeah, I've seen him on the mic stand.
Yeah, and it goes on Chris and Diana's Hero Shack show. So
Oh man, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but I tried. Okay, so I tried to get on the mic stand one day, and want to know who, and you know who shall not be named, also tried to go on the mic stand. So that made it so that none of us could go on the mic stand. And I think it was Mike. It was and wait, want to know something kind of funny about like one time I was actually on Hero Shack's show. And
on whose
and
show?
yeah, I was on Hero
Oh,
Shack.
you were on Chris and Diana's show?
Yeah. And want to know something funny? So like because like Chris was wanting to make sure that I wasn't gonna do anything stupid on his show. He asked basically both. Basically asked people who were already on air to vouch for me, and the funny thing is that literally everyone knew who I was except for Hero Shack. And guess who made it on Hero Shack's show because everyone knew who I was. Except for
did
Hero
you make
Shack.
it on the show?
Yeah, I made it on the show because everyone knew who I was except for Hero Shack.
That would have been weird if you said that Rick made it on the show because everybody knew who you were. Like, what?
Yeah.
But Rick goes on the show anyway, so.
Yeah. They were doing like this Saturday like drawing thing.
Oh, okay. How did it work out in that show?
It was pretty chill, I'd say. Most.
I think he's had other trans panelists on before.
Oh yeah. Wait. Hero Shack or Cross?
Hero Shack, yeah.
I've never met any of the other trans panelists. I feel like on most shows I tend to be the trans panelist, just because of how things play out.
Is it like the Highlander where there could be only one?
Not necessarily. It just tends to be how. Fair enough. It just tends to be how things tend to play out with me.
Like
I tend to be very like trans people tend to go ahead and like tend to stick around mostly other trans people, and I
Oh, you said stick around.
Stick around. Like they tend to hang.
I thought you
hang
said
out.
I thought you said something with a D, and it's like, wow.
Stick around. What are you thinking, Lorenzo?
I don't know.
Why would I say
don't
such a
know.
thing on your show, on air?
Oh, you should hear. Gosh, you would. I don't. I just had an Australian on here. You know, Bogan. So who uses like Australian redneck. So you get like all sorts of colorful words.
Man, I swear.
Camel. Hell with being gender neutral says always DTF. Pretty sure they do that. Oh, I'm getting confused.
I think DTF isn't quite used to people like me, I guess. That's
Chris's
okay.
name, Chris Longfellow, that's actually her husband's name. I'll say Nikki because, and the only reason I'm saying is because Nikki has stated her name publicly before, and so it's not doxing her. But I do a lot of times just call you pastry because the they them thing can kind of. I still think it's a little bit awkward in English. I mean, I think it's.
Now the question I have for life is if I end up sticking with he they, I feel like if I end up sticking with they he, I feel like most people are probably going to use he for me.
I don't. So this confuses the heck out of me when I see that in people's profile. It's like they or he, and I've wondered, does it depend on the day or what does that mean?
So how I tend to go ahead and navigate the whole multiple pronouns in this set thing is like what is supposed to happen tends to be like you're supposed to alternate them, but I tend to go with when it comes to like combo sets, I tend to go with they whenever possible, because most people tend to go for the cis pronoun whenever possible. Like most people, like I feel like with the combo set, I feel like most people would call me a he if they were to see he they, because most people wouldn't people who would feel awkward with they as a pronoun set or they as a pronoun would probably just use he for me. So therefore I tend to go with they whenever possible in pronoun sets. So like in general, when people put more than one pronoun in their set, they're good with either.
I like how Nigerian pidgin, the word he can mean he, she, or it. Though they also do have the word she, but she can also mean it. But it'd be nice if there was just like one pronoun, and then
yeah,
'cause I'm starting to get a headache trying to. I'm trying to understand, but it's like I'm still trying to understand. Like, so you've got two pronoun sets. Is that it?
I like so basically for me as of now I would be okay with being called a he or a they.
Okay.
Either would work. Like it's not gonna depend on the day. I'm just
Sorry. I hope I'm not making a bunch of noise. I'm drinking water. I'm not used to drinking out of these kind of water bottles that with like the one sips water out of. So I hope I'm not making a bunch of noise.
You're good, man. You need your water.
Yeah, I'm thirsty. It's got dry mouth. So yeah, sorry to interrupt. Oh, hey, Amit. I'm sorry, keep mispronouncing your name.
You're good, man. This is your show
I can
after
share
all.
the stream if you enjoy what you're watching.
You're good, man.
You're good. Yeah, that's interesting. This is definitely not anything I learned in school, or even in my mom's psychology books, because I read them when I was in junior high. I mean, didn't read her books cover to cover, but I used to read her college textbooks. Yet I struggle to read like fiction and like even some comic books. I have a hard time reading like because the dialogue and so I don't know. But yeah, my mom had psychology textbooks, including and like and at least one of her books did deal with trans people, but it didn't deal with non-binary.
Yeah, it's like so I feel like with non-binary, like it's a pretty new concept to like Western, like the whole Western culture, but like if you were to look back in like Native American and Indian tribes, they did have something called two-spirit, which I would have to do more research on. But like that, like two-spirit is probably one of the first, if not the first, non-binary-ish type, like a non-binary-ish identity.
Yeah, I thought it was like a newer term, but
Two-spirit.
I have heard that some tribal nations did have multiple gender. It's traditionally. I know Native Hawaiians had this concept of I can't think of the word, like in between, like people, or in the middle, I think is like, trying to remember. Is that Mahu? Trying to think of the term. I don't speak Hawaiian, so. But there's like different concepts in different cultures throughout human history.
And I just feel like it is more of a new thing for like the Western culture. I definitely feel like there's been like non-binary counterparts in other cultures in the past.
Emmett's Indian. I don't know if he'd. What is Lorenzo? Did you hear they are doing the Land of the Lost too? Everyone is non-binary. It just depends on how much non-binary you are, says Hammond. Emmett is from India originally, but he lives in Indonesia. Not sure if what Emmett is saying is a cultural thing or just Emmett's opinion.
But yeah, sorry to go ahead and leave, but I am really tired.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna go ahead and pop off.
And Ethereal Dragon's talking about Transformers. Oh.
But yeah,
that's something different.
So sorry to interrupt, but can I go ahead and do my closing announcements? Or whatever you tend to call them. On my channel I call them closing announcements because it's this form would be called closing announcements on my shows just because of but yeah, for those of you guys who have never seen me before, I'm Rebellious Pastry. I was originally known for Storytime Animations, which I'm going back to, but I also do a stream show once a week, which is on Wednesdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, where I do hobby interviews and also a game show as well. And then what else? And then my main part of the channel, which I will go back to, is Storytime Animation, where I basically go ahead and take stories from my life, make them entertaining, and animate about them. And yeah, that's pretty much it for my closing announcements.
I still love that microwave
video, man,
because that's something it seems like something that would happen with me. That I have such a hard time with those trays in the microwave and that little thing that the tray fits into, that little circular thing. I don't know what the thing's called.
But yeah,
a little mini wheel or something that the tray fits in.
But yeah, one thing that definitely is good about my channel is the stories don't the stories age well regardless of how much the animation quality does. Even so I feel like Camp Potato as the Camp Potato story, which was my first ever story time on the channel, that animation quality really aged out, but the story didn't. The story is still really good, but yet the animation quality definitely have aged out. But I'm never gonna redo videos because redoing videos is just a endless cycle, and then I wouldn't ever make any new story times if I just
perhaps a certain individual, now that he doesn't have a channel, can time travel and prevent George Lucas from editing his video, from re-editing Star Wars a gazillion times.
Yeah, I refuse to redo videos as far as quality goes.
It's a temptation because I even I used to make. I used to work for network. Well, uh, it wasn't like I was getting paid, but I was a public access TV producer. I don't know if you've ever seen like Wayne's World or anything like that, but, or you're familiar with community public access type TV. You can just go and make your own TV shows and put it on the air.
Where did Camp Potato go? Hold on. I'm just tired. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you can put it in the chat if you'd like.
yeah,
But,
Camp Potato will
and
always
welcome
be
back,
one of my
or I guess
favorite.
I
Camp.
think you did come. So hey LCX, I think the Transformers animation. I mean, there. I've seen that one where.
And the one that Lorenzo mentioned was from the I Was Dumb series, but it was the third one instead of the first one. Wait, no, the second one.
So.
But yeah, anyways, I really gotta go. I am
Okay, there was a
exhausted.
series of I Was Dumb videos.
Yeah, the first one was about Camp Potato. The second one was about the sandwich, and the third one was about me dropping my phone in the snow and not knowing about it.
Oh.
And
that
then
intriguing.
if I would probably end up making another I Was Dumb video. I just need some time to make more scripts for that series specifically.
Yeah. So I like I like this idea of this. So this is one of the things that people will come on and they'll complain about for like.
Can I hop off and get
like
ready
some
for
sort of
bed?
indefinite period of time. They'll just go on about how they don't like the stories and like comics or Hollywood. I say folks might want to check out the Storytime video community on YouTube because it is a positive thing. And have a good night, Rebellious Pastry. I do think it's neat that there's these animators, and it's kind of it's not like a full-fledged cartoon or whatever where like every I don't think you have to have like a character whose mouth is moving or anything, like the whole time. It's kind of like what I've seen is more kind of like simple animation, but simple but effective, where there's a series of images, almost kind of like a slideshow or something, where but it's been a while since I've watched Pastry's videos, so I could be totally remembering things wrong. Mainly watch Pastry's live streams, but it's kind of neat. People have done something similar with VTubers, where a VTuber will tell a story, and maybe Japanese, and it'll be dubbed into English. But somebody did with Karone, the dog goddess, this humanoid dog character who it was actually her friend. Was it Okayo? Am I pronouncing it right? She the cat who's like talking about her friend the dog who he kept offering her tea and Corone was afraid that like she didn't drink the tea. Her friend didn't drink the tea. She was afraid that her friend would leave, and I'm not really doing it justice, but somebody took that and they turned it into kind of like a story time animation, and because there's some VTubers who will have parts kind of like this where I'm just talking, where they'll be talking to the audience and they'll be telling stories and stuff. And there's been people who've turned that into kind of story time type animation. But then there's this whole community of people who make stuff based on their own stories, their own like kind of personal narratives. And I find that pretty fascinating. I'm a little bit into the study of folklore, folkloristics. Not going to college for that. It's not something I believe somebody could really unless somebody's like going to become a professor or something. I don't think there's a lot of money in there. But I have listened to folklorists speak, and I think it's pretty interesting. And people go around collecting these stories. Also, there's I can't remember. I think the guy's name was Alan Lomax. He went around doing like field recordings of like blues musicians and stuff, or like even like Woody Guthrie, folk songs and stuff. For I think that might. I think he was a folklorist, Alan Lomax, or I think you can find his stuff on like the Smithsonian or Folkways or Smithsonian Folkways label. I'd like to thank everybody for showing up. And Emmett's going to sub. I think there's some really great content on the Pastries channel. Humans that sound fun. Lorenzo, do you hear they are doing the Land of the Lost too? I was just watching something earlier about Land of the Lost, a documentary. A lot of the people from Star Trek were on there. Bradley hates Star Trek. He was on here earlier. Don't want anybody to think I'm bashing Risey. Just, God bless him, he just doesn't like Star Trek. But yeah, like the guy who played Chekhov, was it Walter Koenig? There's also Buster on almost a Deep Space Nine, Babylon 5. He wrote one of the episodes of Land of the Lost. What's her name? Fontana. I keep forgetting her initials. From Star Trek, she wrote for Land of the Lost. Talking about the 70s version. The makeup artist, or maybe the person who worked on prosthetics. Land of the Lost, the 1970s series, was also worked on Star Trek. I don't know if it's the Next Generation or what, but it's real. And so you had these like storylines and these special effects. This extremely low budget TV show that they filmed twice a week. They filmed 2 episodes a week and you had these excellent writers and makeup artists. Apparently, there's Land of the Lost conventions. They could think something like, I can't remember if they said 50,000 or 60,000 people show up, which that's way too many humans for me to deal with. Another thing I was going to mention was I had an Atari 400 when I was barely just a hatchling. As a wee lad, we had my brother and I had a Atari 400. I still have it somewhere. And they came up with an Atari 400 Mini, and like right now it's $120, but might be worth getting it if it's on sale sometime. I know the A500 Mini, the Omega 500 Mini, has gone on sale at least a couple times for, I think, like $70 when it's usually $120. So, I had it pulled up on my phone, but I'm on my computer. It's the Atari 400 Mini, and it's actually on Atari's website. So I think it seems to be authorized by the people who own the rights to Atari. I'm just amazed that they would take this console actually was technically a computer, but with a membrane keyboard, and they've taken this computer that I always thought was like totally underrated, and they used that to base a mini console around. I could see doing that with a 2600, but I never thought they'd do anything like that with Atari 400. This looks very close to the original. I think it says just the 400, which I think originally it said the real console. It's not console, but the real computer. It's Atari. It says Atari 400. But yeah, it's been a while since I've got mine out, and the thing is so tiny. I mean, like the joystick is really relationship to the joystick, and the Atari 400 Mini. You can probably see that the Mini is quite small, though it is a ways away from joystick. But the USB joystick, and I think it has 4 USB ports. The original Atari 400 has you could plug in 4 joysticks, which I think is still pretty cool. And this is like an actual product. It's not like the Intellivision Amico that's like in development. Like I think this is something that's made. This is something that people are actually doing like reviews on, where they actually have a copy, and you can actually buy this from either Atari's website or like Amazon or whatever. I think it's on Amazon as well, being sold through Atari. I'm thinking about getting this because it's I have no clue how I'd attach my old Atari 400 to. Actually, I could attach it to my television set I have, but this one I'm pretty sure has HDMI support, and it's pretty neat. Metal Jesus Rocks did a video about it. I'm not sure about the guy. I mean, there's other reviewers I typically watch, but he did go through it quite thoroughly. Oh, Ahmed will share this channel with Spirit Scar. Oh boy. Does anyone know what happened to Spirit Scar? It was just kind of unusual that he was both had sympathies towards certain mustachioed World War II German dictator, and then like it turned out the guy is Mexican or something. Like it's I mean, okay, I don't know. Not sure what the certain World War II guy would have would have thought about. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the stance of the World War II Germans were on like mestizo people, but I guess I can't really. It wasn't like I could persuade the guy to change his like political viewpoints. Spirits Guard did have some good taste in German expressionist movies, but the whole he just kind of, even for somebody who's into the Axis powers of World War II, he was particularly annoying. And, I don't agree with that ideology to begin with, but he was just really arrogant and kind of pompous as far as I'm concerned. And so I don't really miss Spirit Scar. I guess I enjoyed the conversations I had about movies, and that's about I do try to see good sights to people, but that's just in his case it was really, really difficult. No pastries in the chat. That's cool. Want to take care of LCX? Well, thanks for sharing this. There are RF and AV and even HDMI connectors. Oh, huh. Oh, it looks like so is that for an Atari 400 with I'm just seeing 2.3 stars or 2.8 stars, and one of these is 3.3 stars. These don't seem to be getting good ratings. Here's one that's 4.3 stars. That's better. 4.2 stars isn't bad, so it depends on how many of these are paid reviews, but I guess I'd have to sort through and HDMI, modular RF, converter, digital RF. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, these are. Yeah, some of these are all some of these are $12. Oh, I see. The HDMI AV to. Oh, RCA to. Okay, but yeah, that wouldn't be. It would be a RF modulator, HDMI coax adapter. Well, one thing that is. Do they have a way of plugging in? Do like a memory card to in place of a cartridge in Atari 400, because that would come in handy. You wouldn't have to switch the games around every time you want to play a different game. Atari 400 Mini does have a neat graphical interface where you can just go through and select the game with your like controller, joystick. But yeah, this is definitely a lot more affordable to get like an RF modulator to HDMI. Thanks for sharing that. LCX. I was just looking at the Amazon link for people who are wondering what I'm talking about. But they are cheap. Yeah, it's because they're like sorry folks, I wasn't showing it on the screen, but they are like you might pay like, looks like you might pay some like, oh, maybe let's say somewhere between like yeah, the prices. And some of these are like, a lot of these are like $30. So you can, because what these old consoles had, or not, well, some consoles and computers, they'd have what's known as an RF modulator, and the trick is getting them to getting a converter that will convert it to work, to plugging it into an HDMI jack. Yeah, I'd want one that would like upscale the image quality, or it would be nice if it could like kind of simulate the like the pixel effect on a modern machine. So if anybody knows about that, please let me know, because that'd be pretty neat. Looks like some of these are more sophisticated than others. This one that's 4.4 stars is actually only $12. I mean, I'll have to look over these things, but that might be, I mean, just $12 isn't all that much. Go look for a video review. Yeah, that's a good way. Thanks. It's a good idea. Yeah, because it'd be neat to. I mean, if you can play something on original hardware, I think that's many ways superior. The neat thing is being able to go and have something that's like a tiny emulation box that you can go and like have save states and stuff that you, because if you're playing, that if you're playing an Atari 400 and you got like three men, I'll say three guys or whatever, three, and then that you got 3 lives, and then you die. You got to start the game over again. And I think that's pretty based. I think I like that, But there's some games that I never have been able to finish because of my reflexes aren't the best. In a way, I like that Miner 2049er game that I recommended. You tried out. I think you tried the Atari. I mean the Commodore 64 version, which I think was very similar, possibly better graphics than the Atari 400 probably would be. And so, I'll definitely check that out. I don't. These mini consoles would it would make more sense. I think the PlayStation one was maybe $30 for a while. So when something like $120 for something that's kind of like seems like it's kind of like a very basic Raspberry Pi type thing. Yeah, I know they're not real hardware. They're emulation. Yeah, I actually don't mind emulate. Yeah, I might be better off just getting a little mini computer, not a Raspberry Pi, but there's just like a mini computer that doesn't take up much space. I can hook up to my TV and have some sort of emulators on, and just I could have probably attached to like a Bluetooth keyboard or whatever to it, and maybe a Bluetooth. What they have would it be Bluetooth or what with the joystick? Getting pretty tired, as you probably can tell. That would be fun. Just having something that would emulate several different systems. I think I can do that, with my A500 Mini. That should emulate several different systems. I have a problem right now where I have a Chromebook and I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can use any software on there to put the software I need onto USB stick to mod my A500 Mini, but that would be or to mod my PlayStation Mini or PlayStation Classic, I think it's called. But if I could do that, I mean, that would make more sense than having multiple mini consoles. I mean, I already have two of them. If I can use something like RetroArch, and I think that might be the way to go, because I have too many consoles to begin with. So the key is like installing it on there, and a lot of the videos I see, it's like a Mac or a Windows machine. I don't, use that people are using to mod their consoles. I'm not seeing any instructions. I haven't found any for the Chromebook. Like, and because I can even install Linux on the Chromebook, but I don't even see any guides to using Linux to mod. Maybe I can do some further research, because that would be neat to take either the mini PlayStation I have and mod that, or take the A500 mini and mod that, or mod them both. I can just hook that up to my TV and play these little games. If people are wondering, I'm responding to LCX. It's a laugh out loud. Mini consoles aren't real hardware. They're using emulation. Yeah, so another option would be to, like, say, take the Atari 400, the real one I have. I also have a 1200 XL. And use one of these RF modulators to HDMI, and then there might be a way of using, like, say, a memory card or a flash drive or something instead of a cartridge or hard drive. Not hard drive, but a disk drive. And that would be neat. That would be a lot more convenient than. Hey, DJ Ronnie G. Yeah, I like the idea of these mini consoles. They're just, though I think, yeah. I think I should just mod one of them that I currently have. Yeah, I think, the problem I have is the price on this thing. One even released an HDMI mod for the Atari 2600, but that's madness. I bet it's a Raspberry Pi on the inside, that long. Huh. Yeah, with my A400, not A400, oh gosh, is it A5000 mini? I think it's almost like a in a Atari. I'm not Atari. It's almost like Raspberry Pi. Fortunate thing, it doesn't have built-in Wi-Fi. For the amount of money, I mean, it should have a built-in Wi-Fi card for like if you're going to charge $120 for something. I don't know. Maybe the Atari 400 Mini has that, but I mean, I could add a Wi-Fi card, I think, to my E500 Mini. You use old film processors. RK3326 is a common choice as LCX. Well, it was an offline machine, but it would be nice to be able to go and download the games, and that I naturally own a legal copy to, and then I do not condone piracy here on the show, but anyway, be nice to be able to just download games directly. Like you can actually, there are like handheld consoles people can get for like $60, $70, like on sale, that have Wi-Fi built in. Yeah, I'm not gonna LCX. I'm not gonna buy a Steam Deck for playing yeah, old Atari games or old Amiga games. Oh, well, it was an offline machine, but for that price, it would be cool if they could play online. Says DJ Ryan G. Yeah, they're like $20 devices. SF2000. Huh. The RK3326 is a common choice. Is that the processor? I have a deck and it's pretty sweet. I don't like setting up RetroArch, but I appreciate its features. Even for pricier devices, you can play online, but not necessarily download ROMs. Oh, interesting. I think a lot of them you have to use like an SD card and load it onto there, or you gotta use your computer. Let's see, I've got a device. Gonna look it up on. Gonna have to look it up. What handheld device I own? And maybe you guys have heard of it. If I can find it. Let's see. I have a Mio MIYO mini handheld. I'll try to put that on the screen. The thing is that because I don't have like an actual PC, like I don't know I'm going to load the memory card because I just have a Chromebook currently. Let's see. Trying to find a picture that none of these pictures are right here on well, they just link to Amazon. Let's see if I can open this in a new tab. Open link, a new tab. I'm trying to open the image. Open it. Here we go. Open image, a new tab. I believe this is what I have. Let's see. It's going to take a second. So I'm going to put the Atari 400 menu link in the chat just so people can cite my sources. But I'm going to try to screen share this. Oh boy, I hate trying to work in StreamYard with this setup. So I have one of these. Can't remember if this can run onion or garlic, but I can run firmware on here that's better than the stuff that comes with it. And the problem is getting it loaded on there, because this can emulate a bunch of different systems and a lot more than the stuff on the SD card that comes with it. Plus, the SD card isn't the highest quality, and people don't recommend actually using the SD card that comes with it. But it's so this is something that I have. I only got it for $63. It's a Mio or You, I don't know. Mini handheld. And I'd like to, this would be something fun to mod. If I can get the software on there. Arcade isn't the main thing but I really like the form factor of it. Wait. Are you still on the phone, Lorenzo? Send me the model number to your Chromebook on Discord. I might have an adapter for it. Well, I'm can you guys hear me? I don't know if can't tell if I'm muted or not. I'm currently on my Chromebook. Let's see. LCX is also a Powkitty A13 for arcade experience. LCX has a link to that. Oh, Yeah, those are pretty neat. $109. $109.99, so $110. That's pretty cool. I don't. Yeah, I would have to open up YouTube, and I don't think I have. Do I have YouTube open? Oh, I guess I do. I can go and click on the link in YouTube, but wait. Well, this is weird. It's here we go. Hug Kitty. So I can let me stop screen sharing. I'm going to. Oh no, that's the Pow Kitty page, and it just suddenly loaded some shit on the page that's just. Well, it's some sort of discount, but it's no, I'm not actually seeing an image. Here we go. I'm going to open image and open the image in a. Oh crap! Keep getting I just keep getting the screen that's some sort of ad or some sort of discount. I was hoping I could. Just open image. Oh, let me open that. Okay, it allowed me to zoom in on the image. Okay, now I opened the image and then it did. I want people to see what this looks like. This is a picture of the device that LCX sent the link to. I zoomed in on the image of it because the rest of the page was like it had the price. It's like $110. I don't know about tax or shipping, but yeah, that is pretty neat. I think the Mio. I think I'm gonna try that since I already have it. But yeah, this definitely is cool that you got a handheld device that you can go and has it really does have like kind of arcade style joystick and buttons and stuff. Not sure if it has like the exact feel of like an expensive joystick or whatever, but that looks pretty yeah, that looks pretty comparable to what you'd see in an arcade cabinet. And there's just really a lot of different options these days. But yeah, $120 for the A400 Mini is cool looking as it is. I mean, it's just a mini device. It doesn't even have the real like membrane keyboard, which those keyboards really did suck. So So I don't know. I already have. Let's see. I've got the. Thousand many. Hope I said that right. I've got the. Got a play like that mini PlayStation device. Can't remember what that was. It PlayStation Mini or PlayStation Classic or whatever. So I've already got enough emulation devices. Now the deal is just to mod them so I can get the most use possible out of them. I think it's pretty cool to well, if the preloaded software is flexible enough. Oh, LCX says I laugh out loud. I have a budget. Mio Mini is called the GB300. Well, if the preloaded software is flexible enough, well, it's easy to mod the Mio Mini retro game covers exclusively. Yes, sir, we can hear you. Oh, this is DJ Ronnie G. So I'm not highlighting things I can't. I'm looking on YouTube because the StreamYard, it's hard for me to see the chat in StreamYard. You basically just make a new SD card with the OS inside. Oh, the audio is good. 70 USD is a fair price for an A13. Don't buy it full price. It only does up to PS1 games. Looks like a Fisher Price toy. I love it though. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't have it on the screen anymore, but it did kind of look the Pow Kitty with a Pow Kitty 13 V 1.2 version 10-inch joystick arcade A7 architecture quad core CPU simulator video game console retro game. Yeah, that was, yeah, that is pretty cool. I like that it has a joystick and stuff, but right-handed. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. It's been so long since I used an Atari joystick. I'm trying to remember if it was left-handed or right-handed device. A lot of joysticks these days. We got like two sticks these days anyway, like on a like an Xbox controller or whatever. But yeah, that is a neat thing. Thanks for suggesting that. I think I just start out with the devices I have now, and thanks to LCX and to DJ Ronnie G. And folks, please don't be offended if I miss your streams. This is embarrassing, but what I did is I've like subbed to like since 2016 or something. I've subbed to like around 1,000 channels, and now like when I want to go and watch my friends' channels, I I get so many notifications, I just turn them off for YouTube. If anybody knows a good way to go through, and like if a good extension to go through, and it's better than YouTube's system, please let me know, because I'm just overwhelmed. I'm tempted to just use a separate account when I go to visit people's YouTube channels, but then I'd have to deal with another account besides this one. I'd rather not be subscribed to 1,000 channels on here. But it's so difficult the way that YouTube sets it up from to go through the list. And I found this with Twitter as well. Twitter won't even show me the full list of people I follow on Twitter. There used to be some really handy third-party software, and then Elon Musk started charging what I'd consider an outrageous amount of money just to these companies that had third-party software where allow people to go through and see which accounts were inactive so they can unfollow them and stuff like that. Learning about something like that for YouTube. There's some that are inactive that are like really good archives of stuff that I'd like to be subscribed to, but remain subscribed to, because so I can remember where the channel is, but and find it again. But when I got 1,000 fucking channels, that's nothing I can really sort through. That's insane. And I went through and just there was a time when I was watching like news from like every continent except for Antarctica, and like multiple news stations from like the Africa, Asia, Europe, North of South America, etc. And it just got to the point where Australia. It got to the point where and now I'm got 1,000 different sites I'm sub to, or nearly 1,000. So if anybody can help me with that, please. So DJ Ronnie G only does a Monday show at 10:45 p.m. Is that Eastern Standard Time? Everything else is random. Click on the bell icon. Yeah, but I'd have to click on the bell icon for 1,000 different accounts. I need to. I have the bell icon turned on. I just have it turned on for too many channels. They don't have really they have a custom mode, but it doesn't really. I don't know exactly how that works. I think it just kind of randomly sends me things. What I'd like is for the channels I'm interested in, I'd like to receive a notification for those. I mean, for the channels I want to see every time. So that would be like ringing the bell. But then there's turning it off. And then there's that in between, that custom thing. And I don't know what it does. Does it like every once in a while send me a notification, or does it just like show me something on the screen if I like in my recommendations? Because that I could deal with. What I can't deal with is getting dozens of notifications every half hour. So I turn off the notifications on my devices. DJ Ronnie G says, I really gotta clean up my subscriptions. It would take me hours. There's one that people can use. There's some that people can use to mass unsubscribe, but I haven't been able to find something that can back up the current channel that I have. Laugh out loud, I sub to tons of people, but only visit like 6 channels, says LCX. Yeah, EDT is the same as EST, but for some reason they started to indicate daylights. Oh, I thought it was EDST or ESDT. It sounds like some sort of venereal disease or whatever, these time zones. or like or PST, like that's like it's pretty close to PTSD, you know. It's a little too close for comfort. No offense to those who suffer from PTSD, but I might start with my other YouTube account under my name. I'll clean up subs on that and organize bookmarks as needed on that. Basically, I'll sub to 2 different lists of channels. Anything I don't want to unsub to, but would like to get updates from, I put it under my other account. Interesting. Yeah, if I were to use a different account, yeah, I could just use a different account than the one I stream with to might be kind of confusing if they start looking at that account for videos and there's not on there. DJ Ryan G says this account will have all the people I already interact with and stuff watch daily. In short, I should just check there's a Google export feature first. Yeah. Wonder if there's a way of exporting my subs, because there's Chromebook extensions, but what they do is they just copy like 300 subs or whatever to one's clipboard. And I have, as I said, I had nearly 1,000. Plus, copying to the clipboard seems pretty stupid. And why can't they just export a file? I don't understand that. And with all my subscribers, I just don't understand that. But yeah, that's why, you know, that's a big reason why I'm not like visiting channels as often as I used to, as I decided to turn off the notifications, because I'd be playing Honkai Star Rail and I'd be just like inundated with these pop-ups. If anyone doesn't play that game, I highly recommend it. It is a bit of a gacha game, I believe. The key is don't use your diamonds or crystals or whatever. You don't want to use them. They'll give you the option of using them to like when you're mining for resources, you have this what's called a trailblaze power, and you kind of run out of power to and they'll ask you to if you want to use your diamonds to. The problem is if you use your diamonds, those diamonds are things that you can use to exchange for pulls to get a character. You know, you get it's kind of like a loot box system. And if you spend it like kind of like on frivolous things, then you're not going to have enough pulls to get characters without spending money to get more of these diamonds or gemstones or whatever the hell they're called. Let's see if I can find any images from a Honkai Star Rail. I just think it's an awesome menu system similar to Genshin Impact, but the gameplay is turn-based combat. Get to ride the Astral Express. Well, every once in a while they'll add an expansion, and then you can board the Astral Express, which is this locomotive that takes you to different space stations and planets and stuff like that. It's pretty neat. But when I try to look it up, I mainly find like fan art and not actual. Let's see. Well, here's an image from the game. I'll open it in a tab. Let people know what the combat looks like. I think it's really. I have a blast playing the game. Even I think even some of the free characters can be pretty powerful if set up right, but you really do want something that's higher than a 4-star character. You want to get the 5-star characters. I mean, at least some of them. But so the character on the left is Stella, and there's the female and a male version. I can't think of what the male version is called, but yeah, that's the main Trailblazer character. Basically, you wake up with amnesia, and you you're aboard a space station. I'd say this is a spoiler alert, but this is right at the beginning of the game. So this is a scene where you're where you're fighting off a character, and I think this is to gather resources. This looks like it's darn, I can't. I'm blanking out on which what she's fighting against. But you got this whole team of characters on the screen. She's currently the Trailblazer. Well, there's more than one Trailblazer, but Stella is the character selected. Now you can custom name your character whatever the heck you want, pretty much. Probably can't use a swear word or whatever because it's like an online game, but. And then you get different characters in your party. that also fight against DJ Ronnie G says I play Between the Stars. And okay, I've heard of Genshin. Yeah, LCX used to occasionally stream the game. Maybe not that many times, but still Artois beer is decent too. Yeah, that's owned by Budweiser, I believe, but actually a decent, pretty good beer. I think Belgian style, but if you don't mind supporting Budweiser, which I know a lot of people boycott. If you were going to boycott like every brand, I mean, I guess everybody's got to pick and choose their battles, but I mean, like, one of the worst things I'd argue is like these electronics are like often made in countries that don't have the best labor laws. If I was gonna, like, as far as like stuff I'm concerned about, I would like boycott that. But like I could see if like somebody's like really upset with a TikToker being on a can of beer. I never saw the individual on a can of Bud Light, but then they might not want to buy the Stella Artois or whatever that's called. Yeah, definitely. Well, not in this case, it wouldn't be love. Well, I think you get experience points, but let's see. I don't know. I don't think I can stream this, but I'm loading Honkai Star Rail. I'm going to check and see what it's called because I'm blanking out on it. I'm tired, but every week you get like, this is something you only get like 3 per week chances through. There's some, there's different types of resource mining. And this is, let's see. This might be, Echo of War. I think this is one of the Echo of War things. And might be the end of the Eternal Freeze Echo of War. I could totally be wrong on this one. That's one where you fight against an Cocalia? Wait, Apex Comics. Yeah, it's 6 hours and it's still going. Yeah, look at the end of the stream. I'll have like 6 views. Just joking. No, I really appreciate everybody who's shown up, and I find, like, I love it if I can get like 300 views on a video, but if it turns out I just got like 60 views or 70 views or whatever, still had some awesome conversations with people in the chat and on the panel. I think that's really what matters. I'm never going to monetize this channel. I'm never gonna, don't want super chats. Don't want ads on here. Don't want to deal with the mess of having to worry, oh, what if I get demonetized? And DJ Ronnie G is greeting Apex Comics. But yeah, if anybody wants to go on the panel, I mean, I guess it's the last chance. I'm about ready to shut down the stream. Other than that, I need to put more effort into uploads, though. Other than that, I'm glad I've been consistent with the Monday thing. What time did you say you streaming again? That whole EDT thing threw me off. Let's see. 10:45 p.m. Oh, that is kind of hard to remember. DJ Ronnie G streams at 10:45 p.m. Monday nights. It's Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Standard Daylight Time. Something like that. But yeah, I wonder if I can find any more photos from Honkai Star Rail. Let's see. Problem is it's cool. There's all sorts of fan art. I just wish it was easier for me to sort out, to type in gameplay. Yeah, there we go. One doesn't really show. I'm not finding much with the actual scenery of the different planets. There's some latest planet that takes place in dreams. Like you get this planet where it used to be a penal colony, and then it's just called Penacony, and there's a hotel there. You go to sleep, and then you have kind of a shared dream. I guess it's kind of like how the Borg have kind of a shared connection, but it's like you get the shared dream where everybody dreams that they're in this amusement park, and it's pretty trippy. That this current planet, or maybe it's actually like some sort of space station. And the first planet you're on, you have to rummage through the garbage cans. So when you're in this dream world, your character ends up having to fight garbage cans. That these garbage cans want to test you. See if you're got see if you pass their examination of I guess they want to just examine your skills. make sure you're here's something. It's not really. Oops. I want to mute this. It's not like. Oh, I don't want to show footage from IGN. Huh. That could be in trouble. Get the channel in trouble. But I wish I could. All my screenshots are on my phone, and I'd have to email them over to my Chromebook, I think. It's a fun game, though. I'm looking, I can't really find much in the way of gameplay. Just want to, IGN. I want to look at IGN. Yeah, and a lot of these things aren't actual, they're artistic renderings of gameplay footage. Oh, this is, I think, an actual screenshot. It has I think from a cutscene. So let's see. It's a character, Kafka, a nihilist. But since it's a cutscene, you're not going to this, and the character's not going to be this detailed and while you're playing the game. When you're just doing everyday, your character's walking down the street or wherever, it's not going to look like this, because this is like a cutscene where it's zoomed in on the character. But I like her. She's I'd say an extremely dangerous character, but you can add her to your team and you can help out in battle. It's just when you encounter her as an opponent in the game, which can happen even if you're got a character in your team, you can also run into a duplicate version of that character that's not on your team and trying to screw you over. It's hard to explain. Those familiar with Genshin Impact probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is Honkai Star Rail. I don't know. I think it's a fun game. It's never been able to find any particularly good examples. But to show off. Hey, Katie, welcome. About ready to shut down the stream. I'm really tired and I don't want to be bothering my neighbor either. I need to put more effort into uploads. Oh, I read that. Other than that, I've been consistent with the Monday thing. I think that's Monday, 10:45 Eastern Standard Time. Teacher Ronnie G streams every Monday, 10:45 Eastern Daylight. Yeah. I'd say skim through the replay. I try to have fun, and I keep it around an hour long. That's not bad. That's more manageable than what I do. I have to wake up for work 5 a.m. on Tuesdays, and that's my motivation to end it. Laugh out loud. Oh, you got to get up 5 a.m. Tuesdays, and so you only stream for an hour. Typically run 60 to 90. Yeah. Oh, I used to watch the Smurfs for 90 minutes. So back in the day, maybe that was something later on where they started extending the show to 90 minutes. I don't think it was always that long, but if I had that sort of attention span when I was a kid, or should be able to have it now. When I have guests, I plan around making it long. Oh, okay. So it's longer if you have guests on there. And I said hello to Katie and DJ Ryan G. Greeted Katie. And sorry, folks, that I'm not highlighting messages. Having problems with StreamYard. If I have to go and pinch to zoom in on the screen, and then I can't. It doesn't always work for zooming out. And it's really just StreamYard that I have the problem with, and not other websites. So I think there's maybe something buggy with StreamYard. I don't know. Thanks everybody who tuned in to watch tonight. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. I kind of the generic name for the show is the Sleestakians show, or Sleestakians variety show. Host every Thursday night, except for certain holidays, or if I get sick. At Thursday nights at 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, which is Rebellious Pastries in that time zone, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, and that's, I believe, 8 a.m. in the Philippines and 8 a.m. in Perth, Australia, Friday mornings, both countries. And like 1, or might be, it's actually noon in New Zealand this time of year, I believe. Or maybe it's 1 p.m. And then again, that's Friday, because the Philippines, Australia, New Zealand, all three places are in the future. So compared to the U.S. And I stream here on YouTube, Lorenzo Sleestak channel. But I also have a Facebook account, same name, and a Kik account, kick.com, not to be confused with Instant Messenger. And I stream there. Those are mainly like for backup purposes. Sometimes people will log into Facebook and watch me over there. Kick.com currently has very, very little censorship. And that's probably the best bet as far as from now on finding an archive of video if something were to happen to it on YouTube. But a lot of times, I have a lot of videos on Facebook as well. I've been streaming on there quite some time, so that's a good source of a back archive. And you might not find every video there. There was one where I think that kind of really out of hand, and that one only exists on Kick.com. But wish everybody good night, good day, depending on where you're at. And Lorenzo Sleestak signing off.